Chapter 1 Billy Casola. It was a cool, crisp morning in early October as Billy Casola rode up to Jensen's racetrack. The sun was beginning to peek over the eastern horizon, revealing a large orange ball of fire. The breeze was minimal, but Billy shivered, nonetheless, the air having a tender bite to it as it bit into his bare arms that kept Maverick in check. Billy liked the way the cool air blew over him as Maverick cantered over the wooden bridge that crossed Black Creek, headed for the racetrack and another race. He had a pretty rough night before, with plenty of moonshine to go along with his poker play, and the fresh, cool morning air seemed to help clear his mind and prepare him for the day that lay ahead. 5 years had passed since that day he had beaten Eli at his own game. It was the first time he had ever beaten Eli in a horse race, and even though it wasn't your typical horse race, and he had made a deadly maneuver on Eli that nearly cost Eli's life, it still felt good. However, deep down, he had mixed emotions about the whole affair, on one hand feeling good about punishing Eli the way he did, and on the other hand feeling a little guilty about the role he played in Eli's injury on that fateful day and all that ensued. Billy's mind wandered back to that fateful day when he had wrestled the Birkenmeyer homestead from Eli's grasp. Eli was a hard man to beat at anything, and when both men barreled toward the end of the opening on the northeast trail, their horses thundering toward the narrow trail in front of them, neither man was backing down. As the opening closed up on them and the northeast trail narrowed, Eli had the lead on Billy by half the length of a horse. Maverick was fast, but Lightning was a winner, used to winning, and used to getting the edge on his opponents. He was born to run, born to win, and the 2 years he had spent out in Wild Canyon, surviving the brutal elements through sheer strength of will, had honed him into a ferocious contender. But he was also easily spooked, and as the trail closed in on them, with Eli having gotten enough of an edge on Billy to take the lead and win the race, Billy took his whip and swung at Lightning's hind quarters with all his might. When Billy's whip came down on Lightning's hind quarters, Lightning faltered as his shrill scream pierced the air, and he pulled left, shifting too much of his weight on his two right legs. Billy dug his sharp, blood-stained spurs into Maverick's ribs, and Maverick slammed into Lightning's side. Lightning was a strong, agile horse, and he almost withstood the attack by Billy, nearly pushing Maverick into the row of trees on his left. But as Maverick slammed into him, Eli's weight shifted just enough to send Lightning tumbling onto the frozen ground below. Maverick pulled up as Lightning slammed onto the ground in front of him, but Billy spurred him once again, and Maverick, with a great burst of effort, leaped over Lightning, his right front hoof catching Eli squarely on the side of his head. Before Maverick had landed back on all four of his legs, having cleared the wreck that unfolded beneath him, Eli was out cold. But it wasn't just Maverick's hoof that injured Eli. As Lightning hit the ground, Eli flew into the air, slamming his body into a great big frozen oak tree on the right side of the trail. It was fortunate for Eli that he did not slam his head into the tree, for had he would have departed this world to meet his Maker. And had he met his Maker at that moment, he would have spent all of eternity in a raging lake of fire, for it wasn't until a year and a few months later that he was born again, forgiven for his sins, his faith placed finally and fully in his Lord Jesus Christ. Billy snorted as he thought about Eli's conversion. After taking the homestead from Eli by brute force, he had kept tabs on Eli, relishing every moment of Eli's demise. But then Eli had constructed a moonshining business up in Willow County, which had begun to interfere with Billy's own moonshining business, which is what he had turned the Birkenmeyer homestead into. After Billy took over the homestead from Eli, he had decided to hunker down for a few years and see if he couldn't become a family man himself. Not that he desired to be respectable or anything, but a wife and a few kids kinda sounded good. He wasn't getting any younger, now beginning to push 40, and if he was going to have a family, now was the time. He finally met a younger woman who was willing to marry him, not because she loved him, but because she liked the idea of having a place to live at, and the Birkenmeyer homestead afforded her just that. This younger woman was nearly 10 years Billy's junior, recently having celebrated her 30th birthday, when they first met, and within 2 months they were married, and it wasn't too much longer before she was pregnant with Billy's child. Her name was Delilah, and she was a quiet woman who mostly stayed to herself. Her skin was of the delicate kind, pale and rather frail looking. Her skin had a paler look to it, despite her Indian-Asian origin, but her face had a rather dark look to it, usually painted with a variety of colors, with blue the predominant color of her makeup. However, it wasn't the paint on her face that made it look dark, for the colors of her makeup was rather bright, but it was the dark, ominous look in her eyes that portrayed a terrifying darkness in her spirit. Moreover, she was engaged in the art of witchcraft, spending much of her free time kneeling before her wooden idols, speaking gibberish with a raspy tone that made the ordinary person shiver. But Billy was no ordinary person, and as long as she did according to his beck and call, which was a conditional requirement when he married her, he let her do as she pleased. Billy didn't put much stock in spirituality, believing this world is all there is, and all there will ever be, and that it was up to himself to find and enjoy as much pleasure in this world as possible before it was all over and he would cease to exist. This kind of mindset made Billy a mean and horrendous person. He had no respect for God, for life, or for anything else for that matter. He didn't even have any self-respect, not caring what people thought of him, nor desiring to please anyone. Billy's world was all about himself and what he could get out of it, and over the past year he had fully immersed himself into the world of horse racing. Billy's mind realigned with the times as he pulled up to Jensen's racetrack. He was the first horse and rider pair to arrive, and he didn't waste any time putting Maverick up in a stall before venturing off into the nearby woods, where he found himself a log, bending his short stubby legs as he sat down upon it. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a tobacco pipe already filled with tobacco and lit it, great puffs of smoke soon circulating around his filthy head that was half covered by greasy black hair, a large dirty bald spot perfectly covering the uppermost part of his head. Reaching into his other pocket, he pulled out a bottle of moonshine, putting the nose of the bottle to his lips after removing the cap, snorting vehemently as the harsh substance burned all the way down through his eroding gullet into his polluted stomach. Over the years, Billy had treated his body like a garbage disposal, and there was ne'er a day when he didn't feel awful, his body beginning to deteriorate at an alarming rate. But this didn't stop Billy from living his selfish and misguided life that threatened to destroy everything he touched, and it seemed the worse he felt, the more he increased his dangerous and destructive lifestyle. He figured, since there was nothing after this life anyway, he may as well live it up however he wanted to, even if his bad decisions kept him from living the good life he saw others live. The problem with Billy wasn't that he wanted to suffer in this life, but that he didn't know how to live well. This was the only life he had ever known. He never knew love as a child. His father was a monster who had sold him to the town butcher for a quart of whiskey and a slab of bacon. He was only 6 years old when this happened, and he spent his youth carving up dead beasts and making dried meat for the town people. He never knew his mother and never knew the tender touch of a mother's love. All he ever knew was the hard world of hard men. In his mind, it was only normal to behave like he did. He knew other men didn't behave like he did, but he could never grasp why. He thought they were soft and weak. Billy snorted as he tipped the bottle up once again, not because of the harshness of the moonshine that traveled down his throat that was still numb from the previous tip of the bottle, but at the thought of his childhood. In his mind, he had been given a bad hand in life, and he believed that he deserved to live like he did, taking from other people all that he could. What he couldn't seem to realize, even though it was staring him straight in the eyes, was that the way he lived life had never given him an ounce of happiness. But Billy didn't know any better. All he knew in life was pain. His own father had been a hard man, whipping him as a young boy on a weekly basis, before finally selling him to the town butcher for a quart of whiskey and a slab of bacon. The town butcher wasn't any better, slapping Billy around, nearly beating him to death on multiple occasions, before Billy finally decided, at the tender age of 10, to strike it off on his own and risk death that way. Had he stayed with the town butcher, chances are he wouldn't have survived. This was the world Billy grew up in, and by the time he reached the tender age of 10, he was an adult who had learned to survive the brutal hands of violent men, making his own path by means of an equally violent hand. But Billy's small frame could only fight so hard, and it seemed he lost every fight he ever got into. But with every fight he lost, he gained experience, and after 40 years of brutal beatings at the hands of other men, life had finally forged Billy into a brutal fighting machine that had no qualms about doing to others what others had been doing to him his entire life. Unfortunately for Billy, He had become so hardened in heart and darkened in mind that he couldn't distinguish between the men who sought to help him and the men who sought to hurt him. In his mind, all men were alike, and 1 ounce of weakness on his part would give them an opportunity to hurt him. He couldn't fathom the idea that there were good men in this world who would treat him kindly for no other reason than because they were good men who were inclined to do so. The thought had never crossed Billy's mind. It was completely inconceivable in the mind of Billy. No, Billy had to take care of himself and protect himself against the evil world that surrounded him, and he did it the only way he knew how. Billy coughed as he took another swig of the moonshine, bending over in pain as he spit out the blood that the cough had generated from his damaged stomach. Billy stared at the ground as tears involuntarily watered his eyes from the pain that racked his poor body. He had lived a hard life, and the past year he had begun to notice pain beginning to form in his stomach, especially when he drank moonshine, which was every day. He couldn't do without it, feeling the necessity of dulling the pain in his mind at the expense of the pain in his stomach. He tried not to think about it, but Billy knew he was dying. He had seen others begin to develop the symptoms he now noticed coming from his own body, and wasn't so callous to the reality of life to not notice he didn't have that much longer to live. He had heard of a doctor back east that might be able to help him, but that it also cost much more than he could afford. With a wife and 3 children to support, he couldn't sell the Birkemeyer homestead. Moreover, he had turned the Birkemeyer homestead into a moonshining business, but that business venture turned into a disaster, with Billy being his own best customer. Hence, the horse racing ensued, and Billy struggled through the past year, striving to raise the money to go east and potentially save his own life. But his horse racing venture hadn't paid off, and it was all Billy could do to support his family on his meager winnings, let alone stockpile the adequate resources to head east for help. Maverick was a fine horse in his prime, but he was well past his prime and wasn't able to win many of the races he ran. It didn't help that Billy ran him weakly at Jensen's racetrack, putting him up against good horses that were running on fresh legs. Nevertheless, Maverick still had the heart of a champion, and he was able to win his fair share of races, albeit he lost more than he won, not to mention it was against second-rate competition, which resulted in meager winnings when he did win. Billy's mind was brought back to the present as he peered through the sparsely populated forest around him and watched the first contender roll in. Then another contender showed up, and before long, Jensen's racetrack was bustling with excitement and enthusiasm as the jockeys rode their horses onto the track to begin warming them up for the morning race. A groan escaped Billy's lips as he stood up to go join in the activity. Despite the numb feeling the moonshine had given his body, Billy was still sore from the night before. He had tried to outslick a slick card shark in a poker game and had gotten a beating when he got caught. He could have taken the card shark had it not been for his cohorts. Billy survived the ordeal, but had come back home early that morning with ne'er a penny in his pocket, despite the wad of cash that he had secured the week before with the win by Maverick at the racetrack. He had lost it all at the poker game, and now his wife and 3 children looked to go hungry if Maverick couldn't pull out a win today. But it had been a while since Maverick won back-to-back races, and it looked more and more like the Casola family was up the creek without a paddle. Nevertheless, Billy was a fighter, and he wasn't finished just yet. Chapter 2, Death on the Racetrack. Billy finally made his way out of the wooded area that lay on the southeast corner of the property that encased Jensen's racetrack and headed for the horse stable to get Maverick. He had left Maverick tacked up, riding him to Jensen's racetrack with the racing gear intact. This was usually how Billy operated, not really caring about the small details in life, the thought never crossing his mind that Maverick might have liked to be free of the riding gear whenever he wasn't running Billy's race. Billy launched himself onto Maverick's back, still having a spring to his legs, despite the illness that was beginning to destroy his body, and slowly rode Maverick toward the track to warm him up before the race. As he rode Maverick over the track, Billy carefully studied the competition. The horses were in much better shape, well groomed, and without their ribs showing like those of Maverick. The crowd watched Billy as he rode around slowly, his bulbous nose high in the air. Billy was not unaware of what people thought of him when they looked at him, and thus he strutted around like he was all that and more, despite the fact that he was an ugly, filthy, reprehensible man. He had grown accustomed to the stares that followed him wherever he went, judging him by his appearance, and over the years Billy grew accustomed to the derogatory attention and even began to like it in a warped type of way. Even though Billy held his head With an air of arrogance and superiority, his eyes were carefully studying the horses around him. The competition today looked pretty good, but not unbeatable. The only question was whether Maverick was ready to go. He had run pretty hard the week before in the race he had won, and might not be up to par for the race today. But Billy's family was hungry, and Billy decided he was going to push Maverick as hard as he could, whatever the cost. He had to win this race. Stupid poker game, Billy muttered under his breath as he pulled up Maverick behind the horse in front of him, the rider in front of him patiently waiting in line to see where his starting position would be for the race. The riders were beginning to enter the starting gates with the horses, the race nearly ready to begin. Several hours had lapsed from the time Billy arrived until now, and the sun had risen to its noontime point. Billy was ready to get the race started, and even Maverick appeared ready to run, his tired eyes beginning to show some life in them as he eyed the competition in front of him. Billy was the last rider to enter the starting gates, and as he waited to be told what slot to enter, he had a perfect view of the starting positions. There were 8 horses racing today, counting Maverick, and they all looked like they were fast. But there were 3 horses in particular that Billy wanted to keep his eye on, particularly the one named Nasty Nellie. Nasty Nellie was an up-and-coming mare from Willow County that was beginning to garner some attention. She was fast, but more than that, she was mean. Word had it that she bit a rider in one of her races, knocking him off his horse in the process. The rider survived the ordeal and sued the owner of Nasty Nellie and won, but it wasn't long before the owner of Nasty Nellie was able to get her back out on the track. It just went to show that money talks. From what Billy could see, Nasty Nellie was starting in the number 3 slot. Then there was Marching Magic. Billy didn't know anything about this horse except that he overheard another jockey say that Marching Magic had great stamina. He was also fast, albeit not as fast as Nasty Nellie, but he would be a force down the backstretch, and it looked like it. Having been blessed with a large, powerful build, he was in the number 5 slot. The third horse Billy recognized as a viable contender was the horse that drew the starting position furthest on the outside. Her name was Twilight. She was a tall, sleek, bronze-colored horse with long legs. Out of all the horses, this one looked more like a designed racehorse. She was obviously the product of careful breeding. The only downside was that she looked lazy, hanging her head while she patiently waited for the race to begin. As Billy moved Maverick toward the starting gate, he noticed there was one spot left, the number 4 spot, which was right in the middle of Nasty Nellie and Marching Magic. Sure enough, the person in charge of the gate motioned Billy that way, and Billy reluctantly walked Maverick into his starting position. The riders of Nasty Nellie and Marching Magic peered over at Billy as he rode Maverick into his starting position. They were small men with leathery, weather-beaten faces. Their bodies seemed to form to their horses perfectly, and Billy could tell they knew what they were doing. Moreover, they looked like scrappers. Men like Billy, men who had lived rough lives and forged ahead relentlessly, doing their best to survive. Nasty Nellie's rider carried the meanest face, his eyes cutting through Billy like the icy cold blade of a sword. Billy stared back at him, his lips pulling back into a snarl as the 2 men locked eyes, ready for the battle that was about to ensue. Marching Magic's rider didn't lock eyes with Billy's cold hard eyes, but instead passed his eyes over him briefly, as if to say he wasn't worried about Billy and the worn down, broken down horse he straddled with his short, fat, broken down body. It was in this moment Billy realized that people were now beginning to see him in a different light. They used to look at him with disgust and reprehension, but now they looked at him with pity, as if they thought he was no longer a viable contender, and this ruffled Billy's feathers. He clenched his teeth as he looked straight ahead. He was going to win this race no matter what, even if that meant he would beat Maverick half to death. Literally. Maverick began pushing on the gate in front of him as Billy subconsciously began to press his spurs into his sides, and as the gate swung open, Maverick burst out onto the open track in front of him, quickly taking a half-length lead on the rest of the horses. The crowd roared as the horses took off, and Billy felt a flush of excitement come over him as Maverick pulled ahead of Nasty Nellie by a full length. Billy clung to Maverick as the skinny horse charged toward the front of the pack. Seeing that he had cleared Nasty Nellie, Billy began pulling Maverick over to the inside of the track. If he could get the lead on the inside, his chances were going to be much better, especially if he could get the premier position this early in the race. But Nasty Nellie had another thought in mind, and as Maverick swung over in front of her, true to her name, Nasty Nellie bared her teeth and buried them into Maverick's rear. Maverick screamed an awful scream, and nearly sent Billy tumbling as he balked in mid-stride, nearly losing his balance amidst the wave of the horses that were now surging past him. But Maverick was now mad, fighting mad. Billy clasped his riding boots tightly to Maverick's side as he once again found his stride, but by this time he was dead last. Billy swore as he looked at the pack ahead of him, closing up around Nasty Nellie as they charged around the first turn. Billy saw another horse nearly go down as the pack opened to let it fall behind. It looked like Nasty Nellie had gotten to it as well. Furious with rage, Billy dug his spurs into Maverick's ribs as they blew past the faltering horse and its rider. They were now a quarter of the way down the back stretch by the time Billy caught up with the stragglers in front of him. Billy knifed past two of the horses that were beginning to fall behind, letting Maverick have it with his whip. Blow after blow fell upon Maverick as Billy's face turned black with rage. Now they were halfway down the backstretch. Billy was even with Marching Magic, who had fallen 2 lengths behind the 3 horses in the lead. A coal-black stallion was leading the way as the horses pounded down the backstretch, but not for long, as Nasty Nellie reached out and gave him a little nip on the rear, pushing him out to the outside. Nasty Nellie's rider's whip flashed in the sun as it came down on Nasty Nellie's back. Nasty Nellie took the lead as the black horse began to fall back. As the horses barreled toward the far turn, it was a 5-way race. Maverick and Marching Magic were neck and neck, matching stride for stride. It seemed the black horse was going to fall behind as they pulled up behind it, but the black horse wasn't finished just yet, and found his blazing speed once again, putting a length between himself and the 2 riders behind him. Then the race became a 6-way race as the horses raced into the far turn, with the red horse coming up fast to the left of Billy on the inside. By this time, the black horse had caught up with Nasty Nellie, and Billy watched as the rider of the black horse reached up with his whip and brought it down on the back of Nasty Nellie. As Nasty Nellie faltered, the rider of the black horse raised his whip once again and brought it down on Nasty Nellie's rider. Nasty Nellie's rider pitched forward, losing his balance, and tumbled off into the track in front of Billy. Billy jammed his spurs into Maverick's side as Nasty Nellie's rider slammed onto the ground in front of him. Maverick leaped over the fallen rider, narrowly missing him with his ironclad hoof, landing on the other side in perfect stride. The red horse was now even with Maverick as Nasty Nellie turned left and leaped over the fence riderless. This put Twilight, the number 10 bronze horse, in the lead, but not for long as the black horse surged forward, pulling even with her as they rounded the far turn. Billy once again brought his whip down on Maverick's back. Blow after blow was administered, Billy screaming with rage, his face contorted into the most horrible snarl. As they came out of the far turn, the red horse fell behind. Then the black horse began to lose his head of steam, and Twilight once again surged into the lead. But Marching Magic was not yet beat, and neither was Maverick. Maverick surged forward as they turned into the final stretch. Twilight was leading by a length. Maverick was second, ahead of Marching Magic by half a length. Then Maverick was only half a length behind Twilight. Then he was even. Then he was ahead by half a length. But the race was not yet over as Marching Magic surged forward, pulling even with Maverick. As Twilight fell back, the race became a 2-way race. The horses were pounding toward the finish line, neck and neck, stride for stride, both riders urging their horses forward. These were the moments Billy lived for. Once again he brought his whip down on Maverick's back. Maverick once again surged ahead. He pulled ahead of Marching Magic with the finish line just ahead. He was going to win. As Billy raised his whip in exultation, sure he had the win, Maverick faltered. Billy dug his spurs into his side, bringing the whip down on Maverick once again. But Maverick was finished. Billy had run him hard over the years, too hard and too often, and Maverick couldn't run another lick. Billy screamed in terror as Maverick pitched forward in front of the horses behind him. Billy jumped to his right to clear himself from Maverick's fall, right into the path of the black horse that was once again surging. The rider of the black horse used his spurs, and the black horse's hooves cleared Billy's head by mere inches. The rest of the horses were able to pass the fallen Maverick and Billy on the left side, preventing other narrow escapes. As the crowd roared, partially because of the entertainment of the fall, and partially because of the win secured by Marching Magic, Billy lay still, stunned by the fall. He had the wind knocked out of him and tried to breathe. His stomach was in tremendous pain as his breath came in short gasps. Blinded by the fall, he stared at the blurry image standing over him as a hand reached out and began inspecting his body to see if anything was broken. After a few minutes, Billy finally caught his breath and his vision cleared. Thankfully, nothing was broken, and Billy was pulled to his feet. But Maverick was not so fortunate. As Billy walked over to his horse, he saw a group of men standing around Maverick. They parted to let Billy get in to see his horse. Billy stared in shock at the sight. Maverick lay still, his breath coming in short gasps. The racetrack doctor shook his head, without saying a word as he met Billy's gaze. Maverick was dying. Billy was not a sentimental man, and didn't put much stock in much of anything, but losing Maverick hurt, especially like this. He didn't care that the men stared at him with contempt, nay, hatred in their eyes. They could tell from the bloody marks left by Billy's spurs and whip in Maverick's body that he had run Maverick to death. They didn't care much for Maverick, but they were still humane in a way that Billy wasn't. What they didn't know was that the loss of Maverick cut deeply into Billy's heart. He wasn't one to show much emotion, and he wasn't going to show it now, but Maverick was the one companion that had stood by Billy's side when it seemed the whole world was against him. After seeing that Maverick was dying, Billy self-righteously raised his head up in the air, unwilling to show any sign of perceived weakness. Hard stares followed him as he turned and walked away, leaving the dying Maverick behind. But deep inside, Billy was hurting. Moreover, he had failed to win the much-needed money for his family, not to mention, he had just lost his one means of financial support. He had a hungry family at home, with no way to feed them. Chapter 3, Life with the Hutchinsons. Molly shrieked with joy as the jet-black horse beneath her raced over the frozen ground below, the cool wind whipping through her long brown hair, sending it flying in every direction behind her. She was on her way to the Hutchinson homestead to spend the weekend with her friend, Katie Hutchinson, and some of their friends. As the jet-black filly beneath her slowed down to cross the bridge at Black Creek Corner, her mind was drawn to the tragedy the family had experienced several years earlier. She tried not to think about the horrible events that had transpired over that time, but it seemed that Black Creek Corner was etched into her mind for life. So many things had happened because of that accident, so many bad things, and yet, even with the bad things that happened, some good things had happened she would not undo, even if she had the ability to do so. It seemed you had to take the bad with the good, and be thankful to God for the good things he brought into a person's life by means of the bad things he allowed to happen. Life had an interesting way of unfolding like that, and the bad things that had happened to their family had left a lasting impact. They had lost their home, their beloved Buck had died, and worst of all, Molly's mother, Rose, had never been the same after the accident. Rose had undergone several stages throughout her life, first engulfed in a coma, then suffering from amnesia, then addicted to mind-numbing drugs, and now in a depressed mental state of mind. After the accident where Molly nearly died from the blow her father had accidentally rained down upon her head, the family moved in with Doc Wilson, with Molly assisting the aging doctor, learning how to do his usual duties. Eli busied himself, tilling the surrounding land with his two sons, turning the Wilson homestead into a thriving farm. Following the accident and the mad rush to Doc Wilson's homestead, Molly spent several months in a wheelchair before finally recovering from her injuries. The blow administered by her father upon her head had injured her brain in such a way that made it nearly impossible to move her legs, but with much prayer and continuous therapy, Molly finally regained her ability to walk, albeit with a slight limp that stemmed from the accident at Black Creek Corner. But all things considered, her limp being the worst of the effects, for her personally, Molly felt blessed to have survived the horrible ordeal that had transpired several years earlier. Those were all the bad things that had happened, and well worth it considering that God used the tragedies over that time to work in the hearts and minds of Molly and Eli in such a way that they were born again. The only lingering effects that bothered them the most was the tragedy that Rose was still entrenched in. The family hoped she would improve over time, but it seemed the injuries she had sustained in the accident at Black Creek Corner left her permanently changed. Nevertheless, the family kept hoping and praying this would change over time. They knew God could heal Rose if he so desired, although they also knew that God would perhaps use the situation to bring about other things he had purposed before the beginning of time. Molly smiled as Miss Lightning crossed the bridge at Black Creek Corner, picking up speed once again as they headed south toward the Hutchinson homestead. All week she had looked forward to spending the weekend with Katie Hutchinson and their friends, camping out over at Bald Eagle Lake. Bald Eagle Lake was about an hour's ride from Doc Wilson's homestead, and the Hutchinson homestead lay between Bald Eagle Lake and Doc Wilson's homestead, albeit slightly to the south. Molly would spend the night there before she and Katie saddled up and rode the rest of the way together. As Molly neared the intersection where she would take a right turn onto the road that went to the Hutchinson homestead, she saw a short, stocky, fat man slowly walking west, head down, shoulders hunched forward. She immediately recognized who it was. It was Billy. Molly was scared of Billy. Her father hadn't said much about him to the family, except that they should stay away from him as much as possible. But Molly didn't need her father to warn her about Billy. She could tell just from looking at Billy that he was a man best avoided, especially by young girls like herself. She had no reason to suspect he might do something to her, but she wanted to avoid him nonetheless. But there was no avoiding Billy on the way to the Hutchinson homestead unless she wanted to ride all the way around to the south, which would take about 30 minutes longer. Deciding to risk passing Billy, she nudged Miss Lightning into a fast gallop and hugged the left shoulder of the road as they approached the scary man in front of them. Billy didn't turn around to see who was coming, and Molly was relieved to finally have passed him, soon passing the former Birkemeyer homestead as well. She looked over to her right as Miss Lightning slowed her pace to a nice canter, and a deep sadness crept into her soul at the sight of what the former Birkemeyer homestead had become under the ownership of Billy Casola and his family. The entire property was a complete wreck, with vines crawling up all over the house and barn, hiding much of the buildings from view. The windows were barely visible through the vines that had covered it, and Molly felt her spine tingle as if she felt the horrid eyes of Billy's family staring at her. She hadn't seen much of them over the past couple years, but the little she had seen of them warned her of the darkness that pervaded the family. As bad as Billy was, it was his wife that had brought the pervasive darkness that now prevailed on the old Birkemeyer homestead. She was into all kinds of witchcraft, raising her children according to the darkness that prevailed in her. Coupled with Billy's neglect of the property whereupon the buildings lay, the entire homestead was now a picture of decadent filth and darkness. But that was that, and there was nothing Molly could do to change the scenario, and so she put the Casola place behind her in both action and thought, and found herself tingling with excitement as she turned into the lane of the Hutchinson homestead. It was always a good time at the Hutchinson homestead, and never a dull moment with their 4 children. Katie was the oldest of the Hutchinson children and the same age as Molly. Then there was Ruth, and after her, Larry and Margaret. They were active children, to say the least, and whenever Molly visited, the younger children would rope her and Katie into some kind of a game, often lasting far into the night. Their father, John Hutchinson, would occasionally join them, and was lenient in letting them have fun as long as they didn't become violent or decadent. The house would ring with boisterous banter and loud laughter as the family enthusiastically showed Molly a good time. As Molly pulled up to the barn, she saw John standing right beside the open door. John smiled as Molly waved and walked out to meet her. Molly pulled Miss Lightning to a stop before alighting her beloved horse. Miss Lightning meant the world to her and was the best gift she had ever received from her father. Miss Lightning was the daughter of Lightning, the horse that Eli had captured while he was out in Wild Canyon. Having won the race by mere inches at Jensen's racetrack before proceeding with the race against Billy on the Northeast Trail, Lightning had come into Eli's possession thanks to the wager he had made with Jeff Winters. But when Billy beat Eli, he took possession of Lightning, since Lightning was then considered a part of the Birkemeyer homestead. Eli had tried to get Lightning back from Billy on several occasions, but Billy would not part with Lightning under any circumstances whatsoever. The unfortunate part of all this was that Lightning never ran in any races since he wouldn't let Billy ride him. Billy had tried to ride him on several occasions, but had failed miserably. When Eli couldn't get Lightning back, he instead tried to get one of his offspring, and finally landed Miss Lightning, which he gave to Molly for her last birthday. Molly had wept with joy when Eli brought Miss Lightning home, seeing much of Lightning in her. She was jet black, with an identical white patch on the front of her chest, and she had the eyes of Lightning, albeit without the same wild look in them. She wasn't quite as tall as Lightning, standing only at 15 hands, with a body that wasn't built as big as Lightning, but the mere fact that she was Lightning's daughter brought great pleasure to Molly, and she soon formed a bond with Miss Lightning that was unbreakable. "Hello, Molly," John said with a tone of pleasure in his voice as he greeted Molly. He was fond of Molly, finding her to be a great responsible companion for his daughter, and was always happy to see her cheerful, smiling face. "Hi, Mr. Hutchinson." Molly replied, a beautiful smile forming on her pale, delicate face, making her eyes sparkle in the cloudy, overcast atmosphere of the cold, dreary autumn day. Molly loved John Hutchinson, having great respect for the way he loved and supported his family. "Hey, what have I told you about calling me Mr. Hutchinson? My friends call me John." John Hutchinson smiled as he took the reins from Molly. "You're starting to make me feel like an old man, calling me Mr. Hutchinson, even now when you're nearly grown up." Molly smiled as she turned around to go to the house where Katy was sure to be found, helping prepare the evening meal. Looking behind her at John, she said with a mischievous smile on her face, "Well, you are starting to act old and all, considering the fact you're afraid to race Miss Lightning with Winthrop." Winthrop was John's riding horse and was known to be fast, but John was always unwilling to race Molly on Miss Lightning. John's eyes lit up as a big smile covered the face beneath his long, black beard that was beginning to show streaks of gray in it. "Molly, your day is coming when someone is going to beat you, and then you'll have to eat humble pie." John chuckled as Molly broke into a run, half a run, as she hurried toward the house. He could feel his competitive spirit rising within him, urging him to race against Molly on Miss Lightning with Winthrop. But after his role in the accident at Black Creek Corner, he had never raced a horse again, stubbornly resisting the urge to do so. Something had happened to him that day as he watched the Birkemeyer carriage flip into the air and send the Birkemeyer family flying, and considering what had happened in the aftermath of the accident, John decided to never race again, and he had stuck to his decision. He was that kind of a man. Once he made a decision, it was nearly impossible to convince him otherwise. As Molly entered the Hutchinson house through the front door, she was greeted by a plethora of enticing smells, and then came the plethora of hugs as the Hutchinson children crowded around her, along with their mother Betty. After joyfully enduring the vibrant and loving greeting by the family, Molly found herself being hustled into the kitchen by Katy, and soon the two of them were engaged in endless chatter as they finished up the preparation of the evening meal. Before long, the meal was ready, and Molly found herself seated at the Hutchinson table with the family. John said grace over the meal before everyone dug in, heartily devouring the scrumptious meal God had endowed them with. The chatter around the table was energetic to say the least, and laughter echoed through the halls of the Hutchinson house as everyone became engaged with the conversations floating around the table. As they talked, Molly felt the urge to bring up Billy, thinking it strange she had seen him walking up the road to his house. Billy wasn't the type of person to walk for the fun of it. "I passed Billy on the road today, walking to the homestead," Molly quipped at the first interval, after the family quieted down from the burst of laughter that had engulfed them when John made a funny remark about something that had happened to him in Jackson a few weeks earlier. The faces around the table took on a somber tone as John turned his attention to Molly. A look of sadness filled his eyes as he looked around the table. "Thomas Miller stopped by for a few minutes before Molly arrived," John said with a husky tone in his deep voice. "He said that Billy ran Maverick to death today at Jensen's racetrack." John's audience gasped as he continued. "It sounds like Billy pushed Maverick extra hard today, and just a few strides from the finish line, Maverick dropped, dying within the hour. Billy had been riding him pretty hard the past few months, and this was the race that finally killed him. Maverick's ribs and back were bloody from Billy's spurs and whip, indicating he used them pretty hard on Maverick." Silence reigned for the better part of 5 minutes as everyone lowered their heads and quietly finished the food that was on their plates. They were all too aware of Billy's treatment of animals, and Molly always wondered how Lightning was doing under Billy's awful hand. No one really knew, except for Billy and his family, since Billy never let Lightning out of the barn. No one dared investigate, expecting Billy to shoot on sight if he found anyone trespassing on his property. "I wish I could do something about the way Billy treats his animals," John finally said, breaking the gloomy silence that had overcome Molly and the family. "But the law is clear about his own rights on his own property, and if I were to go over there and try to fix things, Billy is likely to shoot me. Guess we'll have to wait until the good Lord sees fit to give us an opportunity to intervene." Little did he know, that time of intervention would arise sooner than later. Chapter 4: A Wild Night. As soon as the dishes were washed and the kitchen was cleaned after dinner, the Hutchinson children sat down to a fun game they always enjoyed playing when Molly came over. The news about Maverick had dampened the mood, but soon everyone involved in the game were laughing and having a great time. John and Betty disappeared from the scene and left the children to themselves. Knowing they were going to have a busy and adventurous time the following day, Katie and Molly decided to turn in for the night sooner than usual, amid the loud protests of the younger children. But Katie and Molly prevailed, and soon they were not fast asleep, giggling while they desperately tried to go to sleep, too much excitement about the following day coursing through their Midwestern veins. But alas, after an hour of giggling amid quiet whispering, the two of them finally fell asleep, overcome by the exhausting activity of the day. The moon slowly rose overhead as Molly slept, surrounded by the Hutchinson family. Despite the howls of coyotes in the distance, the people in the Hutchinson house slept well, the cool night air circulating through the house, occasionally causing one of the members in the house to snuggle deeper beneath the covers that kept them warm. It seemed like another normal night shrouded in the Midwestern darkness that enveloped the Hutchinson homestead every night, when suddenly the silence in the Hutchinson house was interrupted with a shrill scream that permeated every nook and cranny in the old farmhouse where the family lay sleeping. Molly awoke with a start. Katie stirred beside her. "What's going on?" she inquired groggily, rolling over and tapping Molly on the shoulder. "I don't know," Molly whispered, now wide awake as she strained to hear whatever noise might follow the scream. She nearly jumped out of her bed when another scream followed the first, but felt herself seemingly tied to the bed as her body stiffened from the fear that began creeping through her body. The next sound Molly heard was the front door slamming shut. Barely had the door slammed shut when Molly heard another scream permeate the cold, dark night. This time Molly did jump up out of bed, and quickly exchanging her nightclothes for her dress, scurried out of the bedroom she was sharing with Katie, stumbling down the rickety wooden steps that led into the Hutchinsons' living room. Betty was there to greet her, and before they had time to discuss what was happening, the rest of the children came flying down the stairs, immediately clamoring about what it was that they were hearing. Betty finally had them calm down before she went to the front door and, opening it, warily peered outside to see if she could see where John went. Molly finally couldn't stand the inaction on her part anymore, and donning her jacket that hung on a hook attached to the wall next to the front door, brushed past Betty and ran out into the pitch-black darkness. "Molly, be careful!" Betty called out, watching Molly as she rapidly disappeared into the night. Not sure where she should go, Molly slowed down to a walk as she strained with her ears to see if she could hear anything to indicate where the sound was coming from. Not hearing anything to point her in the right direction, she leaned on her intuition and headed north out of the lane. She was nearly to the end of the lane when suddenly another scream pierced the dark night. The sound was east of the Hutchinson homestead. The sound was coming from the direction where Billy Casola and his family lived. Molly stopped in her tracks, the hair on her neck bristling, goosebumps forming on her arms. When another scream pierced the night, she took a step toward the Casola homestead. Then she took another step in that direction, and before she knew it, she was running as fast as she could in that direction. The Casola homestead lay only about a half a mile east of the Hutchinson homestead, but Molly was out of breath by the time she got there, having sprinted the whole way. "Hey!" Molly nearly jumped out of her skin as John Hutchinson's voice sent shivers racing up and down her spine. "Get down!" John Hutchinson said urgently, with his voice lowered to keep from being heard, lest there be ears in the vicinity. Molly turned to her right toward the direction of the voice and saw John lying down beside the road. Heeding his command, Molly scurried his way, quickly finding herself beside John, pointing her face toward the Casola homestead. Everything was quiet as the pair silently watched the homestead, hoping to see a clue of what was going on. John looked a little worried as he stroked his beard, trying to decide what to do. He wanted to just go home and forget that they had heard anything, but he was a little concerned as to who or what might be out here screaming. He was concerned about who might be in trouble and needed assistance from the pair hiding out beside the road. But if they ventured onto the Casola property and Billy saw them, they might get shot. But John couldn't just walk away, having the thought that someone might need their assistance. "Stay here," he ordered as he began to move, getting ready to run across the road onto the Casola property. "If anything happens, run home. Take Miss Lightning and fetch the sheriff." John didn't give Molly any time to object and quickly scrambled up from beside the road, crossing the rough dirt rapidly, his head down, shoulder pitched forward. He disappeared into the darkness once again and Molly nearly forgot to breathe as she waited anxiously, straining to see or hear the slightest sound or sight to clue her in on what was unfolding. After a minute or two, she saw John stand up beside the house, his back to the wall. He waved in the direction of Molly, giving her a thumbs up to let her know everything was okay. Putting his ear up to the house, he listened for a few minutes to see if he could hear any sounds coming from the Consola house. Bah! Bah! The silent air was shattered as a loud screeching voice erupted from within the house. The sound sent a shiver racing down Molly's back, and John dropped to his knees, fearing he had been discovered. But then the sounds of chanting came from within the house, and the pair realized it was Billy's wife engaging in her demonic rituals. Just then a scream came from the direction of the barn, and John instinctively turned to his right, ran around to the west side of the house, and turning north, bolted for the barn. Molly watched eagerly, waiting for something to alert her as to what was happening, when suddenly she heard violent banging and crashing coming from the barn. Another scream erupted into the night air, and Molly threw caution to the wind as she scrambled to her feet and bolted for the barn. As Molly neared the barn, she heard some more banging and crashing, and then another scream erupted, and then she heard yells coming from the same vicinity. John was nowhere to be found, but Molly saw an open door leading into the barn, and she slowly approached the opening, carefully looking inside. Molly gasped when she saw what was happening. It looked like Billy had tried to saddle up Lightning, but had failed miserably, with the saddle lying on one corner of Lightning's stall and the bridle in another. The blanket was on the floor beneath Lightning's feet. Billy was perched up in the upper back corner of the stall. As Billy shrank back in terror, clinging to the top of the stall with nowhere to go, Lightning bared his teeth at Billy before once again letting out a shrill scream, looking like he was going to try to attack Billy. John was now inside the barn, up close to the closed door leading into the stall. "Lightning!" he shouted, trying to get the horse's attention and hopefully rescue Billy from his dilemma. He didn't like Billy much, but he also didn't believe in letting an animal kill him, no matter how low down and disgusting of a man Billy was. But Lightning didn't seem to hear John's voice and lifted himself up on his hind legs, pawing at Billy with his front legs, letting out another shrill scream. Billy shrank back in terror, desperately clinging to the top of the stall, Lightning's hooves mere inches from his body. Molly watched in utter shock when she noticed something dripping off the bottom of Billy's dirty shoes. Billy was peeing himself. John also noticed what Molly saw, and Molly saw a slight smirk flash across his face, albeit briefly, before he opened the door leading into the stall, deciding he had to take drastic measures to help Billy, or Billy was going to die at the feet of Lightning. Lightning dropped on all fours as John swung the wooden door open and kicked out with his hind legs, slamming them into the wooded wall next to the door. John instinctively dove for the far corner of the stall, opposite of Billy, putting himself into a horrible position. Now Lightning had two men in his stall, and he seemed none too happy about it as he bared his teeth at John, looking like he was ready to charge him. "Easy, Lightning. Easy now there, Lightning," John said quietly and calmly as he stared at Lightning. Lightning shook his head ferociously, sending foam from his mouth flying. Molly had always had a way with horses the ordinary person didn't have, and she decided then and there she was the only person who could defuse the situation that Billy had created. Slowly advancing toward Lightning, she spoke to him softly. "Molly, be careful," John urged quietly, as she was now within range of Lightning's hooves, should he be inclined to use them on her. But Molly was not backing down, and soon she was close enough to Lightning she could have touched him. Lightning still had his teeth bared at John, but it was obvious his attention was now on Molly as she approached him. Molly was finally close enough to touch Lightning's head, as she slowly reached out her hand, touching him slightly on the neck, pausing for a second with her palm resting on his neck before sliding her hand up toward his head. Lightning didn't move, and the two men watched in awe as Molly calmly quieted down the spooked horse. Molly finally had her body up against Lightning's, with her arm curled around the bottom of his neck, her arm reaching around his head, her hand resting firmly on the other side. Motioning John to begin moving toward the other end of the stall, Molly used her arm to turn Lightning away from John so as to keep him from kicking John should he get the urge to do so. With John safely out of the stall, Molly turned Lightning around to face him toward Billy and slowly backed him all the way into the corner away from Billy. Billy was still desperately clinging to the top of the stall, his eyes filled with terror as he watched the scene below him unfold. Molly motioned to him to exit the stall, but he didn't seem to notice. John, seeing that Billy was paralyzed with fear, carefully made his way into the stall, staying as far away from Lightning as possible. He wasn't necessarily afraid of Lightning at this point, but didn't want to take any chances in aggravating him, once again setting him off into a rage. John finally reached Billy, and using his hand, he poked at Billy. "Billy! Billy! Come on! Let's get you out of here!" But Billy didn't move, seemingly grabbing the wooden bars of the ceiling even tighter. But after a little more coaxing, John was finally able to get Billy down on the ground and slowly led him out of the stall to safety. With the men safely out of the stall, Molly turned her sole attention to Lightning. She had missed him these past few years. Not that she had really gotten to know Lightning, given the fact that she had seen him only that one time when her father had brought him to Doc Wilson's that day so long ago. However, she had gotten to name Lightning, and there was something about a little girl naming a horse that seemed to form an attachment that was hard to break. As Molly turned her attention solely on Lightning for the first time, her heart shrank as she saw vicious cuts formed all over his back and sides. There were even a few cuts on his head, although the ones on his body were the worst. Then she saw the bullwhip lying over in the corner on the floor, beneath the spot where Billy was at just a few minutes earlier. "Oh, Lightning," Molly sobbed as she hugged his large, scarred head, thinking about the pain he must have endured at the hands of Billy. She also remembered what Eli had done to break Lightning when she saw the scars that were still visible from that. The sight of this brought forth fresh sobs deep from within her soul. John had also seen the bullwhip lying on the floor, and as he looked at Billy, who was now sitting on a bale of hay outside of the stall, he felt old passions rising from within himself, wanting to strangle Billy for what he had done to Lightning. But he knew that wouldn't do any good. Billy was used to pain, and any fresh pain would be just another day in the life of Billy. No, Billy needed something much more. He needed God. Only God could help a man like Billy. That is, if Billy wasn't beyond help by now. Chapter 5. A Dying Man. As Billy sat on the bale of hay outside of Lightning's stall, John watched as Molly lovingly rubbed Lightning's head, soothing his high-strung nerves into a state of calm. He nuzzled at Molly with his nose, obviously treasuring the warmth of her love it seemed he did not know for much of his life, and especially not the past couple years, while he was in Billy's possession. After a couple minutes, Molly let Lightning be and made her way out of the stall, sidling up next to John as they looked at Billy. Billy hung his head, most likely not in shame, but probably more from the trauma he had experienced at the feet of Lightning. "Mr. Hutchinson," Molly said, breaking the silence that had pervaded the dusty old dark barn they were standing in. "We can't just leave Lightning here with Billy, can we? I mean, you saw what he did to Lightning, didn't you? We can't just leave him here." Molly's first two sentences came in the form of questions, but her last sentence came in the form of an urgent statement, and her lips grew thin as her face grew dark, and her teeth clenched together. John thought for a moment, his dark eyes clouded with uncertainty, his heart longing to give Molly the answer she was longing for. But that decision could cost them dearly, or it could cost Lightning dearly. It was obvious he had suffered much under Billy's dominion, going from a thick-set, strong horse to that of a skinny, broken-down old horse. Not that he was that old, it was just that the last few years had made him age quicker than most horses. After a few minutes, John stopped stroking his beard and looked at Molly. "Molly," he began, "we can take Lightning over to my place until morning, and then call Sheriff Johnson to come over and help us sort out what we can do according to the law. But there could be consequences for this sort of thing. At the moment, we are trespassing on Billy's property, and if we take Lightning without his consent, it could be considered horse thieving. Folks around here don't take lightly to horse thieving. With that said, I don't think we can leave Lightning here in Billy's hands. It's hard telling what Billy might do to him once he gets his old demeanor back. I think that taking Lightning with us is a risk we need to take." Molly's eyes blurred as she struggled to hold back her tears of joy. This is exactly why she thought so highly of John Hutchinson. He was a level-headed man who thought about the consequences of his actions, but he was also a courageous man filled with compassion. "Thank you, John," Molly whispered as she touched his arm lightly. John smiled. So that's what it took to get you to call me John, huh? Suddenly I don't feel so old anymore. Go ahead and get Lightning out of the stall. Take him on outside while I deal with Billy. Molly did as John had instructed her, soon having her arm latched around Lightning's neck, leading him out of the barn out into the cold, dark night. John bent his legs as he touched Billy on the knee. Billy, he said with a deep authoritative voice, feeling the power of his convictions rising within himself, what you have done with Lightning is despicable, and if you don't repent of your wicked ways, Almighty God will one day rain upon your head his terrible wrath. But I'll leave that up to him. As for me, I'm taking Lightning with me. We'll get Sheriff Johnson over here in the morning to sort this whole thing out. Billy didn't even look up at John, let alone respond to him, and John felt a wave of pity envelop him as he stared at the top of Billy's hanging head. He was a broken-down old man whose hard life was finally catching up with him. The Bible said that a man will reap what he sows, and the time of reaping was coming for Billy. Just as John was ready to stand up and go after Molly, who was headed to the Hutchinson homestead with Lightning, Billy raised his head and looked John squarely in the eyes. Suddenly he grabbed John by the collar, his grip surprisingly strong as he pulled John close. John was a big, strong man with large, powerful arms and could have effortlessly pushed Billy away, but the look in Billy's eyes caused him to pause as he listened to what Billy had to say. John, Billy said with a raspy, broken voice as he looked John deep into his eyes, I'm a finished man. I never believed in God until yesterday, but after everything that has happened to me this past year, I finally believe in God. I've had a hard life, John, and dished out my share of pain, and now God is coming for me to give me the punishment I deserve. Or the devil. I don't know. But John, my day of reckoning has arrived, and I'm a finished man. As Billy finished talking, his body began to shake violently as it broke into a horrendous coughing fit. John reached out and steadied Billy with his powerful arms as his eyes closed, his body shaking from head to foot. Finally, the coughing subsided, but not before John noticed a pool of blood forming on the floor beneath Billy. Billy was a dying man, and the end of his life was just around the corner. John didn't know what to say at the moment, having a hard time believing what he was hearing. Here he was with Billy, and for once, Billy wasn't inflicting pain upon someone else, and more than that, it seemed that Billy might be repenting of his wicked ways. Or maybe it was just that he finally ran out of gas and didn't have the energy to do so anymore. Whatever it was, Billy was a different man. John! John! Billy gasped as he was once again overcome by a terrible fit of coughing. My family doesn't have anything to eat. Please help them. Forget about me. I can see the devil's hand reaching for me to take me to hell, where I belong. But my family, John, please help them. As Billy slumped into the ground before John, John's mind raced with anxiety, trying to decide what to do. Billy needed Doc Wilson, and he needed him now. Time was of the essence. In fact, Billy might be dead before Doc could even get to him. But he, John, needed to do something. Billy! Billy! John shook Billy slightly, but received no response. Billy! He said once again. I'm going to go get Doc Wilson. You hang on here until I get back. But Billy didn't respond. Carefully stretching out Billy, John turned his face down toward the floor, lest he should drown in his own blood. Having dealt with Billy as best he could, John stood up and bolted out of the barn door, churning his powerful legs pointed toward the Hutchinson homestead. John was nearly out of breath when he rushed through the front door of the house to explain to his wife Betty what was going on. After several short sentences, and a look of understanding from Betty's eyes as she pushed him toward the door to go, John raced to the barn, quickly saddling up Winthrop, as Molly watched in utter amazement, not understanding what John was in such a hurry for. Betty had followed John out to the barn and pulled Molly aside as John straddled Winthrop with one smooth motion, not taking the time to warm him up as the pair bolted out of the barn. It didn't take long for Molly to get the gist of things from Betty, and a look of sadness etched across her face as conflicting thoughts began coursing through her mind. She could go over and care for Billy until John came back with Doc, but this was Billy we're talking about. He had never lifted a finger to help anyone else, so why should anyone help him? While Molly's mind turned dark in her dislike of Billy, John urged Winthrop on as they headed for the Wilson homestead. He hoped Doc was up already so they could be on their way as soon as possible. Right now, Billy was in bad shape and every minute counted. Lord, John prayed as Winthrop winded out into a dead gallop, please give Winthrop the wings of an angel right now. I know that I haven't always thought the best of Billy, but I don't want to see him die without one more chance to make things right with you. Please keep him alive until Doc gets to him, and then, I most fervently ask, give Doc wisdom and guide his hand while he ministers to Billy with the gift of natural healing you have given him. John continued praying as Winthrop raced toward the Wilson homestead, and soon he could see the top of the house looming in front of him, the eastern sunrise beginning to provide a little light as the sun began to rise. Seeing the form of a person up ahead, walking toward the barn, John began shouting at the top of his lungs, waving his hat as he urged Winthrop to exert himself just a little bit more. The sound of shouting stopped the figure ahead dead in his tracks, and as Winthrop's metal-clad hooves pounded toward the Wilson homestead, John could see the man up ahead was Eli. He was most likely on his way to begin the morning chores he always did before breakfast. At first, Eli couldn't tell who was headed his way, yelling like a wild banshee, the figure hidden in the backdrop of the dark western horizon. But as the rider drew closer, he suddenly recognized John's voice, and then John himself astride Winthrop. He had never seen John run Winthrop like he was running this morning, and Eli knew immediately something was amiss, and it wasn't something good. Fear clawed its way into his heart at the thought about the possibility that something happened to Molly. Doc! Doc! We need Doc Wilson! As John reined in Winthrop, sliding off of him next to Eli, Eli grabbed John, his eyes filled with fear. John! John! He cried, his voice breaking through the clamor that had beset the Wilson homestead. Is it Molly? John! Is Molly okay? It's Billy, Eli, John replied. Billy is dying! A look of relief crossed Eli's eyes briefly before a cloudy look came over his sun-tanned, bearded face. Oh, thank the good Lord Molly is okay. As an afterthought, he added, What's wrong with Billy? He's dying, Eli, John said once again, looking Eli squarely into his eyes. And despite all that he is and all that he has done, we need to help him. As John urged Eli on, Eli finally snapped out of his stupor and took control. John, go up to the house and get Doc. I'll get Second Chance hitched up to the carriage. Eli didn't wait for John to respond, but turned around and hightailed it to the barn. John didn't hesitate either, and turning into the opposite direction, ran for the house as fast as he could. Doc must have heard the commotion outside, and came out of the house just as John reached for the door. John, what's going on? Doc quipped anxiously, fearing bad news, as so often was the case when neighbors came rushing up to him in this manner. It's Billy, Doc, John replied quickly. Billy is dying, and he needs your help. Doc was getting on in years, but he was still an able-bodied man, with a quick mind. All right, here, take this. Doc reached inside of the house and pulled out his portable box of medical supplies, pushing it into John's hands. Let me get my jacket. Swiftly grabbing his jacket, he donned it as he followed John to the carriage that Eli was swiftly hitching up to Second Chance. By the time the two men reached the carriage, Eli had Second Chance hitched up and hopped in as John assisted the elderly doctor onto the carriage. With ne'er a word, Eli slapped the reins onto Second Chance's back, and the carriage careened past John as he watched the two men depart. He wouldn't be far behind, but he needed to let Winthrop rest a bit and not ride him so hard on the way back. He had run a blitzing pace all the way to the Wilson homestead, and John was proud of him. Hee-yah! As the carriage raced for the Consola homestead, Eli leaned forward in his seat, urging Second Chance forward as he skillfully guided him along the way. It had been a while since Eli wound him out, not having the heart for racing like he used to. There was a time when Eli raced as often as the opportunity presented itself to him, but after all that had happened a couple years ago, he just didn't have the will to race. But this was different, and Eli used every ounce of his skill to get Doc to the Wilson homestead as quickly as possible. He must have thrown caution to the wind a little more than Doc liked, because Doc sat back in his seat, his eyes closed, his knuckles turning white as his hands desperately clung to the seat whereupon he sat. Eli had mixed emotions as they raced toward the Consola homestead. He had kept an eye on his former homestead, although he avoided Billy like a fly avoids a fly swatter. but this didn't prevent him from keeping an eye on things, and his heart ached as he watched Billy destroy everything he had worked for over the years. The cows all disappeared from the farm as Billy sold them off, and soon the property was overgrown with decadent filth and vines that now covered what once was the thriving Berkemeyer homestead. But that was that, and this was this, and despite all that Billy had done to him, Eli knew it was his duty to assist him in his hour of need. And as the sun rose overhead, with dark clouds forming on the horizon, Eli knew it was going to be a dark, stormy day in more aspects than one. But then again, God had a habit of working in mysterious ways, and it was hard telling how he would take a bad situation like today and work it out for good to his own glory. Chapter 6, Helping an Enemy. After John left to go get Doc Wilson, Molly and Betty headed for the house. As soon as they stepped inside the front door, they were bombarded by the Hutchinson children as they clamored to know what was happening. Betty was also curious to know what had happened at the Casola homestead, and soon Molly found herself telling the family everything that had happened. Everyone stayed silent for a few minutes after Molly finished talking, the younger ones unsure what could be said at a moment like this, and the older ones contemplating what they should do until help arrived. Molly was the first one to speak. "I think I should go over and see if I can't stabilize Billy until Doc gets here. He's been teaching me a lot more medical knowledge recently, and I might be able to help keep him alive." Molly's voice trailed off as a faraway look came into her eyes, her mind weighing the pros and cons of such an action. After all, the Casola homestead was a dark place, and not safe for a young girl like her. "You can't go over there," Katie suddenly blurted out, her eyes filling with worry at the thought of Molly stepping foot into such a situation. "Imagine what could happen if you did. If Billy pulls out of this before Doc gets here, who knows what he would do, and his wife." Katie stopped short, not wanting to say what they were all thinking. "But Katie," Molly argued back, "Billy is still a human, and God can take care of us no matter what happens. I really think I need to go over there and see what I can do. You know what? I've made up my mind. I'm going over there." Without giving Katie or anyone else the opportunity to argue with her, Molly quickly stood up and headed for the door. But Katie was not going to let her best friend go over to the Casola homestead alone, and jumping to her feet, she blurted out, "Well, then I'm going with you." Katie ran to catch up with Molly, grabbing her own jacket off the hook as she rushed out of the door. "Girls, be careful!" Betty called out after them, a worried look forming on her face. Soon Katie caught up with Molly, who had set a brisk pace, and before long they found themselves walking into the lane of the Casola homestead. They kept their heads down and eyes straight ahead, almost afraid to look at the house for fear they might see Billy's frightful wife and their 3 frightful children. As the pair walked briskly toward the barn, they could see the sun begin to rise in the east, but the sky remained dark and cloudy, indicating a storm was brewing. The north wind was also beginning to pick up, nipping into the faces of the 2 girls. They were glad when they finally reached the barn, finding the warmth refreshing. Billy was right where John had left him, and another pool of blood had formed beneath his mouth. His head lay on its side, his body scrunched up in the fetal position. The girls could hear him moaning as they approached him, and their hearts filled with pity for the man, despite their apprehension of going anywhere near him. Molly knelt next to Billy as Katie looked on. "Billy! Billy!" Molly said urgently, hoping the man would respond to her voice. Billy didn't acknowledge her presence whatsoever, and Molly laid her hand on his shoulder that was covered by a filthy shirt as she shook him tenderly, trying to get his attention. Her nose wrinkled at the stench of the man, noticing for the first time just how awful he smelled. Molly had barely removed her hand from Billy's shoulder when a coughing fit seized him and began racking his body. Molly reached out again and tried to steady him, desperately trying to think what she should do to help the poor man survive long enough for Doc to arrive. "Katie!" Molly suddenly said with urgency in her voice as she decided what course of action to take. "Run back to the house and get a cup of warm water. Put some honey and ginger in it. We need to get the coughing stopped." As Katie flew out of the barn, racing for the Hutchinson homestead with all her might, Molly sat down next to Billy and perched the upper part of his body on her lap in an attempt to elevate his upper body and alleviate the coughing as much as possible. It seemed to help a little bit as the coughing lessened, but every once in a while a coughing fit would overcome Billy, and it was all Molly could do to keep him from thrashing around with his body. After what seemed like an eternity, Katie finally came back with the warm liquid as instructed, and Molly gingerly took the cup filled with the warm liquid and turning Billy over on his back, she slowly poured some of the warm liquid down into his throat. Billy coughed a little as the warm liquid traveled down through his inflamed throat and then snorted, shooting the liquid out through his nose. But he stopped coughing for the moment, and Molly once again poured a little liquid down into his throat. This time Billy didn't reject the liquid, but let it pass through his throat down into his stomach. Soon the entirety of the liquid was consumed by Billy, and the coughing had ceased completely. As the girls sat there, waiting for Doc Wilson to arrive, neither one spoke as they stared at Billy absent-mindedly, both lost in their own thoughts. Molly thought about Billy, and how awful it must have been to have lived the life he lived. She didn't care for him much, and yet she felt her heart fill with sympathy as she stared at his dirty, stinky, reprehensible body, now being torn apart by the consequences of having lived the life he did. Billy had lived a hard life, consuming a great deal of alcohol and smoking a great deal of tobacco along the way, but it was the coal mines where he had contracted black lung disease, having been diagnosed with the dreadful disease earlier that year when he went to Doc Wilson in private after suffering through a serious bout of coughing. After running away from the butcher at the age of 10, Billy had traveled across the country, finding work wherever he could, but work was hard to find for a 10-year-old boy, not because there was a lack of work he could do, but because most people refused to give work to such a young boy, afraid of harboring a runaway miner. But then Billy found the coal mines, and an employer who was willing to give anyone work as long as he was able-bodied enough to do the work. Since Billy couldn't do some of the harder work that required heavy lifting, he was put in charge of setting the dynamite. It was the most dangerous job there was, and for Billy, it paid very little, but it supplied him with food, clothing, and shelter, and for him at that time, that was good enough. There was one character, Bull the foreman, who was one of the more notable characters in Billy's life at this time. His employer placed Billy under his charge, and Bull felt responsible to show Billy how to become a man, and according to Bull, you didn't become a man until you drank moonshine straight from the bottle and puffed on a cigar throughout the day. Unfortunately, smoking cigars wasn't a good idea in the coal mines where you were around explosives all day, and Bull was blown to pieces one day when his cigar fell into a pile of dynamite, igniting the explosives. It was a fairly big pile of explosives that lit up next to Bull's husky body, and the men never did find much of Bull to bury. It wasn't long after that Billy decided to ditch the coal mines and hitchhike across the country. By the time Billy left the coal mines, he was pushing 20, having spent 10 hard years in the mines, and the damage to his lungs had already been done. He was always in the middle of things, sucking down harsh black dust nearly every minute of his tenure in the mines, and ruined what once were young, healthy lungs. To make matters worse, when he left the mines, Billy constantly puffed on his tobacco pipe and cigars when he could afford them, and his lungs kept deteriorating as the years went by, and now here he was, dying from lung disease, unable to raise the money to go east to one of the few doctors in the country who dared to attempt lung surgery. It would be a risky surgery, to say the least, and Billy's chances of survival were slim to none. His condition was more advanced than most patients who sought healing through this method, and it wasn't guaranteed any doctor might even try to perform lung surgery this late in the stage of lung disease. But Billy had no other options, and now that he was dying, he discovered he didn't want to die after all. Billy had spent all his life living as if he had a death wish, and in his mind, he always looked forward to the day when the suffering would cease, and he would go back to nothing. But over the past year, as he contemplated death that was knocking on the door of his life, he realized he didn't want to die. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to himself, he suddenly began to think there might be a God after all. When it came to the idea of God, Billy always put the thought as far from his mind as possible. He scoffed at the idea of God primarily because he didn't see how a God could exist and not do anything about all the bad things that were happening in the world. After all, if God existed, how could he have allowed Billy to grow up with a father who sold him to the town butcher for a quart of whiskey and a slab of bacon? Then there was the butcher, who had also treated Billy horribly. After the butcher came many hard men in Billy's life, who had pushed him around constantly, nearly beating him to death on many occasions. And it wasn't just the violent men who punished Billy mercilessly, but it seemed the entire human population was against him, scoffing at his deformed appearance, and crossing the street to avoid coming in close contact to him. Yes, sir, life had dealt Billy a bad hand, and up until recently, Billy thought it was just the result of random evolution that couldn't be controlled. You were born, you lived, and you died, and that was it. And it was because of this philosophy that Billy lived the way he did. But then he began to approach death's door, and he realized he didn't want to die. And his desire not to die wasn't so much that he wanted to live, but that he began to be afraid of what lay beyond death's door. That frightened Billy. Billy wasn't unaware that he had lived an extremely wicked life, and that if there was a God, he was in big trouble. Sure, life had been pretty rough for Billy, and much of the pain and suffering in his youth was beyond his control, but that didn't get him off the hook of needing to bear the responsibility for doing the things he had. Moreover, Billy knew that he brought much of the pain and suffering into his own life as he grew older. You can't live like he did and not have negative consequences follow. And now here he was, a dying man without a hope in the world. He couldn't afford lung surgery, and even if he could, his chances of survival were nearly non-existent. With his chances of survival so low, it also didn't make sense to waste the money on his surgery. It would make more sense to use the money for someone who had a higher chance of survival. And then there was the issue of the worth of Billy's life. After all, what did he have to offer the world? In fact, the world might be better off with him dead. All he had done in life so far was to increase the pain and suffering in this world. Maybe it was better for Billy to move on and let another, better man take his place. Wouldn't the world then be a better place? But none of that really mattered now, since Maverick, Billy's one source of income, was dead. Maverick had run his heart out for Billy, but he just couldn't overcome Billy's bad decisions and died because of it. And Billy didn't have any friends, so there was no way he could raise money like that. Yes, sir, Billy was up the creek without a paddle. And yet, God had a habit of taking vulgar, down-and-out men like Billy and turning them into examples of what only God could do with a man. Whoa! Molly and Katie stirred as Eli's loud voice broke the silence that had engulfed the trio inside the barn. Katie quickly arose to her feet and scampered toward the barn door, flinging it open, revealing a pale-faced Doc Wilson. The ride to the Casola homestead was nothing short of hair-raising, with Eli driving second chance with the fervor of Jehu. Doc came bustling through the door, and seeing Billy, rushed over and began inspecting him. Seeing the cup setting on the floor, he picked it up and smelled it. A look of pride came into his eyes as he looked at Molly. "Honey and ginger and warm water, right?" Molly nodded her head. "And you elevated his upper body, right?" Molly nodded her head again. A look of pride came into his face as he looked at Molly. "You did well, Molly. You did exactly what I would have done." Molly's cheeks grew rosy as a result of Doc's compliment, joy filling her heart. She loved Doc Wilson dearly, and his compliments, especially in the field of medicine, were worth more to her than all the gold in the world. Like the Bible says, a word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in a setting of silver, Proverbs 25:11. Doc stood up as Eli walked through the door. "Molly did everything that could be done," he said, speaking specifically to Eli. "Billy isn't coughing anymore, which is good. There is really nothing more that can be done. Maybe we should try to make him comfortable in the house." Doc's voice trailed off as a strange look came into his eyes, and they all knew what he was thinking. Making Billy comfortable in his house meant they would need to go inside the house, and with Billy's wife in there, none of them really wanted to experience that, but they couldn't just leave Billy here. It had to be done, come
Chapter
what may.
7,
Confessions of a Dying Man. Having decided they should cart Billy into his house, despite the fact they would need to interact with Billy's wife, the group in the barn began preparing to engage in the task at hand. Seeing a wheelbarrow nearby, Eli walked over to it, grabbed its wooden handles, and pushed it over to Billy. Molly and Katie grabbed some nearby hay and lined the bottom of the wheelbarrow with it to make the transport more accommodating for Billy. Molly and Katie each grabbed one of Billy's legs, and Eli took a hold of his shoulders, and together the trio heaved Billy onto the wheelbarrow, with Doc Wilson assisting as best he could. Having accomplished their goal, Doc paused, saying, "I think we should pray before we go any further. We will need the Lord's protection over us as we enter into the darkness of Billy's domain. Moreover, Billy could use a prayer right now, too." The four of them bowed their heads as Doc prayed. "Father," he began, emotion filling his voice as he spoke, "you are a good and gracious God, quick to show mercy to those who do not deserve it. And we, your servants, have experienced your mercy despite our unworthiness, and now we ask that Billy experience your mercy as well. Lord, we do not know what your plan is for Billy, but we pray that he will live long enough to get right with you. And Lord, as we enter into the valley of darkness in Billy's house, we know we will be surrounded by a host of demons. But Lord, we also know you are sovereign over them, and that they cannot do anything outside of your will. We ask that you protect us as we seek to help Billy in his hour of need, and may your presence dispel any and all darkness as we proceed with the mission you have entrusted us with. Please give us wisdom and courage during this time. We pray this all in Jesus' mighty, holy, and precious name. Amen. Everyone kept their heads bowed for a minute after Doc prayed, basking in the presence of God that always seemed to become more real when Doc prayed. He had a deep relationship with God, and although the others in the group were all born-again Christians and had their own special times with God, there was something about Doc's relationship with God that seemed extra special. As they began opening their eyes, to their surprise, they looked straight into the eyes of Billy, who was watching them intently, a look of lostness in them. But it seemed like his eyes also had the look of desire in them, the desire to have what they seemed to have. He had always looked upon the Christians, that is, the dedicated Christians, with contempt, thinking they were mostly delusional, throwing away their lives after the pursuit of that which could only be fantasy. But now here he was, kind of wanting to experience what he saw in them, and yet he knew he could never experience it because he was of another kind, unfit to enjoy the peace and joy he saw in others. No, his final destiny was sealed, and it appeared he was going to find out just how bad it was, sooner rather than later. "Hey, Billy," Eli said as he nodded his head toward Billy, the first one to speak as he looked at Billy, who was lying in the wheelbarrow before them, his short, stubby legs dangling between the handles. "How are you feeling?" Billy stayed silent, looking at Eli intently. The others remained silent, giving him time to speak. Finally he spoke, his voice weak and quiet, revealing just a shadow of his former self that was used to blustering his way through life. "What are you doing here, Eli?" he asked, his voice emotionless, as he kept his gaze fixed on Eli. Eli knew what he was getting at, but deciding to keep his answer short, said, "Billy, you needed help, and despite our differences, and all that happened in the last couple of years, my duty is to help anyone in need if I can." Doc interjected, "Hey, we need to get you into a bed, Billy. You need to rest up for a while. Any kind of exertion right now will only increase the damage on your lungs. In fact, you shouldn't even be talking right now." Billy waved Doc away as Doc tried to get the group moving toward the Casola house. "I need to talk to Eli," he said, a slight cough echoing up through his throat, the effects of the earlier homemade remedy beginning to wear off. "Billy," Doc said, his voice rising from the fear that another coughing spell was going to overcome Billy if he continued talking, "you need to rest right now, and no talking. That will only escalate the problem." But Billy wouldn't be deterred as he looked at Doc. "Doc, I'm dying, and we all know that. In fact, today could be my last day. But before I die, I need to get something off my chest." Looking back at Eli, he said, "I need to talk to Eli alone. Please?" Billy's voice trailed off, and it was obvious something was troubling Billy deeply, something he needed to talk to Eli about. "All right, Billy, have it your way," Doc replied, understanding that arguing with Billy was only going to make things worse. "Try to keep it short and let us know when you're finished so we can get you into bed where you belong." Doc turned around and walked out of the barn, Molly and Katie close behind. After the trio exited the barn, Billy looked at Eli for a minute, his eyes indicating that he was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to say what it was that he felt compelled to talk to Eli about. Eli waited patiently, wishing he were elsewhere, not being the kind of man that enjoyed times like these. His ability to communicate intimately with those around him had improved when he was born again, but he still struggled at times like these, not knowing what to say. The knot in his stomach tightened as Billy stared at him. Billy finally spoke, albeit not before he weakly reached up and pulled Eli close to him. Eli complied, hunching down on his legs, putting his ear close to Billy so he could hear what he had to say. The awful smell that accompanied Billy was none too pleasant, but Eli tried to put that out of his mind as Billy began to speak. "Eli," Billy said, his voice steady, despite its weakness. Eli nodded his head to indicate he was listening. "Eli, I have to tell you something." Billy's voice trailed off, and Eli put his hand on his shoulder. "Go ahead, Billy. He racked his brain as he tried to figure out what it was that Billy wanted to tell him. What could Billy possibly know that wasn't news to Eli already? Maybe Billy was going to apologize for what had happened over the years. But then again, that didn't sound like Billy. Moreover, Eli felt just as responsible about what had happened 5 years ago and didn't blame Billy for the consequences of his own actions. "It's about your horse, Mary Lou," Billy finally continued, his face ridden with guilt as he recalled whatever it was that he wanted to tell Eli. "What about her?" Eli replied quickly, suddenly interested in what Billy had to say, surprised that he would bring up Mary Lou. Mary Lou had died in the accident 5 years earlier when Eli lost control of her in a friendly horse race, and everyone assumed it was an accident. But Eli had always wondered what had gotten into her that made her act so crazy that day. "You didn't think there was something strange about Mary Lou that day?" Billy asked, as if he read Eli's mind. "Of course I did, Billy. But accidents happen, and it seems to me I just lost control of her. Why? Why are you bringing this up now?" Eli's voice rose involuntarily, and he tried to calm himself down as he waited for an explanation from Billy. "Eli, it wasn't an accident." Billy paused to let a short cough exit his body. Then he continued, "I am responsible for that." "What do you mean?" Eli asked, as he looked at Billy. "What could you have done to Mary Lou to make her act like that?" "I injected her with rabies." Eli stared at Billy in shock, unable to speak. Finally he found his voice, albeit with an angry tone now protruding forth when he spoke. He wasn't sure where Billy was going with this, but he had enough information to begin feeling the anger begin to rise within himself. "What do you mean, you injected her with rabies?" Eli replied angrily, trying to understand what Billy was trying to say. "Just that, Eli. I snuck over here and injected her with rabies the day after we made that wager. I knew she was fast and was afraid of losing, and so I injected her with rabies. I know some bad people, Eli, and it wasn't hard getting what I needed. I wasn't sure if it would work soon enough, but I knew if I could get it into her brain quick enough, she would go mad in a matter of days. And sure enough, it worked. I just didn't think it would happen at the precise moment it did. I never intended for your family to get hurt. Although..." Billy's voice trailed off as he looked away from Eli, unable to bear the burning wrath of Eli's gaze. "Although what, Billy?" Eli replied, this time his voice rising dramatically, anger beginning to show itself on his face. Everything was now making sense. He had always wondered why Mary Lou had acted the way she did that day, but as time passed, he had become used to the idea he had merely lost control of her, causing the accident that had wreaked havoc on his wife over the past 5 years. And now here was Billy, telling him that his suspicions were right, and that there was something else at play in what had happened. "Eli," Billy responded weakly, cringing under Eli's intense gaze as he looked back at him. "I have never really loved anyone, except maybe Rose, if that was love what I was feeling. But I know what it is like to hate, and I have never hated a person like I hated you. After you took Rose away from me, not that I ever had a chance with or without you in the picture, and began building the life I had always wanted for myself, I became possessed with the desire to destroy you. And I didn't want to just destroy you, I wanted to see you dead. I wanted to grind you beneath my heel and watch you suffer as you died. When we met in Jackson that day, and I took away your homestead from you through foul card play, I couldn't believe my luck. But that wasn't enough for me. I wanted to beat you in a horse race because I knew that would be worse for you than death. You couldn't stand to lose, and especially not at horse racing. And at the same time, I wanted to see you die. That day on the Northeast Trail, I purposely spooked Lightning with my whip, while charging into him with Maverick. I didn't just want to win, I wanted to see you dead." Tears began forming in Billy's eyes as he thought about the past and the actions that occurred because of his hatred for Eli. A deep sadness came over his face as he thought about what his hatred for Eli did to Rose, his love for her the closest thing he ever felt to love. "But Rose..." Billy's voice broke as a sob escaped his throat, followed by a cough, this one longer than before, racking his body slightly, letting him know he needed to stop talking. But Billy wasn't finished talking, and Eli let him continue, not knowing how to respond, having been caught off guard by the overwhelming information he had just received. "I didn't mean for Rose to get hurt the way she did. She's the only person I ever really cared about. And when you took her away from me, not that I ever had a chance with her, I dedicated my life to destroying you. But I never meant for her to get hurt." Billy closed his eyes, having said what he needed to say, and Eli sat on his legs for a minute, angry and confused thoughts swirling through his mind. So this is what had really happened. All along he had been blaming himself for what had happened, but it was really Billy who had brought about the devastating series of events that had ruined the great life his family once had. Sure, they had rebounded well, and thanks to what had happened, he and Molly were born again, but Rose did not fully recover from the accident and might never again be the Rose he had married so long ago. Fearing the rage building up inside of him might cause him to do something to Billy he would regret later, Eli stood up quickly and rapidly made his way outside. The others were standing in a small group outside of the barn, now accompanied by John, who had arrived while Billy was talking to Eli. They all turned to greet Eli as he walked outside. "Eli!" Doc greeted him as Eli made his way toward them. "Is everything okay?" Eli didn't say anything, but kept his head down, turning west before reaching his companions, heading for the wooded area that separated the Casola homestead from the Fremont homestead. As Doc headed for the barn to check up on Billy, followed by John and Katie, Molly watched as her father turned his brisk walk into a run, soon disappearing into the woods. Soon after he disappeared into the wooded area, Molly heard a loud, agonizing cry come bursting forth from the woods her father had disappeared into. Then another cry erupted, carried to Molly's ears by the wind that was now beginning to blow eastward. Tears began forming in Molly's eyes as she sank to her knees next to the Berkemeyer carriage. "Dear God," she prayed, sobs beginning to protrude from her tender soul, her heart breaking at the thought of the agony that had come upon her father. "I don't know what to pray right now, because I don't know what Dad is feeling right now. But Lord, you know everything, and I ask that you comfort him in this dark hour when he needs you the most." Molly laid her head against the side of the carriage, tears streaming down her face as she prayed for her father. Chapter 8. Unable to Help. While Eli wept in agony, surrounded by the large oak trees that lay between the Casola and Fremont homestead, Molly fervently interceded for him, while the remaining 3 members of the task force carted Billy out of the barn, heading for the house. Molly quickly wiped her eyes as they exited the barn, and steeling herself against the sobs that wanted to keep coming, she found herself following John as he effortlessly pushed the wheelbarrow. As she walked beside Katie toward the house, Katie grasped her hand gently, giving it a slight squeeze, not knowing what to say, thinking it might be better not to say anything at a time like this. The Berkemeyer family had been through a lot the past couple years, and although things had gotten much better, there were some old wounds that were still healing. But as they approached the house, Molly's attention redirected her toward the upcoming experience they were soon to encounter. As she picked up her gaze and looked at the house, she strained to peer into the windows to see what exactly it was that they were about to encounter. But much of the house was covered in vines, thanks to the many years of neglect, and although parts of the windows did show, they were too dirty to see much of anything through them. Having reached the door ahead of them, Doc knocked on it softly, tossing a look back at the group as he waited for a reply. Not getting a response, he knocked again, albeit a little louder this time. Once again, there was no response. But when Doc knocked the 3rd time, he had barely finished knocking when a loud scream erupted from the house. Then the door swung open to reveal a young boy who looked at them with dark black eyes, ominously protruding from his thin, pale face. "What do you want?" he replied with a dark scowl on his young face. He was a frightful sight to behold, his long black hair waving back and forth as it stretched out in every direction. His teeth were yellow, and his clothes torn and dirty. He had a strange accent, and it was difficult to understand what he was saying. "Young man," Doc replied courteously, trying to keep his composure, not sure what to expect as they proceeded. But Billy cut him off as Doc paused. Jack! It's your poor father! I'm dying, Jack! Let these kind folks in! They're aiming to help us!" Billy's weak voice barely made it to his young son's ears before another cough racked his weakening body. "Mama! Mama!" the young boy screamed out. "Strangers at the door! Strangers at the door!" As he screamed out one last time, he slammed the door shut, nearly catching Doc in the face, as Doc stepped toward him to push his way into Billy's home. Before he could reopen the door, they heard the lock click, and silence ensued. Not deterred by the unfriendly greeting, Doc knocked once again, but Billy shook his head sadly, his eyes filling with despair. While his enemies tried to do the decent thing and help him get situated so they could leave him behind, his own family didn't want anything to do with him. This is where his wicked ways had finally gotten him. "Just put me in the barn and let me die," Billy finally said as the group waited for a response. "I'm a no-account two-time loser who deserves to die alone. I lived a wicked life, and this is what I deserve. Just let me be." Just then another cough racked his body, and his face turned deathly white as he seemed to fade into an unconscious state of mind. By this time, John, who had stood there silently watching everything unfold, decided he had enough. Angrily walking up to the door, motioning Doc to the side, John raised his fist and pounded on the door. "Delilah! Delilah! Open the door and help us with your husband, or I'm going to break in this door." Molly had never seen John raise his voice or show his anger like this, and her eyes opened wide as she watched. She felt her admiration of John deepen, although she was a little afraid of what he might do in his anger. Something deep inside him seemed to have been triggered, and given his physical strength, he could wreak damage in a short amount of time, should he be inclined to do so. Suddenly the door swung open to reveal Billy's wife. Molly gasped as she beheld the woman in front of her. She was dressed in a deathly black gown, a large black hood covering her head, casting a shadow over her face, vividly portraying her darkest features, her ominous black eyes that seemed to pierce whomever she looked at. Even John took a step back as the demonic presence unfolded before them. "What do you want? What do you want?" she screamed as everyone shrank back in horror, feeling the demonic darkness envelop them. Doc could be heard quietly praying as everyone stared at her in shock, overwhelmed by what they were seeing. "Honey, these folks are here to help. Please let them in," Billy urgently pleaded with his wife with his feeble voice. "Bah! Bah!" Billy's wife shrieked with laughter as she looked at Billy. "Soon number Billy! Soon number Billy!" Looking at John, she began screaming hysterically in a language no one could understand, and John took a few more steps back as she began waving a stick at him that had all kinds of symbols on it. After speaking gibberish for a minute, with Doc praying against the demonic forces that swirled around them, Billy's wife finally screamed, "Take him to the barn! Take him to the barn! That's where he belongs! That's where he belongs!" With that, she swung the door shut, and they once again heard the lock click. No one said anything for a minute as they all stared at the house. The darkness around them seemed to subside, and Doc was the first one to break the great silence that had overcome them. "Billy, you're coming with us. Come on, John. Let's get him loaded up onto the carriage." With that, Doc wheeled around and headed for the Birkemeyer carriage. John complied, and soon they had Billy situated in the back of the carriage, ready for the ride to the Wilson homestead. It wasn't long after that Eli could be seen walking out of the woods he had entered into previously, and as he walked up to the carriage, Molly could see a look of peace and calm on his face. A deep sigh of relief escaped her lips, catching Doc's attention. Doc smiled at her as he laid his hand on her shoulder. "The Spirit of Christ has prevailed in your father," he said quietly, his eyes growing moist as he basked in the thought of the glory of God. Eli didn't say anything as he hopped into the driver's seat of the carriage, and only nodded his head when Doc informed him what had happened and that they were going to take Billy with them. After Doc filled him in with the current situation, Eli looked at Molly and Katie and smiled before saying, "Have a great time camping, and be careful out there tonight. There has been talk of a wolf pack ranging these parts recently. I got word last night that they have been looting some of the farms this past week. Sounds like they aren't afraid of people as much as they should be. Tell Thad to post guards throughout the night should they come across your camp." Not waiting for a reply, Eli made a clicking sound with his mouth as he slapped the reins on Second Chance's back. "Giddy up," he said, his voice rippling through the wind, startling Second Chance into a half gallop before he broke into a trot as they headed out of the lane. By this time, the wind had died down, and it looked like the storm that was developing overhead earlier that morning wasn't going to rain upon them after all, and that had been the story for most of the year. It had been a devastatingly dry summer all year, causing massive crop failure around this part of the country. Eli worked all summer trying to make at least one crop survive, but had failed like all the farmers around him. Needing to feed his growing herd of beef cows, this necessitated the need to transport feed from the east, and with the year coming to a close, all of the extra resources they had were used up to accumulate enough feed until next year's harvest. Doc and the Birkemeyer family were going to be okay as long as the next year's harvest followed the usual course of success, but with all of their resources used up, there wasn't going to be much to spare should anyone need their assistance. And as Doc and Eli traveled east toward the Wilson homestead, the conversation veered into the discussion of how they could best help Billy. Billy came to me earlier this year, Doc said, as Eli turned Second Chance left to take them north toward the bridge at Black Creek Corner. He said he had been coughing a lot more recently, and this year especially. Eli, Billy has lung disease, and from what I can tell, it's pretty advanced. He'll be lucky to survive the year if he doesn't get the proper help, and even if he gets the best medical treatment, his chances of survival are slim. What kind of medical treatment could help him? Eli inquired, keeping his gaze on Second Chance as he guided him along the rough, dry road that was filled with potholes thanks to the dry weather that year that had caused pockets to develop along the way. There's a doctor in the East who has been experimenting with lung surgery, cutting away enough of the disease in the lungs to stop it and allow the lungs to heal. If the disease can be stopped in time, there is a possibility the lungs can heal, but it's an expensive surgery, and the doctor isn't too keen on operating on patients with a low survival rate. The way he sees it, with so many patients waiting for him to operate on them, he needs to operate on those most likely to survive. Eli continued staring straight ahead as Doc spoke, contemplating his next words. How much does it cost? He finally inquired, not knowing what to expect. He imagined it cost a fortune, but he wasn't prepared for the answer Doc gave him. $1,000, Doc replied, in cash, and that's non-negotiable. Eli whistled in astonishment. $1,000? Who has that kind of money, even in a good year? It seems people can find ways to raise that kind of money when they are facing the threat of dying, Doc replied. That's why Billy was racing Maverick so much. He was trying to raise enough money to go have the surgery, but it seems he was just spinning his wheels, trying to keep himself afloat. I heard he was also gambling, trying to take his winnings from horse racing and multiplying it to reach the $1,000 threshold sooner. But word has it, he had a bad year for that too, and lost everything in poker that he won in horse racing. Doc paused, and the two men rode on in silence, each one lost in his own thoughts. After crossing Black Creek Corner, heading toward Madsen and then toward the Wilson homestead, Eli shook his head. Doc, we are Billy's last hope in this world, but we can't raise that kind of money. We used up everything we had to survive until next year, and none of the beef cows are ready for market. After pausing a few more seconds, Eli continued, we could try to take an offering at church on Sunday, but most folks are in the same situation we are, and I'm guessing the offering plate would come up pretty empty. Folks around these parts just don't have cash right now, and nobody is going to be willing to sacrifice their reserves, considering they need to make it through winter, not to mention, there is no guarantee next year it will be a prosperous year. The last time we had a dry spell in this part of the country, it lasted for 3 years, and most folks remember that. Doc nodded his head in agreement, and the two men rode on in silence, neither of them speaking until they reached the Wilson homestead. While Doc went inside to bring out the transport cart with which to take Billy into the cabin that also served as the hospital, Eli sat deep in thought, wondering what he should do. He was still having a hard time forgiving Billy for what he had done to him and his family 5 years ago, but he had also found peace in the woods back at the Casola homestead. Eli knew that no one deserved the grace of God, and least of all himself, but it was still hard to overcome his anger that had consumed him when Billy told him what he did. As he wrestled with his anger, God brought to his remembrance everything he had done in Eli's life, and how he had brought a sense of love and security into his life and the life of his family, despite everything that had occurred. It was with these thoughts in his mind that Eli decided to do what he could to love Billy the way God had loved him, even when he was rebelliously following his own counsel, rather than following Jesus wherever he led him. It wasn't easy to come to that conclusion to love Billy, but once Eli did, he decided to help him as much as he could, come what may. As Eli thought back to the hour he spent in the woods at the Casola homestead, his mind traveled back a few days further regarding a proposition someone had laid forth before him, a proposition that had no appeal at the time, but a proposition that just might be the key to raising the money to give Billy a second chance at life. Eli smiled at the thought of second chances. He looked up and gazed at his horse, Second Chance. That is why he had named him Second Chance, to remind himself that God is constantly giving people second chances. Maybe, just maybe, as perplexing as everything seemed, God was using Eli to give Billy a second chance, but that meant doing something that Eli knew could cost himself in the end. But it wasn't about Eli anymore. It was about Billy, and right now, Billy needed his help. Chapter 9. Charity, Horse Racing, and Tall Tales. After watching Doc and her father disappear from view as they headed home, Molly turned to Katie and John, and together the three of them walked back to the Hutchinson homestead. The two girls took the lead, John following with Winthrop in tow. Not much was said as they walked, each one lost in their own thoughts. Katie was the first one to break the silence. "That was pretty crazy back there," she mused, as if speaking more to herself than to the other two. After another minute of silence, she added, "Poor Billy. I never really liked him much, being more afraid of him than anything, but I couldn't help but feel sorry for him today." "That really was a strange turn of events, wasn't it?" Molly responded, turning to look at Katie as she spoke. "That just wasn't the Billy we know. For once he wasn't hurting someone. Guess he can't anymore, being ill and all." As an afterthought, she added, "I wonder what will happen to his family without Billy around to provide for them. I can't imagine them being able to feed themselves. I wonder if those children have ever been outside of their house, let alone off of the property." "Hey, girls!" John interrupted, as Molly and Katie chatted. The girls slowed down and let John catch up with them. Soon they were walking next to him, one on each side, and John told them what was on his mind. "Last night, Billy told me that his family has nothing to eat, and he asked me to help. I think we should gather some food when we get back to the house and take it over to them. They might not answer the door when we do, but we could set it at their doorstep. If they get hungry enough, they'll take it and eat it. It's the least we can do to try to help." By this time they had reached the barn on the Hutchinson property, and the girls quickly agreed, turning toward the house as John led Winthrop into the barn. Soon the girls had a nice basket filled with all kinds of meats, cheeses, fruits, and vegetables, and greeted John on their way out as he entered into the house. "Well," he said, a broad smile covering his face, "you two sure don't waste much time helping someone when you decide to. I'm proud of the godly young women you two are becoming. Do you need me to tag along, or do you feel comfortable going it alone?" "I think we should be okay," Katie replied. "We're just going to set the food by the door and knock to let them know someone is at the door. We talked about it, and neither of us thinks anyone will answer the door, considering what happened earlier." After a slight pause, she continued, "We were just talking and kind of wondered if maybe Billy's wife and their children are just as afraid of us as we are of them. After all, it seems they haven't had much, if any, contact with the world around them." John laughed. "Wouldn't that be something? Them more afraid of us than we are of them?" Thinking about it for a second, he added, "You know, that thought hadn't crossed my mind before, but you just might be onto something. At least when it comes to their children, they probably have no idea what people are like except for their parents, and their parents aren't exactly a fair representation of the broader population at large. Now Billy's wife—" John's voice trailed off as he contemplated whether Billy's wife was afraid of them, or if she was just so consumed by her interaction with evil spirits that it caused her to act the way she did. But he didn't contemplate long, quickly concluding, "Hey, you need to get going. As soon as you get the food delivered, you need to be getting along to Bald Eagle Lake to spend the night with your friends." Molly and Katie smiled at John as they complied, soon chatting and giggling as they walked out of the Hutchinson lane. John watched as they walked away, feeling a spirit of joy radiate through his soul. Katie had turned out to be a wonderful daughter, and Molly, well, Katie couldn't have a better, godlier companion than Molly. Breathing a prayer of thankfulness to God, he continued on into the house to carry on with his daily duties. Soon the two girls reached the walkway that led up to the Casola house, and they could be heard praying softly as they approached the foreboding door before them. They half hoped no one would answer the door, and after knocking one time with no response, they sighed with relief as they set down the basket of food and headed back toward the Hutchinson homestead. It was nearing noontime when the girls got back to the Hutchinson farmhouse, and they didn't waste any time getting ready to head northwest toward Bald Eagle Lake. Too excited to eat at the moment, they added a few homemade donuts and a few extra bananas to eat along the way, should they be inclined to do so. To the girls' surprise, John had their horses ready and waiting for them, all tacked up for the ride ahead. "Thanks, Dad," Katie said as she gave John a hug, before putting her foot in the stirrup and placing herself astride Miss Manners with ease. Miss Manners was an older horse John had purchased 2 years earlier off the racetrack. She was well-mannered, hence her name, and an excellent horse for Katie. Katie was extremely fond of her, and took great care of her over the past 2 years, giving her the retirement she deserved after many long years of racing as a professional racehorse. Moreover, Katie liked to race whenever she had the chance, and Miss Manners was still a fast horse despite getting up in age. She had won a few races in her lifetime as a professional racehorse, and then a few more with Katie as her rider, and today Miss Manners was feeling the urge to run, and as the girls headed west before turning north toward Bald Eagle Lake, Katie looked at Molly with a mischievous smile on her face. See you at the lake, Slowpoke!" Katie shouted, after they had disappeared from view of the Hutchinson homestead, laughing as she nudged Miss Manners into a gallop, her green eyes sparkling with delight at the thought of beating Molly in horse racing. "Who are you calling Slowpoke?" Molly shouted back, giving Miss Lightning rein, quickly pulling up beside Katie and Miss Manners. Miss Manners was fast, but she was no match for Miss Lightning, and Molly had a nice lead on her by the time they reached the lake. Several of the other youth were already there, and they cheered as the girls came flying into camp astride their two horses. Jumping off their horses, the girls quickly pulled off the riding gear and led them toward the corral that stretched along the west side of Bald Eagle Lake. Bald Eagle Lake was a favorite camping spot for the community, and as a result, the community had come together and constructed the corral to accommodate the traffic. "Hi, Thad," Molly said cheerfully as they passed by a young man on their way to the corral. He was heading toward the camp area, where the others were already setting up. "What's up, Molly?" Thad replied, a large grin covering his thin, bony face. Thad was one of the older boys, and known for being a real woodsman, spending much of his time hunting and fishing, and occasionally going on long trips, bringing back all kinds of furs. It was this Thad that Eli referenced when he told Molly to tell Thad to set up a night watch to safeguard against the pack of wolves that was recently patrolling the area. "Dad said to set up a night watch tonight. He said that there has been a wolf pack ranging throughout the area, and it sounds like they aren't afraid of people." Molly liked Thad, looking up to him as an older brother, and gave him a cheery smile as she passed by. "Okay, Molly," Thad replied. After the girls turned their two horses loose into the corral, they hurried to the camp area and soon were hard at work setting up their tent they were going to share, as well as helping set up for the early evening meal. More youth continued to arrive, and soon a group of 14 young people, ranging from ages 15 to 20, had arrived, their loud, joyous sounds rippling through the cool autumn breeze. The storm that looked to pounce upon them earlier that day had completely vanished by the time the sun began setting, and the youth stared at the beautiful sunset that capped off another adventurous day. There was seldom a day in the lives of these youth that didn't have some adventure in it, and as the darkness began enclosing upon them, resulting in the temperature dropping rapidly, the boys continued to work on the fire until it was blazing hot. Then the storytelling began, and before long, Molly and Katie, along with the other girls, snuggled together as the stories grew wilder and less believable by the minute. But the boys were excellent storytellers, and the girls' eyes grew big as they expounded upon their tales, each boy trying to outdo the others as they took turns talking. Thad had been quiet through most of it as he watched the group, smiling occasionally when the rest of the group burst out into laughter. He was typically quiet during times like these, finding more enjoyment in listening than talking, but having experienced some pretty wild events in his life, thanks to his woodsman ways and his journeys around the country, it was a matter of time before the others would begin hounding him to tell them about his adventures. And sure enough, after the other boys had exhausted their tall tales and everyone grew silent for a spell, Molly broke the silence as she looked at Thad. "Hey, Thad," she begged, looking over at the quiet, awkward boy who always seemed to live a larger-than-life life. "Please tell us some of your stories. They're always so interesting. Although, they are pretty scary sometimes." "Yes, please do," the others chimed in, and before long, after thinking for a bit, Thad began to talk. "I had a pretty crazy experience a couple weeks ago. I went exploring, and one night when I was sleeping, I woke up to find a snake perched on top of me, looking me right in the eyes when I opened them. I had seen this kind of snake before and was sure my time had come. It was a black diamond rattlesnake." An audible gasp interrupted Thad before he could continue, and a few of the girls screamed, pulling their feet into their chairs, lest there should be a snake crawling around below them. "That's one of the worst snakes there is, Thad!" Freeman shouted amidst the gasps and screams that permeated the peaceful quietness of the countryside around them. "I know," Thad replied, his voice rising with excitement as he continued on with his story. "And I was sure I was a goner. If you get bit by one of those, even if you try to suck out or cut out the venom, your chances of survival are slim. I had forgotten to take some ammonia with me and was way out in the middle of nowhere, days away from any town. Molly gasped, watching Thad intently, interjecting with a question. What did you do, Thad? She asked, her brown eyes bright with curiosity, sparkling against the backdrop of the fire, her brown hair moving slightly in the cold breeze that was now beginning to pick up. Well, what could I do? Thad replied, his face growing serious. One move, and that thing would have bit me faster than I could have said molasses. Those things can move with lightning speed. I had one other encounter with one of those snakes, me and a fellow trapper I had joined up with a couple years ago, and it moved in on us so fast we couldn't get out of the way in time. It ended up getting my fellow trapper in the leg, but we were able to kill it before it got to me. What happened to the guy who got bit? Katie chimed in, her green eyes ablaze with excitement as the story unfolded. We cut out as much of the venom as we could, and then applied ammonia to the wound. When we got back to town later that day, he went to see a doctor. He survived without a problem, but I was in a much different situation this last time around. If I would have moved an inch, I would not be here telling you about this story. So what did you do? Another one of the boys asked impatiently. Thad smiled. I didn't do anything. I just laid there until it crawled off of me and disappeared into the forest where it came from. How long did you have to wait for it to leave? Molly quipped curiously. Something like 4 hours, Thad replied, and let me tell you, that was the longest 4 hours of my life. It just sat there and stared at me, and I was sure it was going to strike at any moment, and then, to make matters worse, a fly landed on my nose, making my nose itch something awful. It was all I could do not to move, but finally the fly went away, and so did the snake, and here I am today, by the grace of God, able to talk about it. Everyone grew silent, thankful God had spared Thad's life. They weren't all Christians who were there, although most of them attended the small country church that Katie and Molly were a part of. But they were all grateful to have Thad still among them, and as the time passed before them, they began turning in for the night, with Thad taking the first watch. Little did they know, they were about to have a hair-raising experience of their own. Chapter 10, A Night to Remember. It was shortly after midnight when the last person crawled inside his sleeping bag or tent, not counting Thad, who decided to keep first watch. It was decided among the 6 boys they would take turns keeping watch, starting their turn at the top of each hour. Thad had the first watch and stared into the fire as he listened to a coyote howl in the distance. It was nice in this part of the country, especially this time of the year when the leaves were their prettiest colors, delighting their audience with their beautiful bright colors, swirling around their heads as they plummeted to the earth. But what most folks enjoyed about this part of the country was its solitude from the big cities that were developing all across America. Many of these folks were first-generation families from back east, and after having escaped the grime and crime of the city, they considered this area paradise. Another coyote howled in the distance, and Thad shivered slightly, unable to keep himself from doing so. It wasn't that he was afraid, nor that he wasn't used to coyotes howling in the distance. It was more that the coyote howl, coupled with the wind that was now blowing from the north significantly more, caused his body to tremor involuntarily. The fire was now a hot red glow of coals, and starting to feel the nippy cold air pierce its way through his jacket, Thad decided to add a little more wood to the fire. They had plenty of wood, and the extra heat would feel good as he sat there. Getting up from his chair, Thad walked over to the pile of wood and grabbed a few pieces. Just as he straightened up after scooping up the firewood with his hands, he thought he saw a shadow flicker in the woods on the other side of the woodpile. But after scanning the area for a minute, he was satisfied that it was just his imagination playing tricks on his eyes. Thad proceeded with his plans to build up the fire, and by the time he had a nice flame stretching up into the sky, darting every which way from the gusty wind of the night, it was time to wake up the next boy to keep watch. Feeling drowsiness begin to develop in his spirit, Thad was none too glad to crawl into his sleeping bag feet first and pull it up over his head. The second boy took his place next to the fire, scanning the area sleepily, yawning as he watched Thad turn in. His name was George, a husky boy from up Jackson way, who had just recently moved into the area with his family. They had come from Chicago, and it took a little for George to become acclimated to living in the country. But George took to country living like a lizard takes to warm weather, and before long, he was hunting and fishing with the best of them. By the time the clock struck 2, the wind was blowing as hard as it had all day, and as George gratefully went back to sleep, the third boy snuggled in his sleeping bag as he sat in his chair, feeling the cold bite in the air that was becoming more vigorous by the hour. His name was Theodore, named after President Theodore Roosevelt, being of distant relation to him, but everyone called him Teddy. Not daring to put more wood on the fire, lest the wind should carry the flame into the nearby thicket, setting it ablaze, Teddy snuggled as deeply as he could into his sleeping bag, keeping only his head outside, staring dreamily into the fire. He was a short, thin boy, a scholar more than a woodsman, and oftentimes you would find him staring into space, with a faraway look in his eyes, thinking about some story that was beginning to develop in his young, brilliant mind. They say that the most difficult time of the day to stay awake is at night between the hours of 2 to 4 o'clock a.m., and it must be true because 30 minutes had barely passed before Teddy began to drop his head as he nodded off to sleep, occasionally jerking his head up as he awoke. But then, after a few minutes, he would doze off again. This happened a few times before his watch was up, and by the time it was 3 o'clock, he was fast asleep, along with the rest of the campers. The night was now pitch black dark, the moon no longer visible as dark, ominous clouds moved in, hiding the little bit of light the moon had given the campers. A coyote howled in the distance, barely audible above the noisy wind of the night, but none of the campers stirred. Then a mountain lion scream could be heard rippling across the midwestern land, but not even that caused any one of the campers to stir with fright or curiosity. They were all out cold, with predators lurking all around them. And it would have been okay on this particular night had it not been for the pack of wolves that had recently moved into the area. Most of the wild critters in this area were content to stay away from the humans who had invaded their territory. In fact, most of them preferred it. Unfortunately, there was one group of animals that wasn't as inclined to do so as their fellow predators, and it was these predators that found the campers fast asleep, making themselves easy targets. And then, there they were, their eyes illuminated by the little bit of light provided by the dying fire, peering at the camper in the chair. Their green eyes glistened with hunger, their protruding ribs showing evidence that they weren't accustomed to eating well the past couple months. Many of the wild critters in this part of the country had moved on to greener pastures, thanks to the drought that had dried up the vegetation, and those that had remained were tough on predators, able to survive their attacks. There was a total of 7 wolves. They were of a brownish color, although several of them were more of a shade of gray than brown. They all looked hungry and equally mean. They were also bigger than most of the wolves that lived in this part of the country, and looked like they could put up a decent fight should they be inclined to do so. At first it seemed like they were just going to prowl around the camp, unwilling to get too close to the campfire, despite its lack of zest thanks to the lack of wood remaining in the fire. But then one of them, the one with the large scar running across the right side of his face, which was located beneath its right eye, decided to venture further into the middle of the camp. The eye didn't look right, and appeared to have been damaged in a past fight, revealing a look that should have terrified any of its prey or opponents. A permanent snarl was etched across its face, and the others seemed to give it a wide swath as they watched to see what it would do. The frightful beast was about 5 feet away from Teddy when it spotted the leftover food from the night before, and changing direction, it could soon be seen picking at the leftovers while the others moved in to join it, and had they behaved amongst themselves, they could have pulled off a dine and dash without being discovered before it was too late, but as it were, they weren't content sharing the food they had found, and in the blink of an eye, the wolf with the ugly scar running across its face lashed out and aggressively nipped one of its companions, setting off a series of growls and snarls that brought the entire camp to attention. Teddy was the first one to snap out of his sleep, being that he was on guard duty and in a position to easily see what was happening. Without thinking, he let out a blood-curdling scream that floated over the swirling winds, waking up the remaining campers who were fast asleep in their temporary quarters. Molly awoke with a start, trying to comprehend what was happening, but without warning, another yell from Teddy permeated the dark night, followed by a howl from one of the wolves. Several of the girls screamed in terror, and shouts could be heard coming from some of the boys. Not sure what to do, Molly slowly pulled herself from her sleeping bag and rose to her knees, her face pointed toward the front of the tent, ready for action, whatever might be required. Katie crawled up next to Molly. "Molly," she whispered quietly, seemingly afraid of being heard. "What's happening?" "I don't know," Molly whispered back, straining with her ears to see if she could hear anything to fill her in on the events that were occurring outside of the tent. Terror filled her soul as growls from the wolves reached her ears. Not able to stand it any longer, she unbuttoned the bottom of the tent flap and slowly raised up the bottom left-hand corner of the tent, peering through the small opening. Molly gasped. The wolves had surrounded Teddy as he crouched up on his chair, his legs tucked beneath him, his face pale and his eyes filled with frightful terror. Several of the other boys were out of their sleeping bags, slowly preparing to attack the wolves that were threatening their companion. Seeing the boys preparing for action, the wolves decided against their attack and, turning tail, fled into the nearby woods. Molly sighed with relief as she exited the tent and joined the rest of the youth as they joyfully celebrated Teddy's narrow escape of death. After celebrating their victory for a few minutes, the youth returned to their sleeping quarters, happy to escape the cold air that quickly chilled them to the bone. The next boy took his post in a chair next to the fire, and before long, despite the excitement that had awoken them, most of the youth were once again fast asleep. But not Molly. The excitement was a bit too much for her, and as she lay wrapped up in her sleeping bag, the thought crossed her mind that the wolves might try attacking one of the horses. And try as she might, she couldn't get the thought out of her head. Finally, she crawled out of her sleeping bag once again, and opening the tent flap, exited the tent. "Hey, Tommy," she said quietly as she saddled up next to him, sitting in a chair to his right. "I'm worried about Miss Lightning. Those wolves looked awful mean and hungry, and I couldn't bear to see something happen to her, or any of the other horses for that matter." Tommy thought for a second, pondering what Molly said. Nodding his head in agreement, he got up and walked over to the sleeping bag that encased Thad. "Thad," he whispered quietly, putting his hand on the sleeping bag, shaking Thad awake. Thad stuck his head out of the sleeping bag. "What's wrong?" he asked groggily, rubbing his eyes, not too happy to be disturbed for the second time in the last hour. "Thad, Molly thinks we should make sure the wolves don't get to the horses. I think she's right. Those wolves look pretty aggressive. I've never seen them that comfortable around people before." Thad grunted. Finally, he got up out of his sleeping bag and then reached over and shook George awake. Soon George was awake, and Molly followed the two of them as they headed toward the corral that stabled the horses. Tommy stayed behind to continue keeping watch on the camp. The corral was barely in sight when suddenly a loud scream permeated the dark, ominous night. Molly screamed involuntarily, stopping dead in her tracks, goosebumps forming on her arms. Thad and George followed suit momentarily before lunging into a run. Both boys had their rifles with them and instinctively lowered them off their shoulders to their sides, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Not wanting to be left behind, Molly dashed after them, catching up with them as they halted in their tracks, peering into the darkness ahead of them. They could see the outline of a group of horses off to their right, milling around, snorting and blowing. Molly strained to pick out Miss Lightning in the group when she noticed a sole horse off to the left, all alone. Wait! She wasn't alone. She was surrounded by the pack of wolves. "Dad!" Molly screamed as she stared at the unfolding horror happening before her eyes. Thad paused for a second before lunging into a run, George hard on his heels. They halted as they reached the fence of the corral, pulling up their rifles, resting them on the wooden bars. As they lowered their rifles onto the wooden bar in front of them, Molly's eyes grew large with fear as she watched one of the wolves leap for Miss Lightning. Miss Lightning kicked out at the wolf as it came barreling in toward her, catching it squarely in the head. But as she launched the first wolf in the opposite direction, another wolf came lunging in at her, and then another one. George fired first, catching the first wolf in mid-leap, the bullet slamming into it, sending it rolling to the right side of Miss Lightning. Then Thad's rifle barked, slamming the second wolf into the dirt, and just like that, 3 of the wolves were dead. As the boys found their marks, Miss Lightning reared up on her hind legs, uttering a shrill scream, pawing at the air. The rest of the wolves shrank back, hesitating for a moment before turning around and hightailing it out of sight. Throwing caution to the wind, Molly leaped over the fence and dashed toward Miss Lightning. Miss Lightning dropped to all fours, snorting and blowing in the direction that the wolves had gone, as Molly ran up to her side. She was trembling from the encounter, and Molly reached out and rubbed her gently on the neck. "It's okay, Miss Lightning," she said quietly as she pulled her close, and just like that, the ordeal was over. But for the young people at Bald Eagle Lake, so was all desire for sleep. As the sun began to rise in the east, revealing an exhausted group of travelers It portrayed them making breakfast over the fire as they reminisced the wild night they had just experienced. Chapter 11. The Proposition. After helping Doc transport Billy into the cabin and transferring him onto a hospital bed in one of the rooms, Eli left and headed for the Birkemeyer cabin. After moving in with Doc several years earlier, following the triumphant tragedy of Molly, Eli had constructed a well-built, cozy cabin for his family. Upon his arrival on this particular day, he was greeted by his two sons as they came running out of the house. They loved spending time with their father, and not knowing what had caused him to rush off earlier that morning with ne'er a word why, they began peppering him with questions. Eli smiled at their enthusiasm, filling them in on the events of the morning, albeit withholding some of the more personal details. Rose was in the kitchen when Eli stepped in through the front door, and she turned to look at him when he entered, giving him a faint smile, not saying a word. Rose was awful quiet these days, barely talking to the family, a sad, distant look harbored in her eyes. She kept mostly to herself, cooking and cleaning, and doing all kinds of things around the house. Thanks to her, the family never went without a delicious meal, and the house always seemed to be spotless. But Eli missed the old Rose. Not that she wasn't tidy and hardworking before the accident, but she was much different back then. Back then she was cheerful and happy, and always joining in on the conversations that carried on around her, but not anymore. It was as if she was a completely different person. Doc said the injury she suffered to her head is what had caused her to change. They were all thankful she snapped out of the coma the accident had put her in, and that she was finally no longer a slave to the ether and laudanum that she had become a captive of following the accident, but they all wished they could have the old Rose back. And they never gave up hoping and praying that God would eventually restore her to her former self. But until then, Eli resolved to love her to the best of his ability. "Good morning, Rose," he greeted her cheerily, a big smile flashing across his muscular, handsome face. Rose smiled again, but didn't say anything, vigorously scrubbing the pot she was holding in her hands, before rinsing it in the cloudy water set before her and wiping it off with a rag. Suddenly, out from nowhere, nearly catching Eli off guard, Rose asked, "Where did you rush off to this morning in such a hurry? I was a little bit worried." Eli paused for a moment, struck speechless that Rose had inquired in this manner. She never really seemed concerned about anything, just nodding and smiling along whenever someone spoke to her. It was even difficult to get her to answer a simple question. "I took Doc over to the Consolo homestead to help Billy," Eli said as he pulled out a chair from the kitchen table, sitting down with the look of surprise still on his face, but sensing an opportunity to converse with his wife, he continued. "John came over this morning in an awful hurry, telling us that Billy was dying and needed Doc badly. I rushed Doc over, and Billy's doing fine now, although he needs a lot of rest. Although..." Eli paused for a second before continuing. "Billy's dying, Rose. Doc thinks he won't make it through the winter if he doesn't get medical help from back east." Eli paused again as he looked at Rose. Rose was wiping off the counter, seemingly not listening to what Eli was saying, but then Eli saw a streak of interest flash across her face for a brief moment, and encouraged by the change of disposition on her face, he continued speaking. "Rose, Billy needs medical attention something bad, but he can't afford it. No one in these parts could afford it right now, not with the year we have had. Probably not if we even banded together and scraped together what we had. Folks around here just don't have the money lying around, and even if they do, they're going to hang on to it to make sure their families survive any more bad times that might be headed our way." Rose turned around and, proceeding to the table, sat down in front of Eli. To Eli's intense surprise and great delight, she continued the conversation, albeit with a question. "How much does it cost, Eli?" she inquired quietly, folding her delicate hands on her lap on top of the white apron that covered her dark blue cotton dress. Eli was stunned. Rose hadn't engaged him like this in a long time, and her eyes, he saw interest flicker in her eyes, but not wanting to ruin the moment, Eli replied, $1,000. Eli did not know what response to expect from her, and was taken aback by the calm, steady look in her eyes as she inquired knowingly, "We don't have that kind of money, do we? Not even if we sold some of the cows?" Eli thought about her question for a minute, finding himself caught up into the intrigue of the moment. This Rose was different from the Rose that had inhabited the cabin with her family the past couple of years. She was taking interest in something, for some reason unbeknownst to Eli. But he was delighted by her participation, although he wasn't exactly sure how to answer her last question. She seemed to imply they should sell their cattle to help Billy. But that would set them back years, not to mention they only had young livestock not ready for the slaughterhouse. He would have to sell them for pennies on the dollar, especially right now, considering there wasn't extra money to be had in these parts, not to mention that the price of feed had skyrocketed thanks to the lack of resources caused by the drought. It wouldn't do any good to try to sell our cattle, Eli finally replied after contemplating how to best answer Rose's question. Even if we could find a buyer in time, he would probably buy them for pennies on the dollar, with the stock being so young and the feed being so expensive. I guess we could sell the feed also at a discount and maybe put together. That would raise enough money. But Eli paused at the thought of giving up everything he had worked for the past couple years. After the accident at Black Creek Corner 5 years earlier, things had continued going downhill until life hit rock bottom when Molly nearly died at his own hands. But following that incident, Eli was born again, and after a few years of hard work, was once again in possession of a thriving homestead. Well, he wasn't exactly in possession of the homestead, since it belonged to Doc, but he had built it up into something lucrative. That is, until the drought hit them this year. Eli stroked his dark brown beard as he thought back to the previous years and the hard work he had put in to get the homestead where it was today. Following the incident with Molly, Eli found work at a local sawmill and put in long days, saving as much of the pay as possible to put toward a young herd of beef cows. Once he had the money he needed, he found a buyer with a good deal, and he was back in business. Eli hated the work at the sawmill and was overjoyed the day he was able to leave it behind to work full-time on the homestead. There were a few older beef cows in the herd, and Eli sold them off as he needed to provide for his family. Doc also chipped in, despite Eli's protests, and added some of his reserves to the family's meager income, and thus the Berkemeyer family fortune was on the rise, that is, until the drought this year depleted all of their reserves, including Doc's, to a bare minimum. Eli shook his head as he looked at Rose. Rose, I don't think we can help Billy. If we sell everything we have, we might not have enough to get through the winter, and there isn't much work at the sawmill these days either. It looks like Billy's fortune has run out, and there isn't a thing we can do about it. Rose reached out unexpectedly and grasped Eli's hand. Nothing? She inquired, her dark brown eyes staring at Eli with a look of sadness in them. Eli shook his head. I don't think so, Rose. Unless what? Rose asked eagerly, once again catching Eli off guard with her unusual and unexpected interest in the matter at hand. Eli sat for a moment looking out of the kitchen window, his mind momentarily distracted as he watched Bo and Ben climb their way up into the treehouse that perched high on the limbs of the great oak tree that adorned the yard. He wasn't sure if he should even consider talking about what was on his mind. He hadn't considered it even for a moment the past couple days, most likely due to the fact it wasn't in his means to consider it, and even if it was forbidden by the church. Eli had eventually regained his position in the ultra-conservative local church and didn't want to lose it. After racing Lightning in the race on Jensen's racetrack, the church had excommunicated him. Not that Eli cared at the time since he moved his family up to Willow County, although, if the church had taken a different route in addressing what Eli had done, he may never have walked so far away from it as he had. But as it were, some of the older men, against the protests of Doc and John Hutchinson, decided to use a heavy hand on Eli, seeing their opportunity to increase their power in the church. Thus, Eli moved his family to Willow County, and the church began fracturing severely because of the way the church leadership had handled everything. By the time Eli moved back to Madison County, the young preaching minister was ousted, Bishop Fry and Deacon Schwartz were excommunicated, and the church was back in the hands of godly men. The church moved into the direction of a congregational type of structure, and soon Eli was once again a leading voice in the church. And Eli didn't want to hurt his stature in the church. Even though the church was now in good hands, there were a few members still in the church that had supported Bishop Fry and Deacon Schwartz when they tried to take full control of the church, lured by the lust for power. And one of these members especially was very vocal on issues and was always striving to sow discord in the church. It seemed to Eli he was hungry for power and was using his voice in a negative way to disturb the current structure and take over when it collapsed. Eli was concerned that the church didn't do more to curb this member's lust for power. The leadership team was sound, but seemed to lack aggression when it might have served them well. If it were up to Eli, this particular member who was always stirring up trouble would have been excommunicated with Bishop Fry and Deacon Schwartz. But after seeing a heavy hand used against Eli and the results that followed, it seemed the new leadership team erred in the opposite direction. Either way, Eli didn't want to disturb the calm waters that were, at the moment, presiding within the church, and this meant that he didn't even consider the proposition that was presented to him just a few days earlier. But now, with Billy in desperate need of cash, his life on the line, was this proposition from God? Rose was watching Eli quietly when he finally snapped out of his deliberation and smiled slightly as she asked gently, "What is it, Eli?" Eli looked at Rose and, deciding to confide in her what he hadn't told another living soul, replied, "A horse race." "A horse race?" Rose interjected. "Yes, a horse race," Eli affirmed. "Do you remember the 2 horses from the horse race that won me Lightning before losing him to Billy on the Northeast Trail?" Rose thought for a moment before responding. "Vaguely. Why? What about them?" Eli saw a look of understanding flash into her sad but intelligent eyes and knew she was seeing what he was getting at. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I happened to bump into their 2 owners a couple days ago, and they told me they're having one final race on Jensen's racetrack before they retire their horses for good. They've been battling it out over the past couple years, and no other horse has yet to beat them except each other and Lightning." Eli paused again and then continued, "They hadn't expected to see me, but when they did, it occurred to them that maybe they could make it a 3-way race so they could prove that the win by Lightning the first time around was a fluke, and that he wasn't in the same league as these 2 horses. This race was to determine the ultimate winner." "What did you tell them?" Rose inquired. "I told them I don't engage in professional horse racing anymore and that I wasn't interested. They tried to continue the conversation, but I walked out and headed home. Didn't really think too much of it until earlier today when talking with Doc about how to help Billy. When I walked away with the 2 owners of Boxy Baby and Smooth as Silk watching me leave, I overheard what the prize money was. It was a whopping $1,500. This will be a huge race with the best horses of the country participating, and people from all over the country will be attending. This would more than cover Billy's medical expenses, not to mention the cost of traveling, as well as the room and board for Billy, while he recovered enough to travel back home. But Rose, those days are over for me." Chapter 12, A Delightful Day of Rest. Nothing of significance happened the rest of the day following Molly's encounter with the wolves and Eli's conversation with Rose, and as the day began coming to a close, the Birkemeyer family gathered together for the evening meal. It was customary for Doc to join them on Saturday nights, and soon the family could be seen gathered around the table with him, the children laughing as he engaged them with entertaining storytelling. The weather was nice on this particular night, with little wind, and a nice sunset to usher in the moon, but it was a little brisk outside, despite the lack of wind, and it felt good to be gathered together in the cabin, the warmth from the bright red crackling fire enveloping the merry folks. There would be many more such fires in the coming months, with winter closing in on them. The Birkemeyer family spent the rest of the evening talking and playing games with Doc, and soon it was time for Doc to go back home to his cabin and turn in for the night. Donning his winter jacket and waving the Birkemeyers goodbye, Doc opened the front door of the cabin and exited into the dark night that awaited him. Upon reaching his cabin, Doc gratefully stepped inside, slightly chilled by the cold air. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and there was a possibility they would have their first frost the following morning. If so, it would be right on time, considering that this was the time of year when it typically occurred. Doc found enjoyment in the winter months, albeit he was always glad when warmer weather headed their way after a long cold winter. This is what he enjoyed the most about this part of the country. You had 4 seasons in a year, unlike places like Florida, where it seemed you only had seasons of hot and hotter, although he did once travel there in the winter months and found the warm winter weather there rather enjoyable, but he couldn't imagine living in the sweltering humidity of the summer months. Deciding to check up on Billy before he headed to bed, Doc knocked slightly before entering. He found Billy fast asleep, a rare peaceful look on his face. Not wanting to wake him, Doc stepped back out of the room, softly closing the door behind him, trying not to make any unnecessary noise that might disturb the poor man. He needed as much rest as possible. After reading for a few minutes in his Bible and praying for a few more, Doc ventured into his bedroom and gratefully crawled into his cold bed, ready for a sound night's sleep. He had a busy day, and not getting any younger, found days like these exhausting. His mind flickered over the idea that his time might be right around the corner, and smiled faintly at the thought of finally seeing his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, face to face for the first time. As the thought entered into his mind, Doc wondered what it would be like. He wondered what it would be like in the waning minutes of his life as he slowly departed from this world. He imagined he would die peacefully, for his trust was in Jesus Christ alone, and there was nothing he could think of that might prevent him from entering heaven. But even then, death would be the embarkation into an unknown life. It wasn't that he didn't believe in heaven and hell, and the new heaven and the new earth, but he realized he believed it by faith. He had never actually been to that place on the other side of the first life, and had never seen it, nor did he really have any evidence, except that of which he read in the Bible. He believed in the accuracy and inerrancy of the Bible, but once again, he believed it by faith, not having physically seen some of the things written therein. But in his mind, especially after seeing the change that occurred in Eli, not to mention his own conversion experience, and the changed life that had followed that, there was no doubt that the Bible was true, and that the God of the Bible existed. He had seen way too much evidence of the words of the Bible coming to life in the transformation of converted people to deny that the Word of God was living and active, used by the Spirit of God to bring real, visible change into people's lives. But as it were, as Doc's mind rested upon these thoughts, his eyelids closed and he fell fast asleep. Doc rested well that night, and as the sun began to rise in the east, revealing a great big orange ball of fire in the sky that was quickly melting the first frost of the year that did in fact occur that night, Doc once again stirred, finally opening his eyes to see the new day for the first time. Doc was typically an early riser, usually up before the sun made its appearance, but on this particular morning he found himself having overslept, opening his eyes to see the morning sunlight shining into his room through the small window of his bedroom. Doc quickly arose to his feet, and after donning his regular clothes, he rushed out into the short hallway and checked in on Billy to see how he was doing. Billy was doing better than expected, and greeted Doc with a bit of a smile, albeit with a struggle, since Billy didn't have much muscle memory when it came to smiling. But Doc hoped to change that with time, at least with the little time that was left, and greeted Billy cheerfully. "Good morning, Billy," Doc said with zest, his voice ringing through the hall, echoing out into the kitchen. "Doc," he rasped, his voice hoarse from all the coughing it had endured on the previous day, "I'm feeling a little better, although I feel awful weak." "Billy, we need to get some hot soup into you, all right?" Doc replied. "It will give you much needed energy. Just hang tight and I'll make some." "All right, Doc," Billy answered with a grateful tone in his voice. He wasn't the kind of man who was used to having others wait on him, and it felt kind of good, making him feel special and all. But the dark thought crossed his mind that he wasn't special, and that Doc was helping him because he pitied him. With that thought in mind, Billy's smile evaporated into a depressed expression. Doc put some more wood on the fire before putting on some soup for Billy, and before long, the soup was hot enough to eat. Placing it on a tray, along with a glass of honey and ginger mixed into warm water, Doc carefully carried it to Billy, who was still wide awake. After lifting up the head of the bed whereupon Billy lay, Doc placed the tray on his lap and let him be. Before long, it was time for Doc and the Birkemeyer family to begin the trek to church, which wasn't very far from Doc's place, just over near Madsen. Soon they were all loaded up into the family carriage, headed for church, Second Chance pulling them along. It was a brisk morning despite the presence of the sun, and the family snuggled together to keep warm as they traveled westward. Church went like it always did, and after fellowshipping with other members from church, the family headed back home. Beginning to feel the nagging appetite in their stomachs, the boys began to become a little rowdy, but one look from Eli had them sitting back in their seats in no time, acting like perfect gentlemen. Deciding to include Billy in their noontime meal, it was concluded they would eat in Doc's cabin, and in no time at all after having come home from church, the women folk were carting down the steaming luncheon dishes, while Eli helped Doc roll Billy's bed out into the kitchen, getting him situated at the table. The lunch conversation was a little awkward at first, with everyone at a loss of words thanks to Billy's presence. The boys went one step further to make Billy feel out of place by staring at him most noticeably, which ended rather quickly when Eli planted the heel of his foot on the tips of their shoes. But all it took was for Doc to say something extraordinarily funny, and soon the family was conversing with each other as if Billy wasn't even present. Billy didn't join in with the conversation, but the look on his face was wistful, no doubt wishing he could have known this kind of familiar camaraderie. This was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Then a strange thing occurred. Eli asked Billy if he wanted the last piece of pie, insisting he take it when Billy initially refused. Billy finally complied, never before having tasted such a grandeur of food as he had at the mercy of Rose's cooking. Smacking his lips with delight, bringing a quiet chuckle from Eli, Billy dove his fork into the cherry pie, soon having devoured the remaining piece in no time flat. After lunch, Eli conversed with Doc for an hour or so before heading back to the Birkemeyer cabin. The rest of the family was long gone by then, the women taking the dishes back up to the cabin, and the boys venturing to who knows where. After Eli left, Doc pulled Billy's bed over to the fireplace, situating him so he could see the fire and feel its warmth before pulling up an old wooden chair beside him. The two men sat and stared at the fire for some time when Billy cleared his throat. "Doc," he said, his voice much stronger than it had been earlier that morning. "Yeah, Billy," Doc replied amiably. "What's on your mind?" "What's wrong with you?" Billy seemed hesitant to ask what was on his mind, not sure how he should ask it, but when he finally got up the courage to ask it, he did so in the bluntest way possible. Doc was taken aback by Billy's question. After everything they had done for him, now here he was asking Doc what was wrong with him. "What do you mean?" Doc asked, masking the irritability that was threatening to creep into his voice. "You are different," Billy replied. "All of you. You, Molly, the boys. Even Eli is different, more like you than like me. He was never like me in the miserable way that I am, but he used to be more like me in his way of doing things. We were both hard men who would stop at nothing to win, and now here he is acting more like you than like me." Billy seemed like he wanted to say more, but his voice trailed off, and Doc decided to wait and let him say what was on his mind. Finally, Billy continued, "You have something I don't, and something I don't have any hope of getting. You're good people. Me, I'm a miserable and wicked wretch headed toward the horrors of hell. But you and the Birkemeyers, you're good folks, the kind of people I could never hope to be." Silence reigned for the better part of 10 minutes before Doc broke the silence that had enveloped them. "Billy," he said, looking over at Billy, his eyes penetrating Billy's eyes as they made contact, "take away Jesus Christ, and we wouldn't be anything but sinners on the road to hell. What we have was given to us by Almighty God, and you can have it too, Billy." "Huh!" Billy snorted involuntarily, causing him to gasp for air from the unintended exertion. "Men like me got but one eternal destination, and that's hell. After what I done in my life, and especially after what I done to the Birkemeyer family, there isn't any forgiveness in the books for me. I done lived my life, and now I have to pay the piper what I owe." Doc looked away from Billy as he gazed into the fire. "You know, Billy, we all face what you're facing. I've had my struggles trying to find forgiveness after living a garbage life in my youth. And Eli, how do you think he found redemption after what he did to Molly, nearly killing her in his drunken rage? No, Billy, it's not forgiveness you can't find. It's your pride you can't let go of." "Huh?" Billy replied with a look of surprise on his face. "That's right, Billy," Doc said with a strong conviction in his voice. "I've seen it time and again, where folks say they can't be saved because what they did is too evil to be forgiven. See it all the time. But you know what, Billy? It's pride people can't let go of. A man must become broken before he can accept the forgiveness God will extend to him the instant he repents of his sins and believes in Jesus Christ. Billy, you have a problem, a sin problem. And at the root of that sin problem is the devil of pride. Pride is the only thing right now holding you back from going to God in prayer, confessing your sins to Him, asking Him for forgiveness, and placing your trust in Jesus Christ alone for the forgiveness of your sins. Look here, Billy, you have sinned. I have sinned. We all have sinned. And because we have sinned, we are all going to die, and when we die, we all deserve to go to hell and suffer eternal punishment for our sins. But Jesus Christ made another way. He died on the cross, taking upon himself the punishment for our sins, so that everyone who repents of his sins and believes in him alone will not perish but will have eternal life. That includes you, Billy. Jesus Christ made a way for you to escape the punishment for your sins, but you must respond in faith. Confess your sins to God, Billy, and put all of your trust in Jesus for the forgiveness of your sins. If you do so, you will find the exact same thing you see in us. The Holy Spirit will indwell you, and you will begin rooting out all kinds of sin in your life. And it won't be an easy road, Billy. Being a Christian means you sometimes have to make choices that will help others at your own expense. You lose your life in a sense, but you will get a much better life in exchange. The life that is in Jesus Christ. The choice is yours, Billy. What will it be? The two men sat and stared at the fire, both lost in their own thoughts. Doc had said what God had laid on his heart to say, and at the moment, he was interceding with God for Billy's soul. Billy, on the other hand, was in a war of his own, battling the ugly monster that resided deep within himself. It would be a miracle if he came to Christ, but then again, it was a miracle when any one of us came to Christ, each one of us who has. And as the two men sat side by side, fighting the spiritual battle they were engaged in, little did they realize just how much help was at their side, pushing them toward victory. Chapter 13, Struck by Lightning. The Birkemeyer family was still in bed when Eli arose to exit the cabin and begin with the morning chores. It was still dark outside, and as Eli stepped out through the front door of the cabin into the cool dark night, a biting wind hit him, causing him to quickly pull up the collar of his jacket. Brrr, he shivered as he made his way toward the barn. Eli loved working the homestead, much more than working at the sawmill he had worked at until he had accumulated enough money to get himself started with a young herd of beef cows. It wasn't that he hated the environment so much as he disliked the work. Moreover, he liked to be out and about, not cooped up in a dark, dusty building all day. Stepping into the barn, quickly closing the door behind him, Eli felt gratefulness sweep through his mind as the warmth greeted him, reminding him of the cold mornings he had spent in his last winter at the sawmill. Not only did the morning rides at the sawmill chill him to the bone, but it was also a badly constructed building wherein he worked, and cold drafts would circulate through the building, causing a chill to envelop him throughout the days that remained cold and windy. And in this part of the country, that was most days for the stretch of a few months. While Eli was working at the sawmill, he was also constructing the barn he would use to store all that was necessary to manage his herd of beef cows when he could afford it. He worked many late nights, careful to build it in such a way as to prevent cold drafts to circulate through it like they did at the sawmill. He was successful, and even though there wasn't a source of heat in the barn to warm it, the warmth from the animals inside the barn kept it at a comfortable temperature. The beef cows usually stayed outside year-round, and only when they were about to give birth did Eli bring them in so as to keep an eye on things. Otherwise, they stayed out in the pasture that rested on Doc's land. Thanks to the youth of the herd accumulated by Eli, there weren't any beef cows in the barn on this particular morning, but Eli had a number of horses in the barn, and the heat from them was sufficient to give the small barn a comfortable warmth. There were a number of horses in the barn on this particular morning, thanks to the early beginnings of Eli's venture into leather working and blacksmithing. It all started when Eli decided to become more self-sufficient in the previous year, beginning to learn the art of leather working and blacksmithing, and the venture took on the nature of a business when someone came over from Jensen's racetrack, asking him to repair a saddle that was damaged before the race, having heard that Eli was becoming a master at such work. Soon Eli was known for his skills in leather working and blacksmithing, and before long became a favorite of people who needed such work done. As Eli walked through the barn on his way to get Jack, to hitch him up to the wagon, to haul out some grain for the beef cows, he made a mental note to himself regarding everything that needed to be done. He had to haul out some grain for the cows, make one small minor repair to a saddle, and reshoe 2 horses. Everything together would take him about 2 hours, and the rest of the day would be spent on other things that didn't need to be done today, but could be worked on if the opportunity presented itself. After hauling out the grain, which wasn't much, but just a supplement for the cows since there was still a little grass on the ground to be had, Eli headed for the house for breakfast. Rose had eggs, potatoes, and toast on the table when he entered the cabin, and Eli's stomach rumbled as he walked through the door, the smells wafting over him, reminding him just how much he enjoyed this part of the day. Breakfast was always an entertaining event for the Birkemeyer family, and this morning was no different as the children engaged in conversation, soon pulling Eli into their conversations regarding their adventures planned for the day. Eli chuckled as they conversed, reminding them from time to time there was such a thing as acting civilized. After breakfast, Eli hitched up Mandy, an older horse he had picked up to use to transport the children to school. Mandy was a reliable horse, and for that Eli was glad. The last thing he needed was for his children to be racing up and down the countryside every day on their way to and from school. Bo grabbed the reins as he jumped into the driver's seat, and seeing Molly and Ben were aboard, slapped the reins on Mandy's back. And just like that, the children were on their way to school, and soon out of sight. Wanting to get his work done early, Eli made a beeline for the barn, and after swiftly repairing the saddle, began reshoeing the 2 horses that needed to be reshod. He was finished within an hour, and was soon headed for the house to let Rose know he would be leaving for a while. Eli had been thinking while he was shoeing the horses, and decided he was going to go over to the Hutchinson homestead and take a look at Lightning. He had talked to John a little bit about him at church the day before, and according to John, there was the possibility Billy had ruined Lightning for life. John said that every time he went into the barn, Lightning looked at him with his dark killer eyes, pawing at the ground, snorting and blowing. According to John, he might never again be safe around people. Eli hated the thought of losing Lightning this way. He had a rough life, no doubt, and had been domesticated once before when Eli pulled him out of Wild Canyon. But that was then, and this was now, and with Lightning having endured the abuse he did the past couple years at the hands of Billy, there was the possibility he would never be like he was the short time Eli had him. Rose didn't say anything when Eli informed her he was going to go over to the Hutchinson homestead, and soon Eli was astride Bonner, a horse he had picked up in Wild Canyon, while the Birkemeyer family lived in Willow County. Bonner never showed promise as a racehorse, but was a nice riding horse that Eli enjoyed riding. As the pair headed toward the Hutchinson homestead, Eli sat back in the saddle and watched as the countryside passed him by, but he wasn't really paying much attention to the details, his mind on the task ahead of him. When he got to the Hutchinson homestead, he was going to need to see what he could do with Lightning. Although he was going to the Hutchinson homestead, disguised beneath the facade that he was going there to see what he could do with Lightning, he was really going there to see if there was even the possibility of racing Lightning in the race that was coming up this Saturday at Jensen's racetrack. That was the day Boxy Baby and Smooth the Silk would be battling it out with some of the finest horses in the country for the last time. That was the day that Eli could change the course of events for Billy's life if he won, that is, if the surgery went well, purchased by the winnings from the race. But deep down, Eli also knew he wanted to do this. Although he had walked the straight and narrow the past few years, he never lost his desire for racing, and it wasn't about the money. He just loved the excitement that came with racing with high stakes attached. The pressure was exhilarating, and Eli longed to experience it once again. But Eli knew that if he raced, he needed to do it for the right reasons. It had to be done solely for the purpose of raising the money to pay for Billy's surgery. And as Eli pulled into the lane of the Hutchinson homestead, he determined to simply see what shape Lightning was in. He would cross each bridge one bridge at a time. If he was somehow able to get Lightning ready by Saturday, then he would make that decision. If not, then he would pursue an alternative route to help. Maybe he would anyway. But that was too many maybes, and for now he had one task at hand, to see where he stood with Lightning. John was in the house when Eli rode into the Hutchinson homestead and walked out to greet Eli as Eli hopped off Bonner and tied him to the hitching post. "Hello, Eli," John greeted him with a warm smile. "Come over to check up on Lightning?" John inquired with a knowing look. "Sure am," Eli answered. "I don't know what to expect, but all I can do is check things out. Any change in his behavior since the last time we talked yesterday?" John shook his head. "No." The 2 men made their way to the barn, and upon entering through the front door, were greeted by a loud bang coming from one of the stalls. John shook his head. "Eli, I think we need to put him down. He's liable to kill someone yet." Eli didn't say anything as he walked over to the stall, stopping several feet from the wooden wall separating him from Lightning. Lightning looked back at him, baring his teeth, snorting as he shook his head. Lightning's eyes were black and stormy, reminding Eli just how much passion and heart this horse had. If only he could get him to right again. Lightning would be a serious contender come Saturday. Of that Eli was sure. As John looked onward, Eli reached through the bars perched on the top of the wall stretching to the ceiling. Lightning backed up, pawing at the ground, still snorting and blowing. Seeing that Lightning didn't try to charge him, Eli decided to take the next step. Opening up the door slowly, Eli inched into the stall, making sure to keep away from Lightning's hindquarters. John stood by silently, watching every move, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Lightning was also now silent, watching Eli as he slowly began approaching him. "Easy, boy," Eli said softly as he inched toward Lightning, his hand extended. "It's me, Lightning. It's Eli. Easy, Lightning." Eli continued talking softly as he approached Lightning and had his hand mere inches from Lightning's head when Lightning suddenly rose up on his hind legs, letting out a shrill scream, pawing in the air, his hooves nearly clipping Eli in the head. Eli lunged to his left side, narrowly escaping the instruments of death aimed at his head, rolling over as he lunged to his feet. As Eli rose to his feet, Lightning moved over and was now standing between him and the door exiting the stall. John began moving in toward Lightning, but dove to his right as Lightning launched a kick at him, hitting the wooden wall instead, sending a ringing sound vibrating through the barn. Lightning stared at Eli as Eli waited for his moment of escape. John was back up on his feet, once again approaching Lightning from the best angle he could, ready to dive away from his hooves should they come flying his way. His plan was to move Lightning toward the other corner of the stall with his presence to give Eli the opportunity to escape. The plan seemed to be working as Lightning began moving in the hoped-for direction, when suddenly Lightning reversed direction, and as he backed up, he came within range of John, and sending his hooves out into his direction, clipped him on the side of the head, sending him staggering back before toppling over onto the ground. Eli watched in horror as Lightning's hoof struck John. "Lightning!" he yelled, not exactly sure what he should do. What could he do? But Lightning didn't give him time to make a decision, turning around and launching a kick at Eli. Eli dived to his left, once again narrowly avoiding Lightning's hooves aimed in his direction. Barely had Lightning launched his feet at Eli when he bolted out of the stall, rushing toward the front door. Before Eli could pick himself off the ground, Lightning was gone. But Eli wasn't concerned about Lightning. Not wasting any time, Eli leaped to his feet and rushed over to John. John was on the ground, not moving. "John!" Eli shouted as he knelt down to inspect him. "John!" John had a large gash on the side of his head, blood oozing from the open wound. Fearing time was of the essence, Eli stood up and ran out of the barn toward the house. "Betty! Betty!" he yelled, his powerful legs propelling him furiously toward the Hutchinson house. Just as he was reaching for the doorknob, the door opened, Betty emerging from the house. "It's John! John is hurt! Grab some hot water and bandaging and meet me in the barn." Barely were the words out of his mouth when he turned around and headed back to the barn. Betty didn't waste any time, and soon she was by John's side, tending to the unconscious man as best she could. "I'm going for Doc Wilson," Eli said, his trembling voice filled with urgency. "Take Winthrop," Betty urged. "This looks really bad." Eli rushed toward the back of the barn, running out of the big door into the pasture where Winthrop was lazily grazing on the little grass that remained before winter. Catching him without much ado, Eli led him to the barn, tacking him up in record time. Leaping on top of him, Eli rode him out of the back of the barn toward the east gate. Opening the gate as quickly as possible, Eli pointed Winthrop east, letting him know with his heel that time was of the essence. As the pair rushed toward the Wilson homestead, Betty remained with John, praying and sobbing as she waited for help. Chapter 14. The Hand Set to the Plow. As Betty wept and prayed beside her unconscious husband, Eli urged Winthrop toward the Wilson homestead, riding him as fast as he dared. His lips moved ever so slightly as he interceded with God for John's life. John had been a good friend to him over the years, and losing him would be a devastating blow to Eli and his family. John's family would never be the same without John, Betty's beloved husband, and the children's beloved father. Doc Wilson was in the cabin when Eli finally arrived at the Wilson homestead upon a weary, heaving Winthrop, and soon he was aboard the carriage with Eli, racing toward the Hutchinson homestead, Second Chance blazing his way westward with every bit of speed that he had. Second Chance wasn't used to the freedom to run this fast like he had twice in less than a week, and seemed eager to show his audience just how fast he was. Had he had a horse to race, he would have been even faster, but as it was, he made good time, and before long Doc was kneeling beside John, examining the wound on his head. John was going in and out of consciousness when Eli arrived with Doc, and after looking at John's wound carefully, Doc decided it was best to get John into the house and to bed, where he would need to rest for a couple days to a couple weeks, depending how bad the injury actually was. "All we can do is bandage the wound and let John get some rest," Doc said. "The wound is pretty bad, and John took a serious blow to the head, but I've seen wounds like this before, and most of the patients pulled through just fine." Soon the trio in the barn had John inside the Hutchinson house, lying comfortably in bed, fast asleep. After instructing Betty how to care for John and what to watch for in the coming days, Doc hopped on the carriage beside the waiting Eli, and the two men headed out. Neither man felt like saying anything, but it was Doc who spoke first, hoping to ease his way into Eli's thoughts to get a feel for what he was going to do next. There was a strange, dark look on Eli's face, and when he looked like this, it usually meant trouble. "Eli, what happened back there?" Doc inquired, not knowing how to ask what he wanted to ask without being as blunt and straight to the point as he was. He hadn't seen Eli like this in a while, and was a little concerned that Eli might do something rash. Moreover, he was concerned about the threat that Lightning posed for the community. Even without an explanation from Eli, he speculated that Lightning might not be the safest horse around. Eli waited to speak for a few moments, seemingly unwilling to talk to Doc about the situation, his eyes looking straight ahead, with no indication he heard Doc's question. But finally he answered Doc, albeit with a brief, terse answer. "Lightning kicked him in the head." "I know that, Eli," Doc said, his voice a little harsh, trying to get Eli to talk to him. "But what happened?" "All right, let me get straight to the point. What is going on with Lightning, and what are you going to do about him?" Eli once again refused to answer the question immediately, his eyes cold and hard, staring at the road ahead of them. But he knew Doc would continue pressing the issue, and so he decided to trust Doc with the information he had shared with Rose on Saturday. "Doc," Eli said, his voice even and calm, as he began to tell him about the opportunity to race Lightning in the upcoming race, and how he could raise enough money to send Billy East to get medical attention. Doc listened quietly, waiting until Eli was thoroughly finished telling him what was on his mind. By the time Eli was finished talking, they had already passed through Madison and were nearing the Wilson homestead. Doc took his time in answering Eli, and when he didn't say much. "Eli," he began, a serious look on his face, "I can see you already have it in your mind to race if at all possible, and I'm not saying I am opposed to the idea if it is done for the right reason. But we both know you love to compete, and when you do, trouble seems to follow you. I'm not saying you shouldn't race. All I'm saying is that you need to be careful. Lightning's a killer horse, maybe even more than before." Doc finished what he had to say just as they were pulling into the driveway of the Wilson homestead, and Eli didn't respond, except to nod his head thankfully for the advice. He was relieved to know that Doc wasn't entirely opposed to the idea of him racing Lightning in the upcoming race, and that Doc was putting the decision squarely into his hands. After putting up Second Chance in his stall, Eli went to his favorite corner in the barn, where he knelt to pray like he had so many times before, when a big decision needed to be made. The family knew not to disturb him should they find him there, and it was here on this particular morning that he finalized his decision of how to proceed. "Lord God," he prayed, his voice deep with emotion, his heart filled with the anguish of not knowing what to do. And thus he poured out his heart to God, his voice strengthening as peace began to flood over his conflicted mind. He knew he wanted to race, but he also knew that sometimes God gives us a desire to do something we want to do, which was sometimes his way to bring about his purposes for the benefit of other people. And right now, Eli had the opportunity to race Lightning in the upcoming race, which he greatly desired to do, but it would also greatly benefit Billy should he win. But there was something else that caused Eli to make the decision he did, and it was that which concerned Lightning. Eli loved horses, and he couldn't stand the possibility that Lightning might end up dead at the end of a rifle. Although Lightning had the kind of personality that made him the way he was, he turned out the way he was because of circumstances. Not that it made it right, but Eli decided in his heart of hearts that he would try to break Lightning one more time. Lightning reminded Eli of himself. Just like Eli, Lightning was a headstrong creature, and when certain things happened in their lives, they had the tendency to try to overpower the circumstances and will out the outcomes they desired, and too often, in their headstrong and stubborn ways, they only dug the hole deeper. Eli knew Lightning didn't have a soul, and that the stakes weren't as high as they had been for Eli, since Eli had faced the high stakes of eternal life or eternal death once he departed from this world. But Eli didn't want to see Lightning go out this way either. And so, As Eli rose from his tear-stained spot in the corner of the barn on that fateful day, he had made up his mind he was going to race Lightning in the upcoming race on Saturday. He was going to do it primarily for Billy, for Billy's life was infinitely of more value than Lightning's, but he was also going to do it for Lightning. As Eli walked out of the barn toward the Birkemeyer cabin to inform Rose that he was going to head for Wild Canyon first thing in the morning, where he expected to find Lightning, he thought about the time he had just spent with God. When he had begun praying, he had a little compassion for Billy, given the fact that he was in a hard spot. But not much compassion. After all, Billy was his enemy. But as he was praying, God began to impress upon his soul the value of Billy's life, despite the man that he was. And then God reminded Eli of his own past and the fact that no one deserved the grace of God, least of all Eli. And as God smote Eli's heart with convicting thoughts, Eli's heart increased in love and compassion for Billy, despite their differences and the horrific past they shared. Complete peace engulfed Eli as he stepped through the front door of the cabin, and Rose's eyes began glistening a little as he told her about his recent encounter with God in prayer and what it was that he was going to do. He was going to compete in the race on Saturday. Rose didn't say anything, but as he turned around to leave, Rose put out her hand. "Eli," she said softly, "I know I don't say much these days, and that our marriage has suffered because of it, but I love you deeply, and if anything happened to you—" Her voice shook as she paused, but soon she continued, "But I think you're doing the right thing. I know you want to compete in this race because you love the sport, but I also see a genuine love in your heart for Billy that only God could have put there." Rose turned back to her work as she finished speaking, and a tear slid down Eli's ruddy cheek as he walked away. He was encouraged by Rose's response, and even more peace came over him as he prepared everything he would need to leave the next morning. And he was excited, more excited than he had been in a long time. Chills began sweeping over Eli's body as he imagined himself in the upcoming race, racing down the backstretch, Lightning neck and neck with Boxy Baby and Smooth as Silk. He imagined himself jostling with the other jockeys, trying to put Lightning in the best position to win. He remembered the aggression of Smooth as Silk's rider as he tried to spook Lightning with his whip, and also how he, Eli, had thwarted off the blow with his own whip, giving Meadows, Smooth as Silk's jockey, a taste of his own medicine. And then he remembered as they raced across the finish line, neck and neck, both horses and both riders giving it everything they had. These were the moments in life Eli missed the most. He had many of them in the past, and always seemed to come out on top victorious, just like he had against Smooth as Silk that day. But he never had time that day to bask in his victory, racing Billy through the Northeast Trail, suffering defeat at the hands of Billy. Eli's face darkened for a moment as he thought about what had happened against Billy. He knew he was beginning to feel love and compassion for Billy, even though he was his former enemy, and yet he also sensed a bit of an unforgiving spirit in him toward Billy. He thought he had forgiven Billy, and yet, when he thought about his past with Billy, there was still that nagging anger that sometimes surfaced when he thought about him. He had tried to forgive Billy over the years and thought he did, and yet he knew he didn't love Billy the way he should. And now in this moment, as he tried to think well of Billy, it didn't help thinking back to Saturday when Billy confessed what he had done to Mary Lou, and then to Eli on the Northeast Trail. Billy had deliberately tried to kill Eli, and not only did Eli suffer immensely, but his family also suffered. But that was that and this was this, and right now, Eli had a task to complete, and he would need to focus his mind on this because there wasn't any room for errors where he was venturing. As Eli pointed Winthrop toward the Hutchinson homestead the following morning to return him to the Hutchinsons before grabbing Bonner and heading for Wild Canyon, he wondered if he would be so inclined to help Billy if it involved helping him in a way that didn't include horse racing. With these thoughts in mind, Eli ventured back into the world of his past, albeit without the lure of moonshine and poker. He was going to win this race for Billy and show the world what it means to love your enemy. Chapter 15, An Old Friend. It was a nice morning as Eli set his internal compass westward toward the Hutchinson homestead, albeit not a morning that was particularly outstanding in any way whatsoever. Letting Winthrop set the pace, Eli sat astride him easily, rocking back and forth in the saddle as Winthrop cantered casually toward his home. Lost deep in thought, Eli was startled when the Hutchinson homestead came in view, not remembering much of the ride over there, thanks to the depth of his thoughts that morning. But Eli was glad to have made such good time, and after putting Winthrop up in the barn, he headed for the Hutchinson house to check up on John. Betty greeted him at the door and quickly led him to the bedroom where John lay, now conscious, and seemingly doing quite well, all things considered. "Hello, Eli," John greeted his friend as he walked through the bedroom door. Eli greeted John in like manner, and soon the men were engaged in a serious conversation. John was concerned about Lightning and what might happen to Eli if he went into Wild Canyon after him. And it wasn't just Lightning that had John concerned for his friend, but also the fact that there was a grizzly bear roaming loose in Wild Canyon, which had gotten a bad reputation lately, having ventured into Jackson and Muldaman. But John could see that Eli had his mind made up and didn't push the issue, just reminding him that he had a family to look after. As Eli turned around to leave, John spoke quietly from his bed. "Eli," he said, "whatever happens, you can always count on me. I think what you're doing for Billy is a good thing, although I think you might be acting a little rashly." "Thanks, John," Eli responded gratefully. He knew he was doing something most men wouldn't attempt, and that maybe he was being a fool for even trying, but it also meant a lot that he had people in his life who trusted him to make the right decisions. It was so much better attempting this venture with people in his life who supported him in his decision, rather than going it alone like he had the tendency to do in the past. But now was not the time for reflection. Now was the time for action, and as Eli hopped into the saddle atop Bonner, he thrust his faithful Winchester into the leather scabbard attached to the saddle, pulling his Colt Peacemaker from the holster on his gun belt, checking to make sure it was fully loaded. Tonight was going to be a crazy night in Wild Canyon, and he was going to need all the backup he could find. It had been a while since Eli rode through the Northeast Trail, that dreaded path that posed many a problem for anyone who dared to venture through there. But Eli was in the kind of mood that made him ready to tangle with anything that might dare oppose him in his mission to recapture Lightning, and thus he pulled Bonner left onto the Northeast Trail and pointed him toward Jackson. It was a 20-mile ride to Jackson from this point, and Eli kept a firm rein on Bonner, scanning the area for anything that might come out from underneath the dense underbrush on either side. Bonner was not normally a skittish horse, but these weren't ordinary circumstances, and the last thing Eli needed right now was to get thrown by Bonner should he get spooked for whatever reason. Everything was going fine, and Eli was beginning to relax, thinking the trail must have changed dramatically since the last time he rode through it, when suddenly out of nowhere he saw movement up ahead to his right in the underbrush. Whipping out the Winchester from the scabbard, he laid it across Bonner's neck, ready to fire at a moment's notice. But nothing appeared, and soon Eli began to relax a little, although he kept his grip on the reins tight, his eyes scanning the trail ahead. They were now about 3 miles from Jackson, and Eli looked forward to having made it through the Northeast Trail. He had forgotten just how spooky it was through this old trail. And then, something moved to his right, and before he could whip his Winchester around, a wolf had lunged at Bonner, nipping his heel. Bonner lunged forward, nearly losing Eli in the process, but Eli managed to hang on, firing at a movement up ahead to his right as Bonner began to pick up speed. As Eli fired again, this time hitting his mark, sending his snarling wolf rolling off to the side, he gave Bonner a full head of steam. Looking back, he saw 3 black wolves closing in on him. Eli gasped at the size of the wolves. They were humongous for wolves, and their speed was incredible, and they had the advantage on Bonner, not able to run as fast as him, but able to make the turns in the trail much easier, closing in on him as they raced toward Jackson. Whipping around his rifle, Eli turned his body as much as he could, took aim, and fired. The rifle barked as Eli pulled the trigger, causing the wolves to falter, but Eli missed his target, and the wolves regained their footing, drawing within a couple feet of Bonner's hind legs. Eli jammed another bullet into the Winchester and fired again. This time he hit his mark, and a wolf went tumbling. Turning around to reload the Winchester, Eli nearly froze with terror at the sight ahead of him. There, up ahead, about 100 yards away, was a pack of wolves, snarling and licking their chops as Bonner and Eli barreled their way. Looking back, Eli's heart sank even further. 2 more wolves had joined the party, and were within striking distance of Bonner's hills. Digging his spurs into Bonner's sides, Eli turned back around and looked at the trail ahead of him. There was only one way out of this predicament, and that was straight ahead. He couldn't fight off all the wolves, and would need to try to outrun the ones behind him. Digging his spurs into Bonner's sides once again, Eli thrust a bullet into his Winchester and fired into the pack of wolves ahead of him. There were 10 of them, and one of them went whimpering off into the underbrush as Eli's bullet found its mark. Now they were 50 yards from the wolves. Eli reloaded and fired again. This time the bullet hit a wolf between the eyes, and it dropped where it was standing. Now they were 20 yards from the wolves, and seeing he was running out of time, Eli jammed the Winchester into the scabbard, whipping out his Colt Peacemaker. Hoping against hope that Bonner could be trusted, Eli let go of the reins, fanning the hammer with his left hand as his right hand worked the trigger. Bonner faltered as the wolves ahead of him held their ground, but Eli's spurs dug into his sides, and he continued rushing toward the wolves head-on as Eli's bullets found their marks, taking down 4 wolves with 6 bullets. That left 4 wolves, but seeing their comrades scattered over the blood-stained ground around them, they bolted into the underbrush just as Eli's Colt Peacemaker clicked on an empty chamber. Seeing the wolves bolt, Eli spurred Bonner once again. The dead wolves were now right in front of them, and as Bonner felt the pain from Eli's spurs, he gathered himself perfectly and leaped into the air, easily clearing the dead wolves beneath him. Barely had Bonner cleared the pack when Eli looked around to see what had happened to the wolves behind them. They were still right on his tail, although one of them had stumbled on a dead wolf left in their target's wake, putting his prey out of reach. The other 3 didn't lose heart, and panting and snarling, continued to chase after Bonner and Eli. Eli had about enough for one day, and angrily jamming his pistol into the leather holster on his side, he whipped out his Winchester, loaded it, turned himself in the saddle, took aim, and fired. The bullet caught the leader of the 3 remaining wolves right on the top of its head, sending it skidding into the hard ground in front of it. Seeing their comrade skid to a halt, dead as a doornail, the other 2 wolves decided they had enough and darted into the underbrush. Eli sighed with relief as he turned around and looked forward, now beginning to see Jackson come into view. Bonner was heaving as Eli pulled him into a gentle gallop before pulling him to a slow canter. Soon they were at the edge of town, and Eli pulled him back to a walk. Breathing a grateful prayer to God for the narrow escape, Eli headed for the nearby saloon. Eli wasn't a drinking man anymore and had no intention to be one now, but he was hungry, and the saloon always did have the best food in town. There was a nice restaurant in Jackson for a while, but business had dried up this past summer, and they had to close shop by the time fall rolled around. Either way, Eli felt comfortable going into a saloon for grub, and soon found himself inside the building, sitting at a table in the corner. He was a little rattled by what he had just experienced, and wanted to get a little rest before moving on. Knowing he was in for a long night, he laid back his head against the wall, tipped his hat over his eyes, feeling relieved as he closed them. He had already ordered, and thought he might get a little shut-eye until the food came. It was amazing what 5 minutes of rest could do for a man at a time like this. Eli had barely closed his eyes when a voice cut through the silence. "Hello, Eli," the voice said, startling Eli, causing him to sit up quickly, pushing his hat back on the top of his head, revealing a marvelous sight in front of him. "Ralph!" Eli said, with enthusiasm as he stood up, thrusting his hand forward, gripping Ralph's hand tightly as the 2 men shook hands. "Where in the world did you come from all of a sudden like?" Eli hadn't seen Ralph in 5 years, not since the days they had teamed together to pull lightning out of Wild Canyon the first time. Ralph smiled. "Just got off the trail, Eli. Got some business to tend to. Not too far from here." Ralph was also of a mind to eat, and the 2 men enjoyed each other's company while they ate, talking about the past 5 years and everything that had happened. Both men were doing much better than they had been doing the first time they met, and laughed about the good old days when they were both down and out, having been taken by that old scoundrel Billy Casola. "Billy Casola!" Ralph said with a boisterous voice as his mind recalled the man who had tried to ruin both of their lives. "Whatever happened to him, anyway?" he inquired, a curious look crossing his brown, leathery face that had spent many a day in the hot summer sun, rounding up cattle for whoever he was riding for at the time. Eli chuckled quietly. "You'll never guess, Ralph, and you'll never guess how he is involved in my being here today." "Billy's still around these parts?" Ralph asked with a surprised look on his face. "Oh, that's right. He did get the homestead, didn't he? Just figured he would have sold it and moved on. Never did think Billy might actually have some semblance of a normal life. Not that I can say I have either, living on the trail most of my life." Ralph's voice trailed off as he thought about the life he had lived, never really having a place to call his own. He was doing much better than he was when he first met Eli, but he had never lived what most people considered a normal life, and the chances that he ever would were slim to none. At least that's the way it was looking, with him getting up in age and all. Seeing Ralph beginning to look a little downcast as he reflected on the life he had lived, with no place to call home and without a family of his own, Eli quickly changed the subject back to Billy. "Nope," he said. "Billy decided to stick around. Believe it or not, he went and got himself married, and now has 3 kids depending on him." Ralph whistled. "You're telling me he found someone who would actually marry him? Now I really feel like a loser." Eli laughed. "Nah, you're not a loser, Ralph. God has different plans for different people, and just because you never got married doesn't make you a loser. Besides, you wouldn't want the kind of woman Billy found. Eli's voice took on a somber tone. She's into all kinds of witchcraft and wouldn't even take care of Billy now that he's dying. Billy's dying? Ralph asked incredulously. Yeah, he's dying, Eli answered. Doc says he has lung disease. If he doesn't get help soon, Doc figures he won't make it to the end of the year. He's holed up in Doc's cabin right now, laid up in bed. Any kind of exertion sends him into coughing spells, and his wife, well, she is hunkered down at the homestead and wants nothing to do with him. Ralph sat back in his chair, deep in thought. Never thought I would feel like this, he finally said, but I kind of feel sorry for the old coot. I still think he's a scoundrel and deserves what he is getting, but for some reason I'm not overjoyed at the thought of him going out like this. Always thought I would be. Eli smiled inwardly at the thought of Ralph's finding out where Eli was headed and exactly why he was headed there. Yeah, kind of strange what it does to a man to see another man go out like that, even if he was an enemy. It's even stranger when the good Lord compels a man to go a step further and try to help the man. What do you mean? Ralph asked. I'm on my way to Wild Canyon right now, Eli informed Ralph, a grin coming over his face. Lightning got away from us yesterday, and we need him to run a race for us on Saturday to raise money to send Billy back east to get the best medical care that money can buy. Ralph looked stunned. You're going to risk your life to try to save Billy's life? I mean, I have a million questions about you going to Wild Canyon and the race on Saturday and how Lightning got away. And Ralph's voice trailed off as a confused look came over his face. Eli grinned. Yeah, life sure has a way of making a person do strange things. A week ago I never imagined sitting here talking to you about going into Wild Canyon after a wild stallion that I need to win a high-stakes race. The only difference this time is that I am doing it for someone else rather than myself. How is it that Lightning is back in Wild Canyon? Ralph asked curiously. A serious look came over Eli's face, his eyes clouding with anger despite his attempt to mask it. Billy used him pretty bad over the past couple of years, he answered, and if you thought he had a killer instinct last time around, think again. He's twice as bad right now. Billy sure messed him up. Ralph shook his head. But how did Lightning get to Wild Canyon? Well, Eli began, I'm not quite sure he is there. I was trying to work with him yesterday, and after kicking John Hutchinson in the head, he bolted out of the barn and disappeared. I have a hunch he headed for Wild Canyon. If he's not there, it's anyone's guess where he is. And you're just going to go into Wild Canyon all by yourself? Disbelief was written all over Ralph's face as he looked at Eli. Sure am, Eli said emphatically, unless I meet up with an old friend who's bored and looking for an adventure. A smile broke out across his face. Ralph returned his grin. You know, as I was riding into town earlier, I kinda had a hankering for a little action. How about it, Eli? How about we go in after Lightning together, just like old times? Besides, that was some horse, and I wouldn't mind seeing him run again. And just like that, Eli and Ralph had once again teamed up to go into no man's land after a killer horse, just like they did years ago when they first met. Chapter 16, Wild Canyon. It was high noon when Eli and Ralph walked out of the saloon, their bellies full and their spirits high. As they headed over to the general store to stock up on supplies before heading out, they reminisced the last time they went into Wild Canyon after Lightning. That sure was some night, huh, Eli? Ralph said with a question, a chuckle rumbling forth, a smile lighting up his face as he thought back to that night 5 years ago. Eli nodded his head as he chuckled along with Ralph. Sure was, Ralph. Still hard to believe we did it. Tell you what, Eli, Ralph interjected, his voice rising with enthusiasm. I'll never forget when you came riding out of that canyon atop Lightning, head down, as Lightning charged through the snow. I couldn't believe my eyes. The sheer power of that horse, running through the snow like that. Ralph paused for a second before continuing. Good thing there was snow on the ground to help him wear him out. He might have never stopped running. Both men laughed at Ralph's hyperbole. Ralph, I never rode a horse that had as much power as him. I mean, I could feel the power beneath me with every step he took. It was electric. Eli's eyes flashed with excitement as he thought back to that wild ride he had experienced atop Lightning. Or like a lightning bolt, Ralph added, a look of interest crossing his face. Guess you gave him the right name, huh? Another smile crossed Eli's face. Yeah, and you can thank Molly for that. She always did have a way with horses, able to know them better than most people. By this time, the men had reached the general store, and stepped inside, curbing their conversation for the time being. After browsing through the store for a few minutes, Eli approached the counter and threw a racing saddle, rope, leather scabbard, and bitless bridle onto the counter. Looking up at the gun rack behind the attendant, he pointed to a double-barreled shotgun on the wall. "I'd like to take a look at that Remington up there." The clerk pulled down the double-barreled Remington shotgun and handed it to Eli. Ralph sidled over to him, looking at the shotgun as Eli inspected it. Finally satisfied, Eli laid it on the counter with the other things. "I'll take a box of shells for it, too." Seeing a Smith & Wesson beside the empty slot where the Remington once hung, Eli motioned with his hand. "Hey, let me take a look at that revolver as well." After looking it over briefly, Eli said, "Let me get a box of bullets for this as well." After paying for the items, Eli and Ralph grabbed the supplies and headed for the horses. Both of their horses were parked outside the saloon, and the men didn't waste any time loading up once they arrived. Soon they could be seen walking their horses northward as they headed out of town for Wild Canyon. Eli felt nearly invincible as he surveyed his gear. On his left, in front of his knee, was his old Winchester rifle. On his right, opposite of the Winchester, was the Remington double-barreled shotgun. Then he had his Colt Peacemaker on his right hip, safely secured in the holster on the gun belt, and the 5-shot Smith & Wesson revolver opposite the Peacemaker in the holster on his left hip. His gun belt was fully stocked with bullets for each gun, and the rest of the bullets were in the saddlebags, along with the rest of the things he had purchased in Jackson, except for the small racing saddle, which was slung over Bonner's neck. Ralph watched him as he sized up his situation. "You look like a man prepared to walk into a war," he said, a faint smile crossing his face. "Kind of feel like we are, Ralph," Eli replied, sizing up Ralph's situation. Ralph sat atop a nice-looking sleek red horse, a rifle sticking out of his scabbard, a revolver at his side. His hat was pulled low, and he looked like he was up to the challenge of the night, whatever might come their way. The two men talked while they rode toward Wild Canyon, taking their time to get there, letting their horses canter along slowly. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they got there, and clouds were beginning to block the sun. The wind was also starting to pick up, and the men pulled up the collars of their jackets as they stopped their horses in front of the entrance that led into Wild Canyon. Eli pulled the Remington from the scabbard and loaded it. He did the same with the Smith & Wesson revolver. His other two guns were already loaded. Ralph double-checked his guns before peering out into the desert ahead of them. Except for the wind, you couldn't hear a sound, and had they not known better, they might have thought the canyon was nothing more than a leisure ride on a lazy Sunday afternoon. But as it was, Wild Canyon was not the place to go on a leisure ride on a lazy Sunday afternoon. No, sir, this place was crawling with wild animals, and not just wild animals, but wild animals that were looking to attack them on sight. The two men would have to be prepared for anything at any time, and quick on the draw should they be attacked. Eli lifted his hat and scratched his head as he looked out over the desert in front of them. To his right was the eastern wall of rock that rose steeply into the air. Straight ahead of them lay bare desert land that stretched far out into the horizon. To their left, about a mile westward, they could see scatterings of wooded areas. That is where they would need to go to start looking for lightning, and that is where they would be most vulnerable. Animals could jump out at them from any direction, catching them off guard, and possibly decapitating them before they even had a chance to defend themselves. "Well, we may as well get to it," Eli said as he spurred Bonner into the canyon. Ralph followed his lead, and the two men headed westward, staying close to the rock wall that ran east and west, soon towering high above them as the men rode downhill into the canyon before them. The canyon was shaped like a bowl, whether you went north or west, bottoming out close to the middle and beginning to rise again as you reached the far westward and northward points. You could exit the canyon on the north, but a towering rock wall traveled all the way from north to south on the western side, leaving the eastern, north, and south points as the only entry and exit points. The men rode for a few minutes before Eli asked, "Hey Ralph, any thoughts as to where to begin looking once we get to the first trees?" Ralph thought for a moment before shaking his head. "Your guess is as good as mine, Eli. I guess all we can do is ride throughout the canyon and keep our ears open and eyes peeled." "That's what I was thinking," Eli agreed as they spurred their horses into a gentle gallop, anxious to find lightning before dark. If they couldn't find lightning before dark, they just might need to start a fire and hunker down for the night. It was hard telling just how long it would take them to find him. If lightning was moving around a lot, it could take them several days to find him. That is, if he was even in the canyon. Eli's heart sank at the thought of taking several days to find lightning. Now that he had his heart set on competing in the race on Saturday, he hadn't really thought about the possibility of not being able to find Lightning. Once he made up his mind to find and race Lightning, he hadn't worked out some of the details and the scenarios that were possible, and now here they were, out here in no man's land, looking for a horse that might not even be here. The worst of it was that he had drugged Ralph into all of this, and for what? To save a man who had tried to ruin both of their lives 5 years earlier? Eli shook his head as he looked at Ralph. Ralph was a tall, lean, weather-beaten cowboy with an honest face. He was a lot thicker in the chest during the last go-around, and seemed to have lost a little weight since then. But he was a scrapper, and Eli knew he could be trusted to pull his weight when the time came. The two riders pulled up as they reached the first tree line that stretched about a quarter of a mile west and a mile north. "Ralph," Eli inquired, "do you think we should head west and ride north on the other side of this section of woods, or head north and see if we can hear anything before we head west?" Ralph thought for a little bit. "I don't think it will do us any good to head north without going west some more. My guess is that if Lightning is in here somewhere, he will be over closer to the other side." Eli agreed, and without a word he pulled out the double-barreled Remington and laid it across Bonner's neck, keeping his hands on the saddle horn, feeding the reins through his fingers as he spurred Bonner into the woods in front of them. Ralph followed suit, tightly gripping his rifle as his eyes scanned the areas around them, watching for the slightest movement to warn him of a potential attack. The men were nearly through the patch of woods when a slight movement caught Eli's eyes. Pulling Bonner to an abrupt halt, he looked up ahead into the trees close to the far edge of the woods. "Ralph," he whispered ever so slightly, afraid to disturb whatever it was that he was seeing, "can you make out anything up ahead?" The words were barely out of Eli's mouth when suddenly he saw it. It was a mountain lion. Eli shuddered as his mind recalled the time he had tangled with a mountain lion on the Northeast Trail. His heart grew bitter as he thought of Buck's tragic end that day, fighting until the end, defeating his opponent, but dying mere hours later, unable to recover from the fatal wounds he had suffered. And now here he was with an opportunity to avenge Buck. Slowly sliding the Remington shotgun into the scabbard on his right, Eli slowly pulled out the Winchester rifle. The Remington would be better for close distance, but for this scenario the rifle would be better. Slowly raising the rifle to his shoulder, Eli peered down the barrel at the mountain lion. It watched him lazily, its hazy reddish-yellow eyes daring Eli to fire, and Eli was game, but as he pulled the trigger, the rifle clicked. The gun was empty! He must have forgotten to reload it after using it on the Northeast Trail earlier that day. As the rifle clicked, the mountain lion gave out an awful scream before quickly disappearing back into the woods, heading north. Eli wanted to swear, but he refrained from uttering the filth that had entered his mind. Spurring Bonner ahead, he jammed the rifle back into the scabbard after reloading it and pulled the shotgun back out, keeping his fingers on the trigger as his eyes scanned the trees to his right. Without any further distraction, the two men finally found themselves out of the woods and on the open ground that was bare, showing the desert floor beneath them. In a typical year, there would have been sparse vegetation scattered throughout here, but thanks to the dry summer, there wasn't much of anything to be seen, and for that they were grateful, for it didn't allow any animal to hide in the tall grass and wait for them, catching them off guard. The two men headed north after exiting the woods, walking their horses slowly, keeping their ears open for any clue as to where Lightning might be. An hour passed as they rode on slowly, and the sun was beginning to dip mighty low in the west, telling the two men that darkness was about to come upon them. If they were going to make their move, they would need to do it soon. Doubt began to fill Eli's mind as the men continued traveling north. Was this really a good idea, coming out here after a killer horse? What if they couldn't find him? What if he couldn't ride him even if he found him? And Ralph? What if Ralph was hurt or killed in the process? This was all his idea, and he had no business dragging Ralph into this mess. What was he even thinking, going off like this? He had a family to think about. What would they do if he got himself killed out here? Eli's mind was racing with doubt when suddenly a loud scream echoed through the canyon, followed by a thunderous roar. Both horses stopped in their tracks as they listened quietly. The hair on Eli's neck stood up as another scream reached their ears. The sound was coming directly west from them, and it sounded very similar to Lightning's scream. But what was the roar coming from? Whatever it was, it sounded like a large animal. Eli looked at Ralph, who nodded his head. Satisfied with the answer, Eli turned Bonner left and spurred him hard, sending him galloping into the woods toward the direction the sound had come from. As the two men raced west, they could hear more screams and roars echoing through the canyon. Seeing a movement ahead of him, Eli fired the shotgun. Whatever it was staggered away as the men galloped past it, and then they were out of the woods into another opening, and there he was, standing tall and proud. It was Lightning. His jet-black coat glistened with sweat, as his eyes gleamed with fury at his opponent. Eli gasped when he saw it. It was a bear, a great big grizzly bear, and he was just a few feet away from Lightning, who stood between him and an injured horse that lay on the blood-stained ground behind him. Chapter 17. The Battle in the Desert. The two men sat and stared at the scene unfolding in front of them, paralyzed with shock at what they were witnessing. It looked like the grizzly bear had gotten to the mare behind Lightning, ripping a huge gash into her shoulder. The ground beneath her was saturated with blood, and it was obvious she wasn't going to make it. But Lightning was not about to back down to this grizzly bear, no matter what the circumstances were. The grizzly bear was huge, bigger than any bear Eli had ever seen. This grizzly bear, wow! It looked to Eli to measure every bit of 10 feet long. The bear roared again as Lightning stood up on his hind legs, a shrill scream protruding from his throat, the sound piercing the canyon, bouncing off its hallowed rock walls. Not wanting to see Lightning get injured by the grizzly bear, lest he should suffer an injury, deleting the opportunity to race him on Saturday, Eli's mind raced as he tried to think about what to do. That was the one thought that now seemed to dominate his mind: preserve Lightning to race him on Saturday, and to do that, he had to keep him away from the grizzly bear. But before Eli had a chance to take action, the grizzly bear lunged at Lightning. But Lightning was ready for the attack and lashed out with his right foot, clocking the grizzly bear in the head. Although Lightning was not as thick and powerful as he had been 5 years earlier, thanks to Billy's neglect of this magnificent horse, he was still mighty powerful, and his blow sent the grizzly bear staggering. By this time, Eli had his shotgun out and spurred Bonner toward the grizzly bear, taking aim, making sure to get an angle on the grizzly bear so as to keep Lightning out of harm's way should he somehow miss with his shot. As the grizzly bear once again rose to its feet, Eli took careful aim and was just about to pull the trigger when Bonner suddenly tumbled to his right, launching Eli into the air, sending the shotgun flying. Eli heard a gun go off as he slammed on the hard ground beneath him, getting the wind knocked out of him. Trying to breathe, Eli crawled to his feet and looked toward Bonner. He couldn't believe his eyes. The mountain lion they had seen earlier lay on top of Bonner, blood streaming from the gash in its head. Ralph's bullet had found its mark. But Bonner was dead. Before Ralph could get a shot at the mountain lion, it had ripped a large gash into its throat, killing Bonner instantly. Eli felt sadness wash over him as he stared at Bonner. Bonner was a good horse, but soon the sadness dissipated into a raging anger, and Eli tipped back his head and let out a fierce roar, the sound protruding deep from within his stomach, echoing across the cold canyon that was now nearly dark, most of the sun having disappeared into the western horizon. Scrambling toward the shotgun that now lay 10 yards to his right, where it had landed after flying from his grasp moments earlier, Eli pulled it off the desert floor and swung it around toward the grizzly bear. But the grizzly bear had scrambled over to the other side of Lightning, and Lightning blocked Eli's shot. "Eli, look to your left!" It was Ralph who shouted, and Eli looked to his left simultaneous to that of another bullet being discharged from Ralph's rifle. He could hear the bullet whistle passing before hearing it thud, mere feet away from him. Swinging his head around at the same instant the bullet found its mark, Eli's eyes grew big with horror at the sight before him. Wolves! And about 30 of them! There had been talk around Jackson and Madsen about the problem wolves were beginning to pose in this part of the country. They seemed to multiply like rats, and were beginning to pose a serious threat to the people of Jackson and Madsen. And right now, 30 of them had banded together to attack Eli. But it wasn't just Eli they wanted. They were already tearing into the flesh of Bonner, growling as they ate, keeping their eyes on Eli. Eli looked at Lightning and the grizzly bear. Lightning had backed himself up all the way to where the mare now lay, with 4 wolves glancing back and forth from Lightning to the injured mare, trying to decide if they should attack Lightning or try to get to the mare without angering the horse with the fiery killer eyes. Lightning let out another scream, and the wolves hesitated. The grizzly bear wasn't in any better shape, now surrounded by 10 other wolves. There were wolves everywhere. Eli had never seen this many wolves before, not by a long shot. It was going to be a miracle if any of them survived. These wolves looked hungry, mighty hungry, and with their sheer size of number, there was no reason why they couldn't feast tonight. But Eli had other plans. "Ralph!" he said with a muffled shout. Ralph had ridden over close to where he was standing. "We need to clear the wolves from Bonner so I can get to my ammunition." Eli had his double-barreled shotgun, which had 2 slugs in it, his Smith & Wesson, which had 5 bullets in it, and his Colt Peacemaker, which had 6 bullets in it. Besides that, in his gun belt, he had spares for each bullet, and that might be enough. That is, if enough of his bullets found their mark, sending the rest of the wolves running. Ralph had some ammunition for himself, but there was a possibility they would need the ammunition that were in the saddlebags that once perched atop the now half-eaten Bonner. Ralph nodded his head in agreement. They had to start somewhere, but they also needed to make sure Lightning didn't get injured while they tried to reclaim the ammunition. "I'll cover you as best as I can, but I'm also going to keep an eye on Lightning and shoot that away if he needs my assistance." Eli now turned his sole attention toward the wolves. He wasn't sure what he should do. Should he just take careful aim and start taking out the wolves one by one? Or should he rush them with guns a-blazing, hoping to kill enough of them in the process to scare away the others? It was risky both ways. If he took them out one by one, they might decide to charge him. If he rushed them and didn't scare them off for the time being, they would be on top of him in no time, and that would be the end of him. But he had to do something, and instinctively pulled the shotgun to his shoulder and fired, the slug hitting one of the wolves in the head, its head exploding from the awful impact, making it nearly unrecognizable. Not waiting to see what would happen, Eli fired the shotgun again, sending another wolf staggering before it dropped. That was 2 dead. Ralph's rifle barked as one of the wolves charged Eli, dropping it in its tracks. Eli tossed the shotgun into the direction of Bonner as he whipped out his Colt Peacemaker. He hoped the shotgun would do 2 things. First, he hoped it would help scare off the wolves, and second, he hoped it would land close enough to Bonner so that when he got to the ammunition, he could use it should an attack occur immediately following his arrival. That is, if he could get there before a counterattack was launched by these bloodthirsty predators. Eli fanned the hammer of his Colt Peacemaker as he frantically pulled the trigger, unloading 6 bullets into the pack of wolves before him, sending 2 whimpering into the woods west of the battle, and putting 2 more on the ground, blood oozing from their twitching bodies, Eli's bullets having found their marks. Ralph fired again, and Eli thought for a second that he had missed, but Ralph hadn't fired at the wolves in front of Eli. One of the wolves was about to charge Lightning, which would have caused the rest to charge with it, and deciding to postpone their attack for the moment, Ralph fired at one of them, the bullet catching it in the back of its head, slamming the wolf head first into the desert floor. Eli took 2 more steps toward the wolves as he jammed the Colt Peacemaker into his holster, whipping out his Smith & Wesson revolver, pulling the trigger as it was coming up. A wolf had charged Eli and was 3 feet away from him as his bullet found its mark, dropping the wolf in front of Eli as it skidded to a stop mere inches from Eli's feet. Eli stepped over the dead wolf as he fired at another charging wolf, catching this one in the jaw as it hung in midair. Eli stepped to his left as his bullet shattered the wolf's jaw, sending the wolf flying past him. The bullet didn't kill the wolf, but having lost the will to fight, it ran off into the woods east of the battle, blood dripping from its head. It wouldn't be long before it was dead. With the shattered jaw, it couldn't fight, and it couldn't eat. But Eli wasn't thinking about that wolf anymore as he fired again, and then he fired again. Ralph fired also, and now 3 more wolves lay dead on the blood-stained desert floor. Not wanting to fire his last bullet before reloading, and with the wolves now slowly backing away from Bonner, Eli flipped the cylinder open and quickly reloaded. One of the wolves stopped backing up as the gunfire halted, taking a step toward Eli, but Ralph's next bullet dropped it in its tracks. Having reloaded, Eli unloaded 4 more bullets into the remaining wolves surrounding Bonner, 2 of them running off into the woods, whimpering as they went, and one dropping in its tracks, dead as a doornail. Ralph fired again, dropping another wolf, and the rest of them finally had enough and turned tail, running into the woods west of them. Seeing his window of opportunity, Eli lunged for Bonner, scooping up the Remington shotgun as he moved forward. He was only a few strides from Bonner and was there in an instant. The saddlebags lay off to the side, having been ripped off by the wolves as they tried to get to Bonner's flesh, and Eli quickly opened the blood-stained saddlebags to find the ammunition. Barely had Eli pulled the ammunition out of the saddlebags, grabbing 2 slugs to reload the shotgun, when an awful roar came raining down from above. Eli looked up, gasping when he saw the grizzly bear now standing above him, blood dripping from his mouth, his vacant eyes staring at Eli, ready for the kill. In his scramble toward the ammunition, Eli had lost sight of the grizzly bear, which had decimated several of the wolves that had finally decided to attack him, lashing at them with his paws and his teeth, sending them flying in every which direction. They had gotten to him before he could ward them off, tearing at his hide with their teeth, but he had come out on top, leaving only a few of them alive to run back into the woods, whimpering as they licked the wounds they had suffered. And now, Here this massive grizzly bear stood above Eli, ready to tear his head from his shoulders with its massive paws. Eli shuddered. Its paws were unlike anything he had ever seen. They were every bit the size of Eli's entire face, and he could only imagine the power behind the paw of this ferocious beast. One blow would most certainly crush whatever body part it made contact with, not to mention its razor-sharp claws could rip a man apart with the ease of a knife in warm butter. The bark of Ralph's rifle startled Eli out of his shock, and he swung up the shotgun as the grizzly bear roared once again before descending upon Eli. Eli pulled the trigger of the shotgun 2 times as fast as he could. Ralph's bullet had found its mark, but it was not a headshot, and thus the grizzly bear still had plenty of life in it. Eli's first bullet slammed into its chest as the bear descended, and with the grizzly bear's yellow blood-stained teeth mere inches away from the wrong end of the shotgun, Eli pulled the trigger, and the grizzly bear crumpled. Eli had rolled to his left as he fired his last shot, and as the grizzly bear tumbled to the ground, it slammed into the desert floor beside Eli, who had rolled out of harm's way just in time. The grizzly bear was dead by the time it hit the ground, but had it landed on top of Eli, by its sheer weight it could have killed him, or in the least, seriously injured him. Ralph's rifle barked again. Not taking the time to think about his narrow escape, Eli rolled to his feet, looking over toward Lightning to assess the situation. With the grizzly bear now out of the way, some of the wolves had come back out of the surrounding woods that they had run into and were now surrounding Lightning, about to attack him. Eli frantically reloaded his Colt Peacemaker with the remaining bullets in his gun belt. Not even taking time to aim carefully, he fired from his hip, fanning the hammer recklessly, firing into the pack of wolves in front of him. One wolf dropped, and one wolf ran back off into the woods, howling in agony. But it didn't get very far before dropping to the ground. It was dead. This left 10 wolves, and with Eli out of ammunition, the rest of his ammunition beneath the massive body of the dead grizzly bear, it looked like Lightning had run out of time. But Ralph wasn't done talking, and spurring his horse toward the pack of wolves, his revolver out of its holster for the first time, he blazed away at the wolves as they rushed the ferocious creatures surrounding Lightning. As Ralph fired his gun at the wolves surrounding Lightning, several of his bullets found their mark, and the rest of the wolves, fearing their imminent demise, scattered off into the woods. And just like that, it was over. The sun was now completely out of sight, and the moon was beginning to rise overhead. A wolf howled in the distance, and then another wolf howled. With dead animals strewn everywhere, this battle was now over, but they were still not out of harm's way, with many predators still lurking around them, looking for any opportunity to attack them. Moreover, how would Lightning react to Eli, who was now without a horse? Would he allow Eli to ride him? Or would he run away? Or would he try to attack Eli? Eli didn't know. But what he did know was that he was too far along to stop now. They had survived so far. Maybe, just maybe, they might be able to pull this off and have a race on their hands in just a couple days. Chapter 18, The Escape from No Man's Land. Lightning wasn't moving much as Eli and Ralph reconnected, ready for a break from the action they had just encountered. But they knew the reprieve from the action was temporary. With the darkness now fully enveloping them, little light emanating from the moon which was now mostly hidden by clouds. Lightning stood close to the mare, snorting and blowing as he looked off into the northern horizon, every now and then casting a dark look southward into the direction where Eli and Ralph had reconvened. Ralph whistled as he rode over to the horseless Eli, who was staring at Bonner, a sad look cast over his face. "That was some battle!" he exclaimed, before letting a somber look replace the look of excitement on his face, realizing just how badly Eli was feeling about the dead horse at his feet. "Sorry about your loss, Eli," he said, after pausing for a moment. "Always does pain a man to see a good horse go down like that." Eli nodded his head without saying anything. "Tell you what, Eli," Ralph finally continued, a serious tone protruding from his voice, "you're a lucky man. When I saw that mountain lion leap into the air, I was sure he was headed for you. I know you aren't too happy about having a dead horse, but it very well could have been you. That mountain lion was a professional killer. Look at the spot where he got Bonner in the throat. Bonner was dead before he hit the ground. If that had been you..." Ralph's voice trailed off. The consolation by Ralph couldn't bring a dead horse back to life, but Eli felt a little better after hearing what he had to say. After all, a man's life was of greater value than an animal's life, and as much as he hated losing Bonner, God had spared his own life, at least for now. They didn't really know what the rest of the night held for them. Deciding to trust God in getting them out safely, Eli turned to Ralph. "Toss me the end of your rope," he said. "We need to try to pull this grizzly bear off the saddlebags so I can get to whatever ammunition that is still remaining." Ralph tossed him the end of the rope that had the noose in it, tying his end off to the saddle horn. Seeing Eli had the rope secured around the grizzly bear's neck, he slowly eased his horse back, tugging at the massive grizzly bear before them. Ralph's horse didn't like the looks of the grizzly bear, despite it being dead, and tugged at the rope mightily, his hooves digging into the hard desert ground beneath him, trying to back away from the grizzly bear as far as possible. Eli hopped to the other side of the giant beast, and together with Ralph's horse, was able to slide the grizzly bear far enough to uncover the saddlebags. Grabbing the saddlebags, he reached inside of them and pulled out a couple crumpled boxes of bullets. After having reloaded his weapons, Eli tugged at the saddle that was still attached to Bonner, undoing the strap, and finally standing up with the prized saddle in his hands. Now that he was without a horse, he decided to use the regular-sized saddle instead of the racing saddle, and handed Ralph the racing saddle to transport back to Jackson if at all possible. Ralph placed it in front of him on his horse's neck. Ralph had an extra scabbard on his saddle and placed Eli's Winchester rifle in the empty space. He had already put his own rifle in the other scabbard and grabbed Eli's Remington shotgun as he handed it to him, deciding to have this gun in his hands should the necessity to use it present itself. If Eli should at all prove to be successful in mounting Lightning and be able to keep him under control, Ralph would then hand him his weapons, preparing him for the race for the south exit. Now that it was dark, the animals around them were much more likely to attack, and making a run for it was probably the best way to avoid some kind of catastrophe. With his Colt Peacemaker and Smith & Wesson on his sides, and the bridle and saddle in his hand, Eli didn't say a word as he began walking in the direction where Lightning stood. Lightning's eyes were still pointed northward, and Eli wondered if he smelled or sensed something from that direction. For some reason, he seemed less concerned about Eli as he did about something north of him, and for that, Eli was grateful. But Lightning began shifting his attention more to Eli as he came closer, and Eli knew he wasn't unaware of his presence. Not wanting to give him the opportunity to kick him, Eli circled around to the east just enough to approach Lightning from his left side. Lightning snorted and blew as Eli came within 10 feet, but remained standing where he was. And then Eli was within range, and carefully raising up the saddle with his left arm, he reached out with his right hand and slowly brushed Lightning's neck. Ralph stood nearby, watching with intense anticipation, the Remington shotgun in his hands, ready to be fired at a moment's notice. He had no intention of killing Lightning, but should the horse decide to attack Eli, Ralph had no qualms in killing the horse. A man's life was worth much more than a horse's life, and if he had to choose, Lightning would die and Eli would live. But for some reason, Lightning didn't seem to mind Eli's touch, as Eli talked to him softly, reassuring him that he was his friend and didn't intend to hurt him. Only when Eli laid the saddle on top of him did he flinch, but he didn't buck or try to move away from Eli, and Eli carefully slid the bitless bridle over his head before slowly walking around to the other side, reaching beneath Lightning. He pulled the saddle strap around beneath his belly and putting it through the metal buckle, gently pulled it tight. So far so good. Breathing a prayer of relief, Eli put his left foot into the stirrup and taking a deep breath, propelled himself into the saddle. But once again, Lightning didn't so much as fidget on his feet, and Eli nudged him gently with his knees, pulling him to his right as he began moving forward. And just like that, Eli was sitting atop Lightning, with both horses standing quietly next to each other. Eli shook his head as he looked at Ralph. Didn't expect it to be this easy, Ralph. Not after what happened back at the Hutchinson homestead. Doesn't make much sense. Who knows? Maybe some fresh air was all he needed after suffering so long at the hands of Billy. He seems to recognize my voice and my touch, and responds to it quite well. I'll have to keep an eye on him so he doesn't spook and throw me, but I think we're golden, Ralph. Ralph, I think we have a race on our hands. Ralph had a smile on his face, but he also had a concerned look in his eyes. Eli, I don't feel so good right now, he said, handing Eli his rifle and his shotgun. It's way too quiet out here at the moment. I'm not a man to get skittish too quick, but something tells me we need to ride out, and ride out hard. Lightning senses it too. Eli, we need to get moving. Ralph's words had barely escaped his lips when suddenly he stiffened. Eli, look! He pointed to the northeast of where they were sitting. Eli gasped when he looked. There were 10 mountain lions headed their way, keeping low, coming from every direction. Eli's mind raced as the predators moved in on them. How was this possible? Mountain lions didn't run in packs or hunt in packs. It was extremely unusual to see this many at one time, but here they were, advancing in on them. Chances were, they weren't together and had arrived at the same time, waiting to attack them when they were ready. That is why Lightning had kept most of his attention toward the north. He had either seen them coming, heard them coming, smelled them coming, or sensed them coming, and now here they were, coming. They had two choices: stand and fight, hoping to kill them before they closed in on their prey, or try to outrun them. And right now, Eli was inclined to try to outrun them. They were much too close for Eli and Ralph to shoot them all before they reached them. Moreover, once they charged, it would be hard to hit them. Having made up his mind, Eli said quietly, "Let's ride," spurring Lightning as he spoke, pointing him southeast toward the entrance leading to Jackson. Ralph was ready for Eli's word, and spurring his horse, kept pace with Eli as their horses plunged into the first set of trees. Eli hoped Ralph had a fast horse, and he did. In fact, Ralph's horse looked every bit as fast as Lightning, maybe even faster. Eli watched with amazement as the tall red horse made his way through the first set of woods, gliding through the trees with ease. And then they were out in the opening, both horses hitting top speed as the riders laid low on their saddles, giving them every advantage they could. Eli looked back to check if he could see what had happened to their would-be attackers. They weren't too far behind them, their dark shadows gliding over the desert floor. And then the two riders on their horses were in the next section of woods. Looking back again, Eli's heart froze. The mountain lions were gaining on them, having the advantage in the woods, able to navigate around the trees more easily. Grabbing his rifle from the scabbard, Eli turned slightly in the saddle, took aim, and fired. Missing his mark, Eli thrust the rifle back into its scabbard and whipped out the shotgun from the other side. Turning around again, he saw a mountain lion right on the heels of Ralph's horse. Taking quick aim, being in a better position to shoot, his shotgun went off, slamming the mountain lion into the ground. Barely had Eli's shotgun went off when Ralph's rifle barked, and Eli looked behind him to see another mountain lion go tumbling. And then, just like that, they were in the opening, with a mile to the exit at the south end of Wild Canyon. Thrusting his shotgun back into the scabbard, Eli focused on squeezing out every bit of speed he could get out of Lightning. Ralph was of the same mind, and the two horses barreled to safety, neck and neck. Stealing a glance at Ralph, Eli's jaw dropped. Ralph's horse looked every bit of a racehorse. He had incredible top speed, even with the big man atop him, and Eli wondered where Ralph had gotten him. Looking back once again, Eli saw the mountain lion begin to fall behind. The two horses they were chasing were just too fast. Ralph stole a glance at Eli as Eli turned his head back around. Raising his head slightly into the air, Ralph let Eli know that he was game for a race. A faint smile came over Eli's face as he nudged Lightning with his knees. Ralph had pulled ahead of them by half a length, but at Eli's urging, Lightning picked up speed, pulling even with the red horse. The red horse surged ahead, and Eli once again nudged Lightning, once again pulling even with Ralph. By this time they had reached the exit of Wild Canyon, and instead of pulling up now that the danger lay well behind them, the two men urged their horses toward Jackson, their horses' hooves pounding the hard ground beneath them. Eli had pulled ahead of Ralph just a little bit when he saw Ralph toss his racing saddle to the side, now determined to win this race. It was the racing saddle that Eli had handed him before approaching Lightning back in the canyon, and Ralph apparently thought it was holding him back. He must have been right because he pulled even with Eli. Eli could have conceded the race and went back to pick it up, but there was no way he was going to lose this race. As the ground below them flew by, both horses eating up ground with incredible speed, their powerful bodies surging beneath them, the dark shadows of Jackson came into view. Eli nudged Lightning once again, and the pair took back the lead, but not by much, and as they raced into town, Eli had the lead by the mere length of a nose. The two men began pulling up their horses as they entered Jackson, and by the time they reached the other end of town, they had slowed both horses to a walk. Looking over at Ralph with astonishment in his eyes, Eli shook his head incredulously. "You got some horse there, Ralph. If I didn't know better, I would say you aim to do some racing with that horse." Ralph smiled, but didn't say anything right away. "Matter of fact, I am, Eli," he finally said. "You know that race you're talking about that's going to happen at Jensen's racetrack on Saturday? Well, this horse is going to be in that race." "You don't say!" Eli exclaimed with bewilderment in his eyes. "I can't say I expected it, but after seeing the way she runs, well, Ralph, you've got as good a chance at winning as anyone. Except for Smooth as Silk, I've never seen a horse with the kind of top-end speed as I saw in her. She's going to be tough to beat. She sure is going to be tough to beat," he said once again, his voice trailing off as he stared into space, thinking about the upcoming race and Ralph's role in it. Chapter 19: A Horse Without a Race to Run. Eli was exhausted from the excitement of the night and decided to stay in Jackson and get some sleep before heading home the next morning. The saloon where he had gotten grub the night before also had rooms for rent, and after paying for one night, he bid Ralph goodbye and the men parted ways, each man soon fast asleep in his own hotel room. Morning came much too quick for Eli, and as the bright morning sun began streaming into the window of the room wherein he lay, he turned over in bed and tried to shield his eyes from the glare so as to get a few more minutes of sleep. But alas, now that he had awakened, he couldn't go back to sleep, him being the kind of man who was used to getting up at the crack of dawn. Therefore, despite still feeling fatigued from the night before, Eli rolled up out of bed. "Ah," he groaned, as his feet hit the ground and his body sat upright on the bed for the first time. His body was stiff and sore from the beating it had taken the night before, and the sound of misery that escaped his lips was all that needed to be said to convey how he was feeling. Eli was a man with a high tolerance for pain, but the night before was a rough night, and he was feeling it in his bones this next morning. "Guess I'm getting old," he muttered to himself as he stood up, pain racking his beaten body. It wasn't that he was that old, only in his early 40s, but he was sure feeling old this morning. It was probably from that fall he suffered when the mountain lion charged Bonner, throwing Eli off to the side. The ground he had landed on was rock-hard desert floor, and very unforgiving on his body. As the thought of the mountain lion crossed Eli's mind, a slight smile came over his bearded face. That was some night. He almost couldn't believe what all had transpired. He was lucky to be alive, mighty lucky. But then again, he didn't believe in luck anymore, nor did he believe in himself anymore. Well, at least not as much as he used to. He used to believe in himself and luck years ago, but now that he believed in God, he believed it was by God's providence that he had escaped the treacherous wild canyon, coming out with the prize lightning. Eli's mind wandered to thoughts of Billy. God must have a plan for Billy in his life yet, or so it was looking. He had provided Eli with a horse to race on Saturday, and not just a horse, but a horse that could run with the best of them. Moreover, it seemed like a miracle that Lightning was as affable last night as he had been. What were the odds? What were the chances he would let Eli ride him as easy as he did? It was with these thoughts swirling through Eli's fatigued mind that he finished pulling on his boots and buckling up his gun belt, heading down into the dining area of the saloon, where he hoped to get a good breakfast. His stomach was beginning to growl, and he could eat almost anything right now. But he wasn't hoping for just anything. He was hoping for one of Thad's famous omelets. Thad was the owner of the saloon, and was famous for his chili and his omelets. Eli sat down at a table, and was soon greeted by a young waitress who took his order. Barely had he finished telling her what he wanted, when Ralph came ambling down the same stairs Eli had descended just minutes earlier. "Good morning, Ralph," Eli greeted Ralph as he walked over to the table and sat down. Looking at the waitress, Eli nodded at her and said, "Whatever he wants, put it on my tab." The waitress nodded and proceeded to take Ralph's order. After the waitress left the vicinity, Eli and Ralph engaged in small talk, reminiscing about the night before and discussing the upcoming race. "So, Ralph," Eli inquired, "how in the world did you ever get mixed up in this race?" Ralph chuckled. "By a stroke of luck, I guess. I came across this horse 2 years ago as a 3-year-old colt. The folks who sold him to me knew he was fast, but had no idea how fast he really was. Fact is, they weren't racing folks, and he was a bit hard for them to handle. He was high-strung at the time, and they were looking more for a family horse. I liked the looks of him and offered them what I had, which was a sole Benjamin Franklin. They accepted, and here I am today, racing for more money than I ever dreamed of having. When I first got him, I wasn't planning on racing him. About 6 months after buying him, I was working on a ranch over in Wyoming at the time, and one night after supper one of the ranch hands was bragging about how his horse couldn't be beat. He was a talker, and had been bragging about his horse for a month straight, and I finally couldn't stand it anymore. So I challenged him to a race, and wouldn't you know it, Red smoked him running away. Red, that's what I called him. Well, the boys were all impressed, and soon word got around that I had the horse to beat, and boys from all over the state began showing up to try to beat him. But Red couldn't be beat, not even close, and he went up against some mighty fast horses. And then came the real competition. It was on a cool Wednesday evening about 6 months ago. I'll never forget the night. A carriage stopped by the ranch I was working at, and a wealthy-looking gentleman stepped out. He walked up to the house, and after asking for me, was pointed toward the bunkhouse. I saw him coming, and didn't think much of it, not having much to do with wealthy folks, being a no-account cowboy and all, but when he asked for me, my ears perked up. Wouldn't you know it, it was the owner of Smooth the Silk, and he wanted to see just how fast Red was. He said that if I entered and won a race the following Saturday, I could automatically be entered in the race that is happening this Saturday. I couldn't believe my ears when I heard how much the prize money was. When he finished talking, I didn't even hesitate before giving him my answer. There was no way I was going to decline the opportunity to win that kind of money. If I win the race on Saturday and add the winnings to what I have already saved up, I'll be able to begin thinking about having a homestead of my own. Eli, I've been looking forward to this my entire life. Just settle down somewhere on a place of my own and finish out my life in a chair on a front porch somewhere and not in a saddle. Anyway, I ran the race on that Saturday and ran away from the competition. Eli, I knew Red was fast, but when he gets pushed by the competition, he can't be beat. Well, it looks like there is one horse who can beat him, and that horse is Lightning, and maybe Smooth the Silk. Although, I wouldn't count out Boxy Baby or some of the other horses that are racing this Saturday. These are the best horses in the country, and it's going to be a race to remember. Eli nodded his head in affirmation. Yeah, this is going to be some race. It'll be kinda strange, though, going up against a friend. I know that money would mean a lot to you. Tell you what, Ralph, no hard feelings whatever happens, alright? Eli stuck out his hand, and Ralph grabbed it, giving Eli a firm handshake. Absolutely, Eli. No hard feelings. I say, let the best man win. And the best horse. Ralph paused for a moment before adding, although, now that I know you're racing to save a man's life, I don't feel as good about winning as I did beforehand. His voice trailed off, a faraway look coming into his eyes as he thought about the dilemma he was now embroiled in. He wanted to win that race and settle down, but that meant Billy wouldn't get his surgery and was months or even weeks away from imminent death. Hardly had the men finished up their breakfast when a group of men walked through the door. Eli glanced up at them casually, not expecting to know them or pay them any mind. He nearly jumped when he saw who two of the men were. They were the owners of Smooth the Silk and Boxy Baby. They were with a few other well-dressed men who portrayed themselves as men of means. Eli nodded his head at the men when they happened to look his way. The two owners that Eli knew nodded back, but didn't make the effort to come over and talk to him. Eli thought it a little strange, and felt like they had kind of given him the cold shoulder. But he was probably just imagining things. After all, there was no reason to be over-friendly. It's not like they were his best friends. Moreover, he had snubbed them a little when he declined to race in their race on the upcoming Saturday. But that was back then. Now he was ready to take them on, and show them Lightning's first win wasn't a fluke. I'm going to go over there and let the men know I'm in for the race on Saturday, Eli said, looking at Ralph briefly before turning his attention back to the men. Ralph didn't say anything. Eli promptly stood up and slowly walked over to the table where the men were sitting. There were 5 of them, and they all looked like men who made something of themselves in this life. Eli felt a tinge of inferiority creep into his thoughts, but he quickly brushed it out of his mind. After all, he was a Birkemeyer, and a Birkemeyer was inferior to no one. Howdy, gentlemen, Eli said as he nodded to the men around the table. Hello, Eli, Boxy Baby's owner said, his greeting short and curt. Not feeling any love lost on their part, Eli cut to the chase, getting straight to the point as to why he had approached them. Got some good news for you, gentlemen, he said, curious as to what response he would get from the men when he told them what he was approaching them for. Lightning's back in my hands, and he's ready to run. Guess I'll be joining you men for that race this Saturday after all. The men didn't say anything, almost as if they didn't hear him, but Smooth as Silk's owner finally responded, albeit not with the reply Eli was hoping for. The track's full, Eli, he said, his voice calm and even, as if he could have cared less one way or the other whether Eli raced. Eli's heart nearly stopped beating. What do you mean, the track's full? He asked, his voice filled with disbelief at what he was hearing. Exactly what he said, Boxy Baby's owner chimed in. When we decided on this race, we decided to have no more than 10 horses compete, and we already have the 10 horses that are planning to run in the race on Saturday. That's impossible, Eli said, his voice rising as he spoke. I risked my life to get a horse for this race. You can't just tell me the track is full, not after everything I've been through. Smooth the Silk's owner shook his head. Nothing we can do, Eli, unless we have a horse drop out. If so, we'll be sure to let you have first chance at it. Kinda would have liked to see if your horse could once again do what he did before, or if it was just some fluke win. But either way, the competition for Saturday has been decided, and as of now there is no changing it. Like I said, if one of the horses drops out, you'll be the first one in line to get it. Eli felt as if he had been sucker punched. Not even 10 minutes ago, he was thinking about the race ahead of him and how glorious it was going to be in a race like the one on Saturday where the best horses in the country were going to compete. The man who won that race could walk away as the man who had the fastest horse in the country, and that was a bragging right that Eli wanted. But more than that, what was he now supposed to do to help Billy? After all, he had started on this venture specifically for Billy. And now without a race with which to raise the money, it looked like Billy was plumb out of luck. That is, unless God provided another way for Billy to get the money for the surgery, but there wasn't another way. Or was there? Eli's mind turned dark, as the remaining option to help Billy floated through his mind. But that meant selling the cows and the feed. No! That couldn't even be an option. After working so hard to get himself started with a herd of beef cows, there was no way he was going to throw it all away to help Billy. Billy wasn't even his friend. In fact, Billy was his enemy. I mean, it was one thing to help Billy the way he was anticipating he would, but not by selling his livelihood. Eli sat down opposite of Ralph as his mind raced with anxiety, fraught with the conviction that God might actually ask him to do exactly what he didn't want to do. And he had wondered about this, whether he would actually help Billy if it wasn't under the pretext he would get to do it by racing. He had tried to make himself believe he was racing to save Billy's life, but now he was faced with the dilemma of helping Billy by another means that didn't include horse racing, and Eli suddenly didn't feel so inclined to help Billy. "What did they say?" Ralph asked hesitantly, seeing by the dark look on Eli's face that they had given him bad news. "Track's full," Eli replied, his voice quiet and hard, etched with a tinge of bitterness. "They'll let me know if one of the horses is taken out of the race, but as of now, I have a horse on my hands without a race
Chapter
to run."
20.
Thy will be done. Eli didn't stick around very long after receiving the bad news, bidding Ralph farewell and walking out of the saloon with ne'er a look at the owners of Smooth the Silk and Boxy Baby. His mind was whirling with all kinds of thoughts as he racked his brain so as what to do next. But what could he do? Deciding to go pick up the racing saddle from the night before venturing on home, Eli headed north. It was a nice sunny day, albeit with a cool, brisk wind, and the ride felt good. The air was crisply fresh, and Eli breathed it in gratefully, thankful for the life that God had given him. But barely had they begun northward when the saddle came into view, and Eli hopped off of Lightning, slinging the saddle over his neck before remounting. As Eli turned Lightning around to head south toward the Wilson homestead, he didn't really feel like riding through town. There was another way home, although it would take about 30 minutes longer, but at least he wouldn't have to suffer the possible humiliation of riding through Jackson, no longer having a race to compete in. For some reason he felt snubbed and humiliated by the owners of Smooth as Silk and Boxy Baby, and didn't care to see them ever again. But as he thought about it, anger began rising up within his soul. He had risked his life to go out and get Lightning, and now that he had Lightning in his hands, he didn't have a race to compete in. And why couldn't they add an 11th horse to the track? Were they merely sticking to what they had agreed upon, or was there something else going on? Eli was about to turn left to go around Jackson completely, so as to avoid whatever prying eyes he might encounter, when, at the last second, he nudged Lightning forward, heading straight for Jackson. He decided he was going to wind out Lightning and go barreling through Jackson, showing everyone just how fast Lightning was. Maybe that would spur the rest of the owners to add an 11th horse to the race. Or maybe it wouldn't. Maybe they would then see just how fast Lightning was and decide they didn't want the competition after all. Either way, Eli decided to show off Lightning to any would-be spectators in Jackson. Letting Lightning know it was time to run, Eli poked him gently with his spurs. Lightning leaped forward, nearly lifting Eli out of the seat. He had forgotten just how powerful Lightning was. Crouching down into the saddle, Eli let Lightning set the pace, and set the pace he did. He must have remembered the last time Eli ran him through Jackson, and he was ready to run. Eli had not only forgotten how fast Lightning could take off, but how fast he was at his top-end speed. It was incredible. The cool wind whipped around Eli's head as Lightning laid out, his long, powerful legs churning forward with increasing speed. Jackson was now in view, and Eli began shouting at the townfolks ahead of him so as to warn them to get out of the way. Eli knew he could get into a mite of trouble, blitzing through town at the speed at this time of the day. It was the time of the day when folks were the most active, going about their daily activities, scurrying to and fro, taking care of business. He breathed with relief when he saw them scatter, and once again nudged Lightning with his spurs. When Eli's spurs nudged Lightning, it didn't hurt him at all, the soft touch of the spurs merely serving as a reminder that now was the time to show the audience just how fast he was. When Eli nudged him the second time, he figured Lightning was stretched out all the way, running at his top speed, but his eyes grew big with astonishment as Lightning kicked it into another gear. Eli couldn't believe it. It seemed as if Lightning was even faster than before. He wasn't as powerful as he was 5 years earlier, thanks to the neglect of Billy, but he wasn't as heavy either, which seemed to give him an advantage in pure top-end speed. As Lightning's hooves pounded on the hard ground beneath them, Eli crouched even lower in the saddle, clinging tightly to the spare saddle with one hand and the saddle horn with the other. Jaws began dropping as Lightning flashed past the town folks. They had seen fast horses before, but most of them had never seen a horse run this fast. Eli looked to his right, seeing an older man come up out of his front porch chair, his mouth opening with astonishment, his cigar suspended in mid-air. The buildings were like a blur, and then Jackson was behind them. Eli let Lightning set the pace, pulling him left just before they reached the Northeast Trail. The Northeast Trail wasn't a viable option when traveling from Jackson to the Wilson homestead, and Eli wasn't in the mood to undergo any more of the Northeast Trail experiences. It seemed Lightning was in the mood to run, and run he did. He always had good stamina, but it seemed he had more speed for a longer period of time this time around. Losing the amount of weight he did really seemed to make a difference. Had they been able to compete in the race on Saturday, he might have had the disadvantage when it came to pushing his way through the competition with his body, should it have become necessary to do so, but he would definitely have had the advantage when it came to speed. Even Smooth as Silk didn't possess this kind of speed and stamina. Lightning would also have had the advantage over Boxy Baby when it came to stamina. Eli shook his head with frustration as he thought about the lost opportunity to compete in the race, but feeling his anger begin to overwhelm him, he turned to God for help. "Oh God," he prayed fervently, his lips moving ever so slightly as Lightning turned left to head east toward the Wilson homestead. "Please remove this anger from my heart. I know you work all things according to the counsel of your will, and that nothing happens outside of your sovereign will. I don't know what step to take next, but Lord, please take away my anger and give me guidance as how to help Billy." Relief began to flood over Eli as he pulled Lightning up to canter through Madison. Wilson's homestead wasn't much further east of Madison, and soon the duo could see the top of the buildings come into view, and as they turned into the lane of the Wilson homestead, Eli had made up his mind. The race didn't work out, but Billy still needed help, and the only option remaining would be to sell the livestock and feed. That is, if he could find a buyer. Eli decided then and there that if God opened the door for the livestock and feed to sell for enough money to send Billy east for surgery, then that is what he would do. He could always go back to the sawmill when they had work for him, or he would find work elsewhere. They would survive somehow, but for now, a man's life hung in the balance, and that is what mattered most in the moment. Doc was out in his small woodshed when Eli rode into the lane of the Birkemeyer homestead, stepping outside as Eli rode in atop the trotting Lightning. Eli nodded his head toward Doc as he pulled Lightning to a stop. Doc had a big smile on his face at the sight of Lightning and could only imagine what Eli had to do to get Lightning into this kind of position. His eyes scanned for any bloody marks that Eli might have inflicted upon Lightning in order to make him behave as well as he was behaving, but seeing no such marks like he had the first time Eli broke Lightning, he let out an inward sigh of relief. "Well, Eli," Doc said, another big smile breaking out across his aged face, "looks like you got a race on your hands. Where did you find Lightning?" "Found him out in Wild Canyon," Eli answered, his voice dripping with despair when it should have been filled with triumph and jubilee. "Lost Bonner in the process, though." "What happened with Bonner?" Doc asked, his eyes searching Eli's face for details as to the state of the man. There was obviously something wrong, despite the position he was in with Lightning. "Mountain lion got to him," Eli responded despondently. "There was nothing I could do. It was upon us before I could react. In fact, I never saw it coming. Had it not gone for Bonner first, I would not be here talking to you today. Before I knew what was happening, it had Bonner by the throat, and I was flying through the air as Bonner went down." "Sorry to hear what happened to Bonner, Eli," Doc interjected when Eli went silent, But the important thing is that you made it out alive. You have a family to think about. Looks like you got a good horse in the process, though." Doc paused for a second before prying into what it was that had Eli acting depressed. "You don't look too enthused about getting Lightning back." Doc's voice trailed off intentionally, hoping Eli would fill him in as to what the problem was. His plan worked, and Eli cleared his throat before beginning. "I won't be racing on Saturday. Just before leaving Jackson, I saw several of the owners of the horses that are racing on Saturday, and they said they initially agreed to keep the race to 10 horses. They have 10 horses registered for the race. Looks like I have a horse without a race to run." Doc was stunned as he looked at Eli. Before Eli had even ventured off after Lightning, he wasn't too sure Eli could pull off the tall order of securing Lightning, being able to ride him, and then somehow win the race on Saturday. Not that he was opposed to the idea, he just wasn't sure any man could accomplish what Eli set out to do. But now that Eli had secured Lightning and was able to ride him, he was now without a race. I don't know what to say," Doc stammered, urgently trying to figure out how to console Eli. "It's all right, Doc," Eli replied, while Doc fidgeted with his words. "What can anyone say? I was pretty upset about everything to begin with, but more about not racing on Saturday and less about not being able to help Billy. Doc, I really wanted to race on Saturday because I looked forward to the competition, but when I left here yesterday to go after Lightning, I was doing it primarily to help Billy, and I really meant to, and I still mean to, even with no race wherewith to raise the money." Eli's voice trailed off, and Doc looked surprised. "What are you aiming to do, Eli?" But before Eli answered him, he began to suspect what Eli was of a mind to do. "You're going to sell the livestock in the feed, aren't you?" Eli nodded his head. "Yeah, if there is a buyer able to pay enough so as to make it possible to send Billy east, I'm selling the livestock and the feed. I'm not sure how we'll survive, but I believe God will help us through. Right now, Billy needs help, and I aim to help him. How's he doing anyway?" Tears began forming in Doc's eyes as he looked at Eli. He knew that Eli's conversion had really changed him, and that Eli was a different man from the very beginning. But this was a change that was beyond understanding. Eli had worked hard to get his herd of beef cows where he had it right now, and even after the rough, dry summer, where he had toiled in vain to get ahead, using up all the reserves they had, Eli was able to maintain his herd. But now Eli was willing to give it all up to help an enemy, to help someone whose only aim in life seemed to be the desire to destroy Eli. "Billy's doing okay, Eli," Doc replied after stifling the emotion that threatened to spill out in front of his brother in Christ. "He has a little bit of time left. If we can get him sent east in a couple days, there's a possibility he will survive the surgery. His lungs are in pretty bad shape, but there's still time. Whether or not he'll survive with surgery, only the Lord knows. And Eli, what you're giving up for someone who has never given you a reason to be nice in return is remarkable. Only God could have produced such a result in you. Even now my faith is being strengthened as I watch what God is doing with your life." Doc paused, thinking about the incredible turn of events, but then he said, "Eli, a man stopped by today asking if I knew of anyone who had a herd for sale. He said he purchased the old Franklin homestead and was looking to find a young herd to stock his homestead with. I think God is giving you clear guidance as what to do." Eli nodded his head as he forced back his emotions. "All right, Doc. I'll head over first thing in the morning and see if I can't get this deal done." Nudging Lightning with his knees, Eli gave him rein to move forward, and the pair could be seen headed for the Berkemeyer barn. Doc shook his head as he watched them ride away. He knew Eli was a different man, but this was beyond anything he had ever expected Eli to do. When Eli reached the barn, he quickly dismounted Lightning and didn't waste any time putting him away into a stall. After pouring some oats into a bin inside Lightning's stall, Eli closed the latch of the door and headed for his favorite spot in the barn. When he got there, he knelt on his knees and planted his head on the ground. And it was here in this moment he let his emotions get the best of him. Eli wasn't the type of man to cry, but he had experienced something wonderful when he decided to sell his livestock and feed to save Billy's life. It was an incredible moment of surrender. It was a moment of surrendering everything to God and making the one decision he didn't want to make. It was a scary moment, for he was placing his trust completely in God, but it was also a moment of intense relief, for now it was entirely up to God to provide the means for them to move forward in life. And thus, as Billy's life hung in the balance, Eli poured forth the tears of his soul before God, overwhelmed that God had wrought such a work in his heart. It was a special moment between him and God, with God feeling as close to him as he ever had. His conversion experience was special in its own kind of way, but so was this. And little did he know that while he wept, God was also beginning to work in the heart of Billy through the means of what Eli was sacrificing for him. Chapter 21, A Most Glorious Encounter. When peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my lot thou hast taught me to say, it is well with my soul. Though Satan should buffet, though trials should come, let this blessed assurance control, that Christ has regarded my helpless estate, and hath shed his own blood for my soul. My sin, oh, the bliss of this glorious thought, my sin not in part but the whole, is nailed to the cross, and I bear it no more. Praise the Lord, oh my soul. Doc's voice trailed off as he stepped through the door of his cabin, his arms full of firewood, which he plopped down beside the wall next to the fireplace. With winter right around the corner, it was wise to begin preparing for whatever snowstorms were headed their way. Whenever the storms did come, at least the really bad ones, they seemed to come quickly out of nowhere with little warning beforehand. The incident with Eli had shaken him, albeit in a good way, putting him in a rather strange mood, causing him to sing the hymn he finished singing just as he walked through the door. On one hand, he was saddened by the loss Eli suffered when he discovered he no longer had a race to run, and the impending hardships that were headed their way as they sought to go all in to help Billy. On the other hand, seeing Eli do this for Billy despite everything that had happened between the two men over the years was an incredible moment of watching God provide the means to save one man's life through the transformation of another man's heart. The Christian life could be a struggle at times, but moments like these were unparalleled and made the struggle seem worth it. Doc's mind traveled to a passage in Romans 5 that talked about how some people can sacrifice their lives for good people, but Jesus died for us while we were still sinners and enemies of God. While we are often willing to help our friends, God provided salvation for his enemies, and what Eli was doing was proof that Christ was transforming his heart in an undeniable manner. Doc decided to bring in another load of firewood, and as he walked out toward the woodshed, which was stocked full of firewood for the winter, which he had cut over the summer with Eli and the boys, his mind recalled the story he had heard that was behind the hymn he was singing minutes earlier. Doc's mind traveled back to 10 years earlier on one particular Sunday morning. He was out of town on some business, and had decided to attend Sunday morning service at an old country church that was close to where he had stayed on the previous Saturday night. Riding out to that old country church on his horse, Old Gray, on that gorgeous Sunday morning, he remembered how beautiful the sounds of the forest were, especially the birds as they sang their hearts out with the voices God had given them. It was a magnificent display of God's creation, and the moment was etched into Doc's mind forever. Well, as he walked into that old country church years earlier, he recognized that he was attending a funeral. Not sure whether to stay or leave, he fidgeted with his hat as the minister walked up to him. It was uncommon to hold funerals during Sunday morning services, and Doc had come unawares of what was taking place, but upon the warm welcome by the minister and the invitation to stay, despite being of no kin or associate of the deceased, Doc decided to stay. Seeing there was only a handful of people attending, he had been on the verge of declining the invitation to stay, but for some reason felt pressed by the Spirit of God to remain where he was. As the service began, Doc realized that it looked more like an ordinary Sunday morning service than a funeral service. The few people who had attended sang with great zest and didn't seem like they were at a funeral. There were some tears, of course, but there was a joy radiating through this small church that Doc found compelling and desirable. As the service continued, Doc saw that the folks who were present in the congregation radiated with joy because they believed their beloved brother in Christ was in heaven at the very moment with his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. It was a breathtaking moment for Doc to witness, and he never forgot the faces of those folks. After singing a few songs and making a few announcements, the preacher stood up and began preaching the message he had prepared for this particular morning. And could he ever preach? Doc sat spellbound upon the hard wooden bench whereupon he perched, his eyes riveted on the preacher as he moved back and forth, speaking with the kind of authority that Doc had seldom seen. It was hard to imagine why God had gifted such a small congregation with such a powerful preacher, but he had, and for that Doc was thankful. It was one of the most powerful sermons he had ever heard. The time seemed to fly as the man of God preached with great power, and before Doc knew it, he was beginning to close his sermon. And as he closed his sermon, he began telling them about a man named Horatio G. Spafford, an attorney who lost a fortune during the Great Chicago Fire in 1871. Around this same time, his 4-year-old son died from scarlet fever. Being a friend of Ira Sankey and D.L. Moody, Spafford decided to go to Europe to attend their meetings and sent his wife and 4 daughters ahead of him, himself being detained at the last moment thanks to an urgent matter that had arisen. But tragedy struck the Spafford family when their ship collided with an iron sailing vessel. Spafford's wife survived the incident, but their 4 daughters drowned in the accident. Horatio immediately booked passage aboard a ship and left America to join his surviving wife. As they passed the spot where the previous ship had sunk, the captain pulled Horatio aside and told him he believed they were now passing over it. It was here that Spafford wrote this beautiful hymn, "It is well with my soul," saying to himself, "It is well, the will of God be done." Sobs escaped Doc's lips as he opened the cabin door, his arms filled with another load of firewood. Dropping the wood on the floor in front of the stacked firewood he had already brought in, he quickly wiped away the tears that were forming. He remembered how the story had affected him 10 years earlier, as the preacher closed with the story of Horatio G. Spafford, and how he never forgot that day at that little country church where a mere man preached as powerfully as anyone Doc had ever listened to. "Doc! Doc!" Doc paused for a second, hearing Billy's frail, raspy voice coming from the bedroom wherein he was stationed. "On my way, Billy," he responded, once again wiping away the tears from his eyes and quickly making his sound toward the sound of Billy's voice. As he stepped through the door into the bedroom, a sharp cough racked Billy's withering body, and Doc quickly exited the room, hurrying out to the kitchen where he quickly heated some water with the stove he had purchased a few years earlier, adding honey and ginger, before hurrying back to Billy's side. "Here, drink this," he urged, holding the cup up to Billy's mouth. He had raised the head of the bed earlier that morning, and Billy was sitting in a partially upright position, and thus able to slowly drink the warm tonic without too much trouble. It seemed to soothe his throat, with the coughing subsiding completely. Billy had seemed to improve the last couple days, but now he seemed to be going in the opposite direction. If he was going to survive, he needed the surgery soon. "Doc," Billy said, as the coughing subsided, "why are you going to all this trouble? You know I can never repay you. We both know I'm not going to survive this. Why not just put me out in the woods or something and let me die sooner or later? All you're doing is prolonging the inevitable." Doc put his hand on Billy's shoulder, looking squarely into his eyes. "Billy, it's not over till it's over. Eli is raising the money to send you east even as we are speaking. There is no guarantee you'll survive the lung surgery, but there is no guarantee you won't. Fact of the matter is, you could have many more years still ahead of you in this life." Billy snorted. "Eli helping me? You actually expect me to believe that, don't you? I might be dying, Doc, but I'm not stupid." Doc smiled. "Guess you'll have to see it to believe it, Billy. But when you do, maybe you'll come to your senses and turn to God, recognizing that He is real and that He loves you, Billy. Believe me, or don't believe me, but right now, Eli is making plans to sell his herd of beef cows and the extra feed to raise the money to send you back east for surgery." Billy's eyes filled with astonishment for a second before he snorted once again. "Yeah, I'm really going to believe that." Turning his head away from Doc, he closed his eyes, pretending to ignore the man beside him. But Doc decided this was the time to tell Billy what had been on his mind for the past couple of days. "Billy," he began, his voice growing husky as he spoke, I don't know what you know about God, about Jesus, about heaven, about hell, about sin, about repentance, and about forgiveness, but right now, I'm going to give it to you straight, and what I'm about to tell you will be the most important thing I will ever say to you. But I can only tell you. It's up to you how you respond. Billy, chances are you are going to die in a couple weeks. God may spare your life, or he may decide that it's your time to die. I don't know which one it will be. But Billy, there is one thing that I do know, and it is that when you die, whether it's sooner or later, you will stand before the throne of God, and he will judge you for how you have lived your life. And let me just say, Billy, you have lived a terrible life of sin. Even you are willing and able to recognize that, and because of the life you lived, your eternal destiny is hell, where you will be punished for all of eternity for your sins. And when I say punished, I mean the most terrible punishment imaginable. The Bible describes hell as a lake of fire. Imagine burning in a lake of fire for eternity. That is the kind of punishment you can expect. But you know what, Billy? I'm no better than you are. Sure, I may have lived an increasingly better life over the past couple decades, but I was also headed straight to hell many years ago, and there was nothing I could do to undo my sins or live a good enough life to atone for my sins, nor could I ever, not even in these last years, live a life good enough to merit going to heaven. But the Bible says that Jesus, the Son of God, very God of very God, came to earth and died on a wooden cross, taking our sin upon himself, dying on the cross so that whoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Billy, God made a way for you to be saved and live forever in heaven with him, and God can work in your heart in such a way that is unimaginable. Look at Eli. Right now, he is preparing to sell his livestock and feed to help you, his enemy. The old Eli would not even have considered doing something like that, but the new Eli, the one who now has the Spirit of God dwelling within him, is the Eli that can and is doing what he can to help you. The Bible says that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us, and if we repent of our sins and place our trust in Christ, we will be saved. Billy, Jesus has made a way for you to be saved. Will you repent and believe in him? Doc paused, waiting to see if there would be any response from Billy. While he waited, he prayed fervently in his mind that Billy would respond to the call of Christ. After a few minutes, Billy stirred slightly. Doc, what does it mean to repent? Doc's heart leaped at the sound of the words exiting Billy's mouth. He detected a genuine desire on Billy's part to know what it meant to repent, and tried not to show his eagerness as he replied with a calm, steady voice. Billy, it means that you recognize you are a sinner before God, and that you have committed sins worthy of eternal punishment, and that by God's grace and help, you are willing to forsake your sins and live according to the standard God presents to us in the Bible. Billy didn't say anything, and Doc was beginning to fear his answer wasn't sufficient. But then Billy spoke. Doc, I know I'm a sinner, and that I've sinned greatly in my life. It doesn't take a genius to know that. His body racked slightly, as several sobs escaped the depths of his repenting heart. I hate being who I am. I want to be different, Doc, but even then, how could I ever be forgiven for the way I lived? I'm a terrible person, Doc. I've always known that, but it never seemed to bother me. Until now, that is. Fresh bursts of joy radiated through Doc's mind and heart as he gently laid his hand on Billy's shoulder. Billy, the Bible is clear that if you repent of your sins and put your trust in Christ, God is willing and able to forgive you. The choice is yours, Billy. Your sins are great, but God is greater, and so is his love for you. Billy, this is your moment. Will you answer God's call and turn to Christ this very moment? Barely had Doc's words reached Billy's ears before he rolled over and reached out, grasping Doc's forearms. Doc, I do! I will! Doc! Oh, Doc, I can't live like this anymore! The weight of my sin is great! My fear of death is unbearable! Oh, Doc, please help me! I repent! I believe! I need help! Doc grasped Billy's arms. Then pray to God, Billy! In the name of Jesus, pray to God! Confess your sins! Ask for forgiveness! Tell him you believe in Jesus for the forgiveness of your sins! Ask for the Holy Spirit to dwell within you, helping you become more like Jesus every day! Pray, Billy, pray! Amidst the sobbing and the coughing that ensued, Billy prayed. Doc prayed as well, helping Billy along whenever he seemed to lose himself in a fresh fit of sobbing. And before darkness began covering the Wilson homestead, a new stanza was added to the song sung by the heavenly host as they worshipped before God, who had revealed within the fold of his elect another repentant sinner who was now clothed in the righteousness of Christ. Chapter 22, An Unexpected Change of Events. It was a nice Thursday morning that Eli woke up to, albeit not much different from the day before. It was a little bit colder despite the sun's appearance, and Eli pulled the collar of his jacket a little bit tighter as he sat astride Lightning as they headed toward the Franklin homestead. His mind was clear and calm, Eli having decided what his recourse of action would be to help Billy, although his stomach was tied in a knot at the thought of giving up everything he had earned the past couple years just to help out an old enemy. But he had made up his mind, and when Eli made up his mind about something, it was nearly impossible to sway him into a different direction. The Franklin homestead was up close to Jackson, and with the pace that was set by Lightning as he cantered along, Eli figured it would take about an hour to get there, but he didn't mind. Despite the cold morning air, it felt good to breathe in, the freshness of it a nice reprieve from the stuffy cabin air he had exited from earlier that morning. Eli tried not to think about what he was about to do, but as he drew closer to the Franklin homestead, he began to have doubts about whether he should do this. After all, he had a family to think about. Although he had talked to Doc the night before settling in for the night in the Birkemeyer cabin, and Doc had reassured him they would be fine in the long haul, with Doc having enough reserves of his own to help the Birkemeyer family should things get tough. Moreover, Doc had told him about Billy's conversion and how he was now resting peacefully, believing that Eli was selling his livestock and extra feed to help him. Doc shared how God had used Eli's example of love for his enemy to bring about a miraculous change in Billy's heart. How could he turn back now? But then again, if Billy was now saved, why not just ask God for healing instead of sending him back east? If Billy died now, at least he was saved and would be in a better place. Eli shook his head at the last thoughts that had just circulated through his mind. He knew he was trying to find a way around what he was about to do. Might as well just get it over with, he thought to himself as he turned Lightning into the lane of the Franklin homestead. He knew his last thoughts weren't appropriate, and that he should willingly do what he believed God was leading him to do, but for some reason he was struggling to be happy about it at the moment. But at least he was doing the right thing. He couldn't control his feelings, but he could control what he did, at least to an extent, and with these last thoughts in mind, he nodded toward the man emerging from the house that once sheltered the Franklin family. "Howdy," he said, greeting the man who stepped out through the front door. He was a tall, thin man who looked to be in his early 30s. He was clean-shaven and had dark, stringy hair, which was covered by a tattered straw hat, which was pulled low, making it hard to see his eyes. "Good morning," the stranger replied, not giving Eli a smile or a cold shoulder as he nodded his head toward Eli. "Name's Eli Birkemeyer," Eli said. "I'm from over Madsen way. Heard you were looking for a string of young beef cows. I have a herd I'm looking to sell. Also got some feed to go with the herd. A perfect setup for a man looking to get started." "Nice to meet you, Eli," the stranger replied courteously. "Joe Schweitzer is my name. And yes, you heard right. I was looking for a young herd. But I hate to break it to you, Eli, you're a day late. A man stopped by yesterday morning, and after riding over to his place and looking at his herd, I bought what he had. The man was keen on moving on, and gave me a good deal. Looks like times are tough these days, and folks are looking to settle elsewhere. About the only thing I'd be interested in is the feed, but I guess you wouldn't be looking to sell just the feed. Sorry about your luck, mister. Hope it doesn't put you into too much of a bind." Eli detected sincere sympathy in the man's voice, and despite his lack of outward friendliness, the feeling swept over Eli that he was a trustworthy man who would make a great neighbor. At the same time, he looked and acted like a man who would make a formidable enemy if you crossed him and didn't treat him with the respect he demanded with his presence. But Eli wasn't discouraged by the man's answer, as his heart leaped with joy at the thought that there might not be a buyer for his herd after all. Indeed, he would still continue looking around, but it wasn't overly likely he could find a buyer for his cattle. Nodding his head at Joe, he replied, "I appreciate your time, Joe. God will provide. He always has and always will." Eli didn't wait for a response, but nodded his head toward Joe once again before wheeling Lightning around and pointing him out of the Franklin homestead. Not having anticipated what had just occurred, he kept Lightning at a walk as he thought about what to do next. Maybe he could find a buyer in Jackson. Deciding he should check it out before heading for home, he urged Lightning into a canter that-a-way. Jackson was bustling with activity when Eli rode in, and nobody seemed to notice or recognize him. Riding Lightning up to the front of Thad's saloon, he hopped off and walked into the saloon after quickly tying Lightning up to the hitching post. This was as good a place as any to get wind of any buyers that might be looking to buy his herd, with local news as prevalent here as anywhere. Moreover, he was beginning to get hungry, and he might as well get something to eat. To Eli's surprise, when he walked into the building before him, he spotted Ralph sitting at a table in the corner of the saloon, an empty plate in front of him. It looked like he had just finished eating and was about to stand up when he saw Eli. "Eli," he said, as Eli walked over to him, "I was just about to head over to the Wilson homestead to talk to you." "Howdy, Ralph," Eli said in response. Thinking it strange that Ralph would have business at the Wilson homestead, his curiosity piqued as he asked, "And what might that be about?" Ralph smiled, a pained look coming into his eyes. "Well, Eli," he said, his voice becoming husky with emotion, "I was thinking about what we discussed the last time we talked. It sure is a curious thing what you are willing to do for a man who has been a lifelong enemy, especially after what he did to you 5 years ago. In fact, it bothered me so much that I lost all desire to compete in the race on Saturday, knowing I'd be racing for money and you'd be racing to save a man's life. I'm pulling out of the race, Eli, and that will open up a slot for you to compete in." Eli was stunned. "But Ralph," he urged, "you had your heart set on this. What about the homestead you were looking to buy? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Blow this opportunity, and you'll be riding for other men your whole life. You can't just throw this opportunity away." "Already did, Eli," Ralph responded, his voice clear and even. "I told the other owners this morning. They didn't look too happy about it, but they agreed to let you race. I don't think they want you in the race, especially after watching Lightning run through town the way he did yesterday. Eli, you should have seen their eyes. They know Lightning could beat any one of their horses. Lightning is fast, Eli. Really, really fast. In fact, I'm almost as excited about watching you race Lightning as I would have been to compete in the race myself." Ralph leaned over the table, looking Eli squarely into his eyes. "Just do one thing for me, Eli. Win that race. I know you're doing it to save a man's life, but after watching the other owners act the way they did around the common folks here, I want nothing more than to see someone put them in their place. Eli, don't just beat them bad." Eli didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he stuck out his hand as a lump came into his throat. Ralph took his hand and shook it heartily, not saying anything either. Words would have ruined the moment. Standing up, he nodded his head toward Eli, wheeled around, and walked out of the front door of the saloon. Eli watched as Ralph exited the saloon. He couldn't believe what had just transpired. So this is how God decided to work this out. After making Eli go through the ordeal of giving up so much for an old enemy, it was in his will all along for Eli to race, or so it seemed. But would he win? That was the question. Now that he was in the race, could Lightning actually beat the other horses? After ordering lunch, Eli sat back in his chair, basking in the moment, and he thought about the details of the upcoming race. Today was Thursday. That meant he had one day to get Lightning ready. That wasn't much time, but then again, it seemed that Lightning was ready, and so was Eli. He had never been this ready in his life. With the unexpected change of events, Eli was suddenly not as hungry as he was when he first walked into the saloon. But that changed when he saw the hot, steaming bowl of chili headed his way. Once the waitress departed after setting down his lunch on the table, Eli went to town, making short order of the meal set before him. But barely had Eli eaten when he recognized the man who stepped through the front door of the saloon. It was Jim Lutz, Smooth as Silk's owner. Not sure how the man would greet him when he saw him, Eli decided to play it cool, letting the other man set the tone. Upon seeing Eli, he changed direction, heading Eli's way. "Howdy," he said, looking at Eli with his hard, cold blue eyes. "Mind if I sit down for a spell?" Eli nodded his head, pointing toward the open chair. "Be my guest." "I'm going to get straight to the point, Eli," Jim said as he sat down, his cold voice sending chills rippling across Eli's body. He had never really liked the man, sensing something untrustworthy about him, although the man had never done anything to Eli to deserve such a reputation. "I'm listening," Eli responded, his voice equally cold. "Look," Jim began, "the race this Saturday means a lot to me. This is Smooth as Silk's last race and the biggest win of his career. I can't think of a better way for him to end his racing days. There is no doubt in my mind he can win on Saturday, at least in regard to the other horses. But I'm not taking any chances. Your horse is fast, mighty fast, and the only horse I'm not sure about. My rider understands how to beat every horse on the track, except yours." "What are you getting at?" Eli asked. "How much will it take to stay out of the race?" Jim asked. "I mean, I'm not asking you to enter the race at all, but what will it take for you to make sure Lightning doesn't interfere in the race in any way whatsoever? I need you to race so the others don't suspect what I'm asking you to do, but I also need you to stay away from Smooth as Silk. What do you need to make that happen?" Eli wanted to punch the man, and he would have in the past, but he was a different man, and thus refrained from the violence that his Berkemeier temper desired to inflict. "There is no amount of money that can buy me off, Jim," Eli said angrily. "Not even your old homestead?" Jim replied, a triumphant gleam coming into his eyes. "What do you mean?" Eli asked. "My homestead already belongs to someone else." "Not anymore, it doesn't," Jim said, a dark smile crossing his hard, cold face. "Fact is, I'm a banker, and I purchased the lien this morning that gives me ownership of the Casola homestead. Looks like Billy used the homestead as collateral to loan some money and defaulted on the loan. I'm in possession of the lien, and if you throw the race on Saturday, the homestead is yours." Eli felt shock race through his body. He had spent the past 5 years dreaming about getting his homestead back, and now here he was with the opportunity to have his dream fulfilled, but that would mean turning his back on Billy. Shaking his head at Jim, he said, "I can't, Jim. It wouldn't be right." Seeing the inward turmoil through Eli's eyes, Jim smiled. "I don't need an answer right now, Eli. In fact, I don't need an answer at all. I just need you to hold back Lightning should he get it in his head to win. That's all I'm asking. No one needs to know. This will stay between you and me. We'll just write up a fake contract that makes it look like you are purchasing back your homestead with monthly payments. But you won't owe me a dime for your homestead. Just lose the race, and the homestead is yours." Chapter 23, To Race or Not to Race. After Jim exited the saloon, Eli sat back in his chair, his thoughts reeling regarding the proposition presented to him. He obviously couldn't do what Jim had asked him to do, but maybe he could use it to hedge his bets. After all, there was no guarantee that Lightning could actually win on Saturday, and should he lose, it would be a shame if Eli walked away without the money or the homestead. If he played it right, he should be able to come out a winner either way. Eli shook his head. What was he thinking? He couldn't consider Jim's proposition. In fact, he should report it to the other owners. But then again, it would be his word against Jim, and with some of the owners getting cold feet about having Eli in the race, that might not be such a good idea, giving them the illegitimate opportunity they might be looking for to disqualify him. No, he just needed to keep his trap shut and ride Lightning to win. Having made up his mind to ride to win, Eli paid for his meal and headed out of the saloon. Soon he was on his way home, and before he knew it, the day was over. Friday didn't bring any exciting new twists or turns in the crazy week that Eli was having, and Saturday was finally upon them. The race was set to be run at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, giving Eli plenty of time to prepare for the race in the forenoon, but the excitement of the day, nonetheless, caused him to wake up early on Saturday morning. Deciding to use the opportunity to spend some quality time with God, Eli pulled on his thick winter jacket, placed a thick cap on his head, and ventured out into the nearby woods. It was looking to be a nice day, but the nights were beginning to get frisky, and it was still cold this early in the morning. After spending an hour in prayer in the woods, Eli sat and stared into the western horizon as the light from the sun began to slowly light it up, chasing away the shadows of the night. As he sat on the log whereupon he was accustomed to sitting whenever he ventured out this way, he thought about the upcoming race and how much depended on this race. His mind also recalled the proposition presented to him by Jim, which also once again resurfaced the desire to have his old homestead back, but shaking off the temptation, he stood up and headed for the house. Not wanting to be late for the race, and wanting Lightning to be well rested, Eli hopped aboard him after breakfast and headed for Jensen's racetrack. It was still mid-morning, and he would arrive at the track well before it was time to race, but that was fine. He imagined that most of the other competition would arrive early as well, not to mention the spectators. Sure enough, by the time Eli arrived at the racetrack, other folks were also beginning to pull in. Putting Lightning up in a stall after rubbing him down, Eli made his way to the track and walked around it a little bit to see how firm the track was. Thanks to the dry summer, and especially the nice dry weather they had this week, the track was hard. This would give the horses greater speed. Eli felt excitement surge through his body as he remembered his racing days of old. In his mind, there was nothing more fun than to sit astride a horse as it pounded its way toward victory. The power of a horse was incredible, and whenever they surged forward, you could feel their muscles ripple beneath you, straining with their powerful legs. It was an incredible experience. It was nearly noon when Eli noticed dark clouds forming overhead. Then he heard the sound of distant thunder. then lightning, and before he knew it, a few sprinkles landed on his face, and sure enough, as luck would have it, the rain began falling. Of all the times they could have used the rain over the summer, now it was raining? Standing inside the horse barn with some of the other owners and riders, Eli watched the rain turn the track into a slippery mess of mud. It wouldn't make the track mushy, but it would make it slippery, and this changed the dynamic tremendously. The other horses were all present by the time the rain started falling, and while they waited for it to stop, Eli studied the competition. There were 10 horses in all, counting Lightning, Smooth as Silk, and Boxy Baby. Eli nodded toward Conway Bonner, Boxy Baby's jockey, when their eyes met, but Bonner didn't seem to like Eli much, nodding toward him ever so slightly before turning his back to him. As he looked Boxy Baby over, Eli was amazed by the powerful build of the smaller horse. He wasn't as tall as Smooth as Silk, standing at only 14 hands, but he was well built. On the other hand, Lightning measured 16 hands, and Smooth as Silk was 17 hands. Both horses were slimmer than Boxy Baby. Both horses had greater top-end speed. But Boxy Baby wasn't slow by any stretch of the imagination and had incredible endurance. Moreover, with the track now turning into a slippery mess, he would have that advantage as well, better equipped to push his weight around and stay upright should jostling between the horses occur. Out of the 7 other horses, there were 2 that caught Eli's attention. One was a red horse that was also 16 hands tall, like Lightning, but built thicker than Lightning. In fact, he looked a lot like Lightning did when Eli first pulled him out of Wild Canyon 5 years earlier. He looked fast and strong, and his jockey had a deeply intelligent look in his eyes. Their eyes made contact, and he smiled at Eli as he tipped his head. Eli liked him instantly. There was something about him that could be trusted. There wouldn't be any shenanigans from this pair, only pure competition, but competition that would test Lightning's ability to run. The other horse and rider combination was a different story. The horse was a roan that was 15 hands tall. His rider was a smaller man with a crooked nose and permanent scowl perched on his face. He didn't seem none too friendly, keeping mostly to himself, refusing to engage in much conversation, even when someone approached him. He mostly nodded his head, answering with short, curt replies. The other thing that stood out about this pair was that there didn't seem to be an owner attached to him. All the other horses, except for Lightning and this roan, had rider-owner combinations. The rain finally stopped, as if on cue, an hour before the race was set to start, and the riders quickly mounted their horses, riding them out onto the track to get them warmed up. Eli followed suit and began feeling queasy in his stomach as the hour of reckoning drew near. He had raced in some high-stakes races before, but no race had so much attached to it. After all, he had never raced to save a man's life before. The mere thought of what this race meant to Billy seemed to calm Eli as he turned Lightning toward the starting gate to get in line. All he could do was run the race to the best of his ability. Win or lose, Billy's life was still in God's hands, and God already knew what Billy's fate would be. Eli was slowly walking Lightning around the starting gate to get to the other side when he noticed Smooth as Silk and his rider, Mike Meadows, pulling up beside him. "Eli?" Meadows greeted as he looked at Eli. "Mike?" Eli responded, curious why the man was approaching him. It was obvious the man didn't like Eli, but it appeared he had something on his mind. "Jim wanted me to give you a message. He heard about how you're racing to raise money to send a friend of yours east for medical treatment. He said to tell you that not only will you get your homestead back if you stay out of the race, but he will also send your friend east for medical treatment, all expenses paid. All you have to do is stay back and not interfere." Meadows didn't wait for a reply, but spurred Smooth as Silk, and the pair took the spot in front of Eli. Eli's mind reeled in regard to the unexpected proposal. Looking over at the owner's boxes beside the track, he caught Lutz looking at him. Lutz nodded his head, and Eli knew his jockey was dead serious about the offer. Eli had drawn the number 6 starting position, and as he walked Lightning into the slot, he frantically thought about what he should do. All he had to do was lose gracefully, and Billy's medical expenses would be paid, and Eli would get his homestead back. How could he turn that down? But his stomach churned at the thought of losing on purpose. He couldn't do that. It wasn't within himself to do such a thing. What if people found out? But at the same time, he had Billy's welfare to think about, and his family. His family could finally have a place to call their own again. Eli was still trying to process the dilemma he found himself mired in when a gunshot echoed over the racetrack and the gate swung open. He saw Boxy Baby 2 positions to his right jump out in front with incredible power, quickly cutting over in front of Eli as he sought to get the inside advantage. Boxy Baby's strong, powerful frame swept over the slippery mess in front of them with ease, and before Eli knew what was happening, he was all the way on the inside of the track. Well, not all the way, because the red horse Eli recognized earlier as a strong competitor was just as fast on the takeoff, and having drawn the number 2 starting position, was able to take the inside, cutting off a dark brown horse that slipped momentarily before finding his footing and keeping Boxy Baby at bay. Smooth as Silk had drawn the number 3 position, but like usual, started slow. Eli wasn't prepared for the start of the race and nearly let Lightning unseat him as he charged out of the gate. The shifting of Eli's body weight caused Lightning to slip momentarily, and Eli found himself dead last. Gathering himself into a racing position astride Lightning, Eli let him set the pace while he watched the race unfold in front of him. The crowd had erupted at the sound of the gunshot and were cheering wildly as the horses leaned into the first turn. Lightning was now picking up speed, closing in on the horse in front of him as they turned into the backstretch. Boxy Baby and the red horse were jostling each other as they battled for position. Smooth as Silk hung back until they were into the backstretch, but then Meadows' whip came down on his hindquarters, and Smooth as Silk bolted forward, picking up incredible speed. But 2 riders in front of Smooth as Silk closed the gap, cutting him off. Mike Meadows yelled with rage as he leaned forward and let his whip come down on the hindquarters of the horse in front of him. The horse wasn't expecting the blow and shifted position just enough to lose her footing, sending her plunging downward, launching her jockey into the air. Eli was now ready to ride, forgetting everything except the race itself. He didn't think about Billy or his homestead. He didn't think about winning or losing. All he thought about was the race around him. The sounds around him were tuned out. The track became a blur. It was just him and Lightning now. Pulling Lightning to the right to avoid the fallen jockey, Eli gave Lightning full rein, touching him gently with the spurs. The crowd roared as Lightning surged down the backstretch, passing one horse, and then another. Smooth as Silk was right at his side, both horses neck and neck, both riders frantically urging their horses forward. And then they were even with Boxy Baby and the red horse, who were still running neck and neck. As the horses pounded their way toward the final turn, Eli desperately sought the opportunity to get closer to the inside of the track, but Smooth as Silk wouldn't let him. Meadows wanted to keep him pushed out as far as possible without losing ground on the 2 horses on the inside. As he leaned into the final turn, Eli saw the roan horse come charging toward the front, making it a 5-way race. Seeing the roan moving in, Meadows swung left to cut him off, raising his whip with the intention to use it if necessary. But the other jockey was prepared and let Meadows have a piece of his own medicine. But Meadows wasn't deterred and swung back with his whip, catching the roan's rider right across his face. And then they were in the final turn, 5 horses neck and neck. But as Meadows and the roan's rider jostled, the roan's rider shifted his weight just enough to cause the roan to lose his footing. As the roan's feet slid out from underneath him, they went sideways beneath Smooth as Silk, catching his hind leg in mid-stride, causing him to stumble, pitching Meadows forward. As Meadows' weight pitched forward, it was just enough to make Smooth as Silk lose his balance entirely, and the duo went crashing onto the track. And then there were 3 horses left, Boxy Baby, the red horse, and Lightning. Eli swung Lightning in toward the inside of the track as soon as he cleared the 2 fallen horses and their riders. Lightning surged as they neared the final stretch. Go! 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 Eli yelled as adrenaline surged through his body. Feeling Eli's spurs once again, Lightning seemed to find another gear. It was a 3-way race as they turned into the final stretch. All 3 horses were neck and neck, but then Lightning topped out. Eli gasped, hanging on for dear life, feeling Lightning's incredible power surge between his legs. Lightning didn't need any more urging, snorting and blowing as he ran. Lightning shook his head furiously, sending foam from his mouth flying in every which direction. Boxy Baby was no match for this kind of speed, and he fell back a length, and then 2 lengths. But the red horse was still running neck and neck with Lightning. Eli couldn't believe it. None of it. Lightning was fast, like greased lightning. But so was the red horse. Never before had Eli seen such incredible speed. Not on the same track at the same time. Both horses surged forward. The crowd roared. The finish line was mere seconds ahead. Both horses were still neck and neck. And then, the race was over. Chapter 24, That Which Matters Most. Choo-choo! Choo-choo! Eli watched as the train began slowing down, Jackson now coming into view up ahead. It had been a long ride back to Jackson, and he was glad to finally be getting back home. Seeing others begin gathering their bags, Eli did likewise, eager to be heading home. It had been nearly a week since he had seen his wife and 2 young sons, and couldn't wait to be reunited. Eli's mind traveled back over the past 2 weeks. What a 2-week period it had been. Never in a million years would he have expected this kind of adventure. It had all started with Billy's demise, as it became apparent he was dying, resulting in crazy twists and turns along the way, ending in such fashion that Eli found unfathomable. And this time around, unlike 5 years earlier, things were actually looking pretty good from where he was sitting. As Eli recalled the events of the past 2 weeks, he thought about the race that had occurred the previous week. As the Red Horse and Lightning crossed the finish line, neck and neck, it became clear there was no clear winner. There were 5 judges, and while they disputed the results of the finish, the rider of the Red Horse pulled up beside Eli, letting his horse walk with Lightning. Shaking his head at Eli, he grinned as he said, "That was some race, Mr. Birkemeyer. One I'll remember the rest of my life. I did not think there was a horse on this planet that could beat Red Rain." Sticking out his hand, he said with a serious look now on his face, "No hard feelings no matter who wins?" Eli returned the gesture, sticking out his hand in like fashion. "Absolutely not," he said. "Tell you what, mister, I've never been on a horse as fast as this one today, and to see another man on another horse running just as fast, well, let me tell you, I'll never forget this moment." After pausing for a second, he asked, "By the way, how do you know who I am? Who are you?" "You might not know me, but you know that man." Red Rain's rider pointed toward the stands. Eli looked over to where the rider was pointing. A look of surprise crossed his face. "Hey, it's Jeff Winters. What's he doing here?" "I ride for him," Red Rain's rider responded. "This is his horse. Oh, by the way, folks call me Stuart Fox." Eli didn't respond, but keeping his eyes on Jeff, began riding his way. Winters saw him coming, giving him a slight wave, a little smile appearing on his face. "Eli," he said, his voice filled with warmth, "I should never have let you make that bet 5 years ago. First you took away my fastest horse at the time, and now you just might have cost me the biggest race of my lifetime." Eli hopped off of Lightning, grasping Winters' outstretched hand, shaking it vigorously. "Jeff Winters!" he exclaimed warmly. "I can't think of a better man to lose a race to." Looking back at Stuart, he added, "And that's some rider you got. Not many riders can get a horse to run like he did." As Eli led Lightning toward the winner's circle, walking beside Winters and Stuart, with Stuart leading his horse that way as well, he asked, "Well, Jeff, what's the verdict? Who won the race?" Winters shrugged. "Looks like it's being disputed between the 5 judges. Could be a split decision. Folks in the crowd have their opinions as well, but it looks pretty divided." A smile came across his face. "Looks like we might need to discuss a rematch in the future." Eli smiled back. "I don't know about that, Jeff. I've got a family to think about, not to mention, this sort of thing is forbidden by the church I attend." Eli's voice trailed off, not sure how to explain why he was in the race today, even though he was part of a local church that forbade such a thing. It wasn't a very good witness to those outside of the church. "Eli," Winters interjected, "I heard about why you're racing today, and it is one of the most incredible things I've ever heard. Racing to save Billy's life, and after everything that man did to you and your family." Winters shook his head. "Doesn't make any sense." Eli nodded his head in agreement. "It doesn't make any sense, Jeff, not even to me. But there's something else that doesn't make much sense either. Billy is now a Christian. He gave his life to Christ a couple days ago. He's a completely different man. I guess we'll see today what God has in store for him." Winters didn't reply right away, but when he did, Eli felt his knees go weak with shock. "Eli," he said, "even before the race I knew why you were racing. And I decided that if Red Rain wins, that money is going to Billy. You've done something to me, Eli. I've never seen someone act the way you have in the best interest of Billy. I also heard how you tried to sell your herd of beef cows to raise the money when you thought the race was off for you. You were always a good man to know, but this time around, there's an undeniable quality in you that can't be explained." Eli gulped. "But if you win, Jeff, you aren't beholden to me or Billy. It's your money fair and square. It's a lot of money just to hand over for someone who might not even survive the surgery." "That's exactly what I said," Jeff responded. "But then I saw you nearly sacrifice your herd to take that risk. And after working so hard to get it started? No way, Eli. I can't take that money. I'd never feel right about it. Besides, I don't need it. Hey, how about we agree the money goes toward Billy's surgery no matter what, and between you and me, whoever wins, we'll call it the right to bragging rights." Eli was in no position to decline such an offer, and seeing it meant a lot to Winters, he agreed. Bragging rights it is then, Jeff. The words had barely escaped Eli's mouth when the crowd cheered as the 5 judges stood to their feet. The 2 horses were now in the winner's circle, along with Eli, Jeff, and Stuart. The first judge stood up and cast his vote for Red Rain. The crowd cheered. Then another vote was cast for Red Rain. The crowd cheered again. Thinking he had lost the race, Eli was ready to congratulate Jeff when the 3rd vote went for Lightning. And then the 4th vote was cast for Lightning. It was a 2-2 tie. And then the 5th judge cast his vote. It was for Lightning! Eli and Lightning had won the race! Winters grabbed Eli's hand, shaking it vigorously, congratulating him amidst the roar of the crowd. Then Stuart shook his hand. The crowd roared again, ecstatic to see such sportsmanship on display. Then Ralph came ambling in, talking into Eli's ear as he congratulated him. Looks like you need to race in a rematch, with my horse in the mix. Eli grinned. Nope, Ralph. My racing days are over. The winnings were handed over to Eli, and he didn't waste any time making his way home, heading over to Doc's cabin to begin preparing to send Billy east. After discussing the event in detail, it was decided that Eli and Molly would accompany Billy east. He was too weak to travel alone, and Doc wanted Molly to watch the operation if permitted, to glean what she could from the experience. Doc was beginning to feel mighty old, and needed Molly to take over for him when the time came. Time was of the essence, and it was decided they would leave immediately the following morning, despite it being Sunday. The trio boarded the first train going east, and arrived at their destination 2 days later. But then they ran into problems. They found the lung surgeon all right, but after taking one glance at Billy, he refused to operate. According to him, Billy was past the stage of recovery and had only the slimmest chance of survival. There was already a low chance of survival for most patients, but for Billy, the surgeon gave him about a 5% chance of survival, and with patients on the waiting list, there was no way he was going to waste valuable time on Billy. But there was no way Eli was giving up now, not after getting this far, and after pestering the surgeon for a couple hours, telling him in detail everything that had occurred just to get Billy to the surgeon relented, himself being a believer in God, seeing that God's hand was apparently on Billy's life. The surgeon gave Molly permission to watch, and to her great delight, decided to let her assist him in the surgery. She wouldn't do anything critical, nor was she the only assistant, but he would include her in the details, explaining to her every step along the way. It seemed he saw something in Molly that spurred him to pay such attention to her. It was to this surgeon that Molly would come years later to study the art of surgery in greater detail, eventually becoming one of the best surgeons in their part of the country. While Molly assisted the surgeon, Eli sat outside, his head in his hands, praying that God would spare Billy's life. He didn't know why, but for some reason an overwhelming desire for Billy to live swept over him. He believed that God used the prayers of saints to bring about his own purposes, and he had heard stories how Christians had interceded on the behalf of people when an overwhelming spirit of prayer overcame them, but he had never experienced such an encounter with God. But on that day, Eli prayed like he never prayed before. In great agonies he interceded with God for him to spare Billy's life, and spare his life he did. At least so it looked when Eli departed for home, leaving Molly behind to care for Billy until he had recovered enough to make the trip home. The surgery lasted for a couple hours, and when the doctor came out to a tear-stained Eli, he looked at him and said, "Mister, I think God heard your prayers. The surgery went better than expected, and there is a strong possibility Billy will survive. It's too early to know for sure, but many of the patients in his current shape pulled through." Tears flooded Eli's eyes as the train pulled to a stop, and then a smile crossed his face as he spotted his family waiting for him at the train station. His 2 sons jumped up and down as they waved at him excitedly, ecstatic to see their father again. Rose smiled as her eyes met Eli's. She was still the quiet woman her family had known the past 5 years, but her eyes were no longer dark and cloudy. The experience with Billy seemed to have changed her. It seemed to have changed a number of people. Eli grabbed his bags and stepped off the train as it screeched to a halt. His 2 young boys finally couldn't resist and ran up to their father, yelling and screaming with delight. He stooped down and gave them a big hug. It was good to be home again. He wondered how Molly was faring, hoping she would be okay. The thought flickered through his mind that she was growing up and would be leaving their home sooner than later, starting a family of her own. Pushing the unhappy thought out of his mind, for he would miss his daughter dearly, Eli turned to Rose and gave her a big hug. "How's Billy?" she asked quietly. The surgeon gave Billy a high chance of survival, Eli answered. He said that the surgery went well and most patients in his current condition recover. Rose, it looks like God has future plans for Billy here on Earth. A strange look came into his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. I wonder what those plans might be.